On the 4-year anniversary of September 11, 2005, History Channel debuted a documentary called Grounded on 9/11 about the stories of air traffic controllers in the US and Canada who were able to successfully ground all commercial air traffic, thousands of airplanes right within hours after the 9/11 attacks. Although the commission report had been released over a year prior to History Channel's broadcast, the general public was already familiar with the official narrative set in place days, if not weeks after the attacks, which concluded that there was only 19 hijackers throughout the 4 doomed hijacked planes involved in the original conspiracy, excluding Zacharias Moussaoui, who had already been detained previously in Minnesota for immigration naturalization charges. However, Grounded on 9/11 covered some events completely contrary to the official story.
By 9:03 on Tuesday morning, September 11th, hijackers had flown 2 airliners into 2 of the tallest buildings in the world. Once United Airlines realizes the second plane is one of theirs, company dispatchers contact hundreds in their remaining fleet.
My attention was strictly on what's the security status of all the aircraft. So we instituted a procedure, which we still have today, for positive contact. Every 10 to 15 minutes, the dispatchers were talking to the crews to ascertain the cockpit was still secure, so we knew that we were in command of every airplane.
At Newark Airport, the pilot of United Flight 23 wasn't taking any chances. After speaking to company dispatchers, he keeps his transcontinental flight scheduled for LA on the ground. When the plane returns to the gate, it's reported that several unruly, allegedly Middle Eastern men rush from the plane, leaving their luggage behind. Inside the bags, officials find Al-Qaeda instruction sheets, but false IDs prevent investigators from ever locating the bag's true owners.
I maintain to this day that based on my personal belief and based on the events of that morning, the decision to halt airplanes in all likelihood probably precluded other attacks.
For a cable network such as History Channel, infamous for suggesting a consortium of mysteries and outright conspiracy theories on many other subjects, and at the same time also known for defending official narratives and outright war propaganda, particularly when it comes to 9/11, usually. But here we have an anomaly as what the narrator suggested occurring at Newark Airport about United Flight 23 with this 5th hijacking attempt by several Middle Eastern men fleeing and leaving false identities in their baggage. There's a tremendous error with this claim on Grounded on 9/11, as this incident with Flight 23 did not occur at Newark Airport, as where United Flight 93 departs and gets eventually hijacked. This story with Flight 23 happens at John F. Kennedy International Airport. But about 3 years later, the former Alex Jones InfoWars host and filmmaker of the infamous Loose Change saga, Jason Burmas produced his 4th and most controversial film, Fabled Enemies, which was his first for finally recognizing the prominent cover-up of Israeli operatives linked to 9/11, but it also briefly covered Flight 23 at JFK Airport, accompanied with that portion of History Channel's Grounded on 9/11.
Later in the day, weapons are found planted on several other planes. A U.S. official says of the hijackings, these look like inside jobs. Sources tell Time that U.S. officials are investigating whether the hijackers had accomplices deep inside the airport's secure areas. And then there's the story of Flight 23.
Provided with no date or time, the report which Burmas also accompanies his claim with is a briefly edited one from NBC's Today Show with Matt Lauer and an appearance by a local New York newscaster, Tim Minton, on September 13, 2001, just 2 days after the attacks. Rather than show Fabled Enemies' edited version, this is the complete interview entailed.
As bad as things were on Tuesday, there is a possibility that they could have been even worse. Tim Minton of our flagship station, WNBC-TV here in New York, has some disturbing information. Tim, good morning to you.
Good morning, Matt. It was about the time that the first attacks on the World Trade Center were starting, and at JFK Airport, which has not previously been connected to any of the outgoing flights, just before 9 o'clock, United Flight 23, scheduled to depart for Los Angeles, was boarding. There was some kind of an altercation involving 3 men described by a Port Authority of New York and New Jersey police source as Middle Eastern in appearance. Somehow, the source will not reveal the exact details. They attracted the suspicions of the gate staff boarding that flight. The staff had some kind of a verbal exchange and demanded that these 3 men leave the aircraft. The men...
They had already gotten on the plane.
They're on the plane. It's very close to departure. The scheduled departure time was 9 o'clock. As you and the viewers know at this point, the first attack on the World Trade Center was just 15 minutes before. So as they're boarding the flight, the attack is either about to happen or has just happened, but nobody knows about it. And certainly nobody knows that airplanes are involved. So what happens then is they're asked to leave the aircraft. They refuse to get off. The airline, following its normal procedures, according to this police source, calls the police, which immediately dispatch an emergency service team. So now you have a squad of heavily armed officers that are coming toward the airplane. And when they get there, the men have vanished. The gate staff can't find them. And clearly what the employees were trying to do was get them off the plane. So the fact that they had slipped away may not be as big a surprise.
A couple of the disturbing facts here. One, this is a flight from JFK to Los Angeles, so it matches with the type of flights, the transcontinental flights that were hijacked in the other 4 instances. Another disturbing fact, if indeed there was an altercation and these men felt they had a case to make and were being treated unfairly, you can't imagine they would have disappeared from the airport. They would have stayed around and pled their case with the police.
And there are 2 other disturbing things in addition to that. The first is, you know from, and viewers would know from their experience traveling, it is extraordinarily unusual to have an airline, after it has boarded passengers, be so suspicious that it's going to ask these customers to get off the airplane. That said, it would be equally unusual, if you will, for passengers in that situation not to at least get up, go to the gate, have the conversation that you're describing. To sit in your seat, to be so determined, unusual.
You reported this story on WNBC TV here in New York, and I understand were contacted after the airing of that story.
We got a phone call from a law enforcement officer who was on vacation, was in the United Airlines terminal at the time. He said at the time he didn't add it all up, but seeing the report and of course having seen what happened in New York and elsewhere afterwards, he decided at that point he needed to contact his supervisors. Essentially what he saw was, he's in the United terminal. It's just after 9 o'clock. The attacks have happened. The television set in the bar in the terminal is on. As you can imagine, people about to fly, anybody indeed, would have been transfixed by those events. So now NBC and others are reporting the second attack just after 9 o'clock. He says the entire terminal was riveted to these television sets at the bar in one corner, except 2 men who were sitting off to the side, as he described it on the phone last night, appearing to him, veteran police officer, as being way too cool. So he walked over out of curiosity. He says he heard them speaking a language he could not identify. He doesn't know what the language was, but it wasn't English. And he says as he approached, they looked over, they saw him coming over. He says he then saw Port Authority police who were perhaps searching. In any event, they were running. He said he got close enough to hear that the men were talking in raised tones. He described it as a stern conversation, the way you might have, he said, with your wife if you were angry but you didn't want people around to hear that you were having a fight with your wife. He said as soon as he approached, they walked out of the terminal and he looked over. He described them as Middle Eastern in both appearance and dress. Not sure what that means, but that was his description. He said when they left the terminal through the glass doors, he saw them meet a 3rd man, and they then left. He didn't see how. Now, same 3 men? Who knows? But it was the same terminal, clearly at the same time, because he said the second attack had just happened on the television set, and he was walking over from that. It's certainly, at the very least, unsettling. The Port Authority police source said it's been referred to the FBI.
I mean, obviously, you have to stop and think for a second here. Obviously, there's a lot of coincidental information here, and there's also a chance that people are being paranoid in the wake of these attacks. But at the very least, there are some disturbing similarities.
You can't jump to conclusions. But what's real is 3 men were asked to leave the airplane, and they refused, then vanished.
Much more significant details here than what Jason Burmis edited. But again, 3 years later on, now coming on the 10-year anniversary of 9/11, ABC WJLA News 7 in Washington, D.C. on September 19, 2011, reported on the mystery of Flight 23 likely being the only time after that this covered-up, aborted hijacked flight was brought up on any syndicated news, but accompanied with plugging a new book at the time, Touching History, the untold story of the drama that unfolded in the skies over America on 9/11, interviewing the author, Lynn Spencer, and surprisingly, the co-pilot of Flight 23.
Their faces and their shameful deeds have been etched into our nation's collective conscience. But ABC 7 News has learned that the 19 men who used planes as missiles may not have been the only terrorists aboard commercial flights on that dark day in September. It's information the FBI will not confirm. You won't find it in the 9/11 Commission report. But a brigadier general and a former pilot are talking.
I don't think many people know about those men on board United 23 or about the items that were found.
And they went running off the airplane, never to be seen again. So, who knows?
On September 11th, Brigadier General Carol Timmons of the Delaware Air National Guard was co-piloting United Flight 23, heading from JFK to Los Angeles. But while in line to take off, air traffic controllers closed the airport and she received a dire message.
Hijackings. We've had hijackings. Secure the cockpit. Either land or get back to the terminal. So as we turn to taxi back, we can see the towers on fire. I can close my eyes and see it today. So it was horrendous. It's horrendous.
To add to her angst, she received a chilling call.
In the meantime, as we're taxiing back, the flight attendant says, "Hey, I've got some very agitated men sitting in first class. They're very unhappy. Why aren't we taking off? Why aren't we taking off?"
But once at the gate, the men disappeared into the sea of people evacuating JFK.
There's the generally held belief that there were other planes out there.
Former commercial pilot Lynn Spencer wrote Touching History, a minute-by-minute account of the air drama that unfolded on 9/11. She says high-ranking FAA officials and airport managers have confirmed to her that during a search of United Flight 23, box cutters and al-Qaeda documents were discovered in unclaimed bags.
It was believed by those who searched the plane and found these items that they were indeed hijackers on that flight.
Spencer says federal officials believe not just one, but several additional planes were carrying terrorists on September 11th. But since the FAA shut down U.S. airspace, those twisted minds never hit their targets.
I think we are all aware of how horrible September 11th was. Can we really imagine if another 8, 9, 10 planes had also been successful?
In contrast to Fabled Enemies, this local news investigative piece seems to underline the seriousness with this incident of Flight 23 being omitted from the 9/11 Commission report. Unlike Jason Burmis, which only touched on weapons and suspicious items being found at airports, as well as only alleging the hijackers had accomplices working for the airports, which we will touch back on much further ahead in this film, as there's more to the story with History Channel's Grounded on 9/11. But does Lynn Spencer's claim have some merit that there could have been up to 10 more hijacked planes on 9/11? Were the 3 fleeing Middle Eastern suspects that the Flight 23 co-pilot Carol Timmons encountered on the plane ever seen again? Aside for JFK and other airports, what about the 3 airports where all 4 official hijacked American and United Airline flights departed from, Boston Logan, Dulles, and Newark? Could there have been more targeted flights intended on 9/11? The answer to some of those questions is a surprising yes. But before we get to that, there are a few other popularly held beliefs from both conspiracy theorists and official defenders that we need to address first as possible alternatives and answers in order to make such claims comprehensive, given how many years now that it's been since, and that most only remember the day of 9/11, rather than what instantly followed that week. And if you think it's a lost cause or misleading to focus on anomalies regarding early reports about any of the alleged hijackers, flights, and airports, due to preconceived outlandish myths, including NORAD being ordered to stand down, or that there had been a sudden change in response protocol, ultimately making NORAD unable to intercept any of the 4 hijacked flights on 9/11, by the end of this film, you are going to discover that neither claims or accusations attributed to NORAD, such as even war game exercises, did not matter. Because the overall narrative challenge and question that should be asked by both 9/11 truthers and official story defenders is, was Bojinka 9/11? As I've already demonstrated in previous films, such as An Inconvenient 9/11 Truth Part 2, and in recent again, with World Trade Center bombing of 1993, Hidden Path to 9/11, Crimes, Cover-Ups, and Missing Links, that after the 1993 bombing, when fugitive Ramzi Youssef and other conspirators, including his uncle, alleged future 9/11 mastermind Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, fled from the Philippines after Youssef's apartment caught on fire while making bombs, where Youssef then sent his friend Abdul Hakim Murad to retrieve his laptop but was captured by Philippines authorities, where subsequently terrorist plans were discovered in the laptop with the code name Bojinka. As you may recall what the colonel of the Philippines National Police, Rudolfo aka Boogie Mendoza, said from his interrogation of Murad that he believed that the later phase of the Bojinka plans was the blueprint of 9/11. Where U.S. officials have only dared to say that 9/11 was only inspired by the Bojinka plot, and that in fact it would have been too large of a scale of an operation to pull off, this being later backed up by statements with KSM complying that the operation could only handle 4 planes and the absence of explosives. This all in happenstance to yet having not been able to find direct evidence of him working under the behest of Osama bin Laden and the Al-Qaeda network ordering the attacks, as the FBI never had OBL wanted for 9/11, only terrorist attacks committed prior around the world, specifically USS Cole and East Africa embassy bombings. But there's a few other myths we need to address here that have been promoted not only by the fringes of the right-wing conspiracy theorists, but also on the left of mainstream media. One of the other myths that we must dispel, which I've already done so in my previous film, 6 on 77, the Dulles Airport 9/11 cover-up, is that the authorities had all 19 hijacker names and identities the following day after 9/11, which is still a commonly held belief in the 9/11 truth movement. But this is simply not the case. As you may recall, John Ashcroft in his first press conference after 9/11, at around 3:45 p.m., he had no names or precise number of hijackers, only that there was a ratio between 3 to 6 hijackers on a plane.
The 4 planes were hijacked by between 3 and 6 individuals per plane.
But following this, Robert Mueller also spoke as to giving a summary of how federal agents were carrying out the nationwide dragnet pertaining to what details they had to them based off the flight manifest.
In the last 24 hours, we have been addressing 2 objectives. The first objective is to determine, identify the hijackers on each of the planes. Having identified the hijackers on each of the planes, we then have sought to identify any of their associates remaining in the United States. Our first effort is to identify any associates in the United States who might be related to the hijackers and to remove those associates, investigate, and arrest, given the evidence, those individuals, and to remove any threat to the air system in the future. That is our first objective. The second objective is to gather any and all evidence we have as to whom assisted the hijackers, and not only in this country but also overseas. We also have identified through a number of leads, principally at the cities of origin, a number of individuals whom we believe may have had something to do with the hijackings, and we are pursuing those leads aggressively.
Aside the signs of anomalies with 3 to 6 hijackers and using the flight manifest as an evidentiary base rather than confirmation, being that eventually, or as the story goes, there is supposed to be 4 to 5 hijackers who had simply boarded using their real identities and easily found on the manifest, with their names, passenger, and seat numbers. But separate from what's potentially covered up about the official hijackers boarding or weapons used on the planes, it's obvious federal authorities were worried that the 9/11 hijackers had associates still out there who may have posed a future threat. And just about an hour later, Norman Mineta held a press conference at the Department of Transportation.
Now, effective immediately, I have directed the Federal Aviation Administration to reopen on a limited basis the nation's commercial airspace to allow flights and passengers who were diverted yesterday to be able to continue on to their original destinations. Only passengers on the original flights will be allowed to reboard under strict security, and only after airports and airlines have implemented strict screening measures. I have also directed that the FAA temporarily extend the ground stop order that was imposed yesterday while additional security measures are being completed and we continue to assess any potential threats.
But there's a particular detail about the Bojinka plan that needs to be underlined as likely being an additional reason for such a warning sign for other suspects other than what we already know with Flight 23 at the moment. Because although there are being different versions and dates for the Bojinka plot, it's also known to be the 48 hours of terror, indicating that it would be 2 days worth of attacks. And as all U.S. airports remain closed for well over 24 hours since the attacks with the FAA's no-fly ban, the U.S. was basically shut down for 2 entire days, as the rumor was that airports were supposed to be opened sometime on September 12th, 9/12. And while most were still in shock, grieving and angry for the past 2 days, safe at their homes, thousands of travelers didn't have that luxury, as they in fact had been stuck for nearly 2 days outside U.S. airports in makeshift shelters, desperately wanting to get back home safely or to their final destination, while all inbound coming flights that were supposed to arrive in the U.S. were diverted to Canada and other neighboring territories where those travelers also suffered similar consequences. Which brings us to one of the bigger myths that needs to be addressed before we roll into September 13th. It's the claim infamously promoted by Michael Moore and embraced by many in the 9/11 truth movement, in his 2004 movie Fahrenheit 9/11, that while all commercial civil aviation was grounded, the entire bin Laden family that resided in the U.S. was able to fly out of the country the next day. Although the 9/11 Commission report states they found no evidence of political intervention, that anyone in the White House above the levels of National Security Council participated in any decision on the departure of Saudi nationals. The President and Vice President told us that they were not aware of the issue at all until it surfaced much later in the media. This here is a photo taken from September 13th with Bandar Bush bin Sultan, President Bush, Cheney, and Condoleezza Rice, and Bandar's aide Rihab Massoud on the White House balcony, where Bandar is speaking in regards to getting the bin Laden family out of the U.S. safely, rather than what some have tried to suggest that it's them having a congratulatory cigar. No evidence that any flights of Saudi nationals, domestic or international, took place before the reopening of national airspace on the morning of September 13, 2001. But as airspace reopened, 9 chartered flights with 160 people, mostly Saudi nationals, departed from the United States between September 14th and 24th. Much of this has been covered on other articles charting what exact flights were shuttled before departing the continental U.S. But there's a good reason for these bin Laden family delays, still even after airports become reopened on the 13th, which we are about to go into next. Even though the following day, 9/12, most airline security experts were already suggesting quick fixes were not going to secure or resolve any potential follow-up hijacking attempts.
We have a very high security standard here. We consider ourselves as secure, if not more secure, than any other airport in the United States.
But numerous government reports over the last decade have found significant security lapses at many of the nation's major airports.
U.S. airports have a terrible security problem, and just asking grandma if she's packed her own bag isn't going to fix that problem. It's more than just the passenger checkpoint. It's the whole perimeter of the airport and all the people that go on and off. And the FAA, no matter what they tell you, has done a terrible job at that.
Aviation experts say it is likely the air transportation system in America will be changed forever.
This became more cautioned as we continued the following day, early on September 13th, 9/13. Although a good portion of the news did cover the ongoing 9/11 investigations at Dragnet at airports, at around 6:06 a.m. 9/13, CNN first reports New York airports are starting to reopen.
Interrupt. This is Vince Giulini in Atlanta at our studios. We do want to pass this along and get back to you that we understand that after the FAA shutdown of a couple of days ago, the airports are opening around New York. Kennedy, LaGuardia, and Newark open on a limited basis for travel. So.
It's just a few seconds ago you reported that all 3 New York airports are reopening. We want to show you a live picture of LaGuardia International Airport right now, where people are already beginning to line up.
With WABC, Lisa Quintana is at LaGuardia Airport, where some service is now resuming. Lisa, is it still on a limited basis?
Oh, not even that. As of yet, there has been no air activity. Now, the airport here, LaGuardia, did reopen at 6 o'clock in the morning. Behind me, you'll see airport employees, you'll see airport passengers back there. But if we...
Hours before John Ashcroft makes his second 9/11 investigation press conference, he appears on ABC's Good Morning America with Diane Sawyer and Charles Gibson, giving slight early clues on the progress of the FBI Dragnet.
Well, I can just tell you that we have ongoing activities literally not only across America, but in every office of the FBI, and we have offices around the world, that our leads are, we believe, productive leads, that we're working on those, that the individuals involved were trained as pilots, that some of them were trained in the United States of America. They operated with technical proficiency to target and to land an aircraft of that size with the deadly accuracy of these acts of war was something that obviously resulted from a complex organization with significant ground support, and which was the result of very, very substantial training.
And you talked about 4 cells of terrorists with up to different, I believe you said there were up to 50 people could have been involved. So was there some sort of coordinating structure, do you suspect, of these different cells of terrorists?
Well, we know that there were 4 episodes, and we know that the individuals who committed the crimes perished in the criminal act of war. I don't want to frame this as merely a criminal act. This is an act of war against the United States. Sure. And we know that there had to be ground support and coordination. We are not prepared to say how much ground support, how much coordination, and whether or not there is a sort of cellular breakdown and what that would be if there is a cellular breakdown.
We are now joined by Mary Schiavo, who is the former Department of Transportation Inspector General. Welcome. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
I wanted to get your quick reaction to some of the new guidelines that are going to go into effect at airports across the nation. I am going to quickly recap some of these new regulations. Among them, no curbside check-in. Only ticketed passengers will be allowed through security. No knives of any kind can be brought on board, and higher standards for security personnel, and more federal marshals in place at larger airports. Will any of this prevent the kind of attack that the United States has just endured?
No, this is a piecemeal response, and I think it really gives away how shell-shocked the FAA is. Many of these recommendations, for example, the tighter and higher standards for security personnel, those have been recommendations for almost a decade, and now we're seeing them in the wake of this terrible terrorist attack on domestic aviation. We have had sky marshals, by the way. We have very few numbers, but increasing that is definitely an improvement. But what we need is coordinated law enforcement to run our aviation security at our nationwide airports in a coordinated manner, not a civilian FAA piecing it together with local authorities across the country. And this has pointed up that great shortcoming.
All right, well, what do you mean by that? That you'd have law enforcement agents stationed at every security zone in an airport? They would be the ones overseeing the checking in of luggage and the handling of hand baggage as you head to your airport gate?
No, actually, it's more pervasive than that. It stems from the very top. Right now, our overall coordination of airport security and our policies and procedures are set by the civilian Federal Aviation Administration, which has been highly criticized for well over a decade at being unable to perform this function. The law enforcement function overall, setting the policies, running the programs, telling our airports, our almost 400 passenger service airports, how to do this in other countries is run by law enforcement, not by the civilian FAA. And what we need is a national coordinated federal law enforcement oversight of airports, because we are only as safe as our weakest link. The other problem is, of course, that we now know that at least at one airport they had ramp access. which is not surprising with a coordinated attack this big and for as easy it is to get a job at an airport. I mean, many of the jobs are minimum wage, low or no screening. We have had convictions for actually lying about security agencies or companies actually doing the background checks. That has even been the subject of a criminal case in this country. So now we know that the system is compromised from within as well, and this is a total failure of the system, saying, oh, well, okay, some screeners missed it, or some screeners, weren't even required to pick it up. We have something far more serious going on than that when we find out that they have ramp passes and literally could have compromised the entire system.
What Mary Scavo implicates out of here is very crucial, and the airport that she's referring to with ramp passes being found has to do with the rental car found at Boston Logan Airport, allegedly having been rented by a Mohammed Atta. But we will address Boston Logan Airport on 9/11 much later. Since two of the hijacked flights departed out of there, the investigation seemed to have had more attention there, as Logan had postponed reopening much later than most airports who are still attempting to open at this point.
Bryant, some significant details are coming out now from federal investigators about the aftermath of this terrorist attack. And let me give you the headlines and then go through what detail I can share with you, which essentially is that they don't have any arrests yet. They still have no suspects in custody. They say that they believe that the people who carried out these attacks were in fact assisted and sheltered by people in the United States, but the biggest question obviously is, are those people still here, and are they planning any additional attacks? Quite frankly, the authorities said this morning they don't know. They say that they are investigating the possibility, and we have to underline here possibility, that some other hijackings may have been aborted on Tuesday, that some aircraft in fact may have been targeted, but that those aircraft were taken to the ground after word was quickly spread through the system that, in fact, hijackings and crashes had occurred. They say they are dealing with some anecdotal evidence that suggests that, but they say they have no hard evidence that that is the case. And finally, the question as to how many people have been detained apparently has been overblown, too. The number apparently, Bryant, is, quote, very small, and it's highly unlikely that any of these people are going to be traced directly back to the attacks. This is, however, a system that we're going to see unfold today, which is to say that I think we'll see more people detained today. I do not, however, get any impression that they expect any arrest today, Brian.
And again, you say that they're saying that a number of people assisted and sheltered those individuals. Do we have a number involved there, and whether or not those people were complicit in the attacks?
The best that I can report at this time on that is to knock down other reporting, and not knock down, but try to clarify, other reporting, which have placed that number at 10. I can't find any substance for the number 10.
As I've already demonstrated before on my film 6 on 77, the Dulles Airport 9/11 cover-up, that at 10:19 a.m., Ashcroft was asked by NBC's Matt Lauer if authorities had identified all hijackers that were involved.
Have you identified all the people you think who were actually on the plane involved in these plots?
Well, we do know the manifests for the planes. So we do know that we believe there were between 3 to 6 hijack-involved perpetrators. Those obviously have some parameters. 3 to 6 is not exactly an exact number.
Originally it stops here, but this is what he also said.
We don't want to scare people, Attorney General Ashcroft, but wouldn't it be safe to assume that there may have been others, perhaps even sitting on planes that never took off because of the ground hold or that were delayed, that there could be other people at large who were a part of this plot?
Well, that's one of the reasons that we want to emphasize prevention in what we do, as well as detection and understanding of what the facts were in regard to these acts of war against the United States. That's the reason that the Justice Department, together with the Treasury, are going to be devoting hundreds of marshals, customs agents, Immigration and Naturalization Service, Border Patrol type people to participate in the startup of air travel service and to deploy these individuals in addition to the kinds of search and the more stringent requirements related to passengers on air service.
What's the difference going to be for traveling passengers when they try to board a plane, when they arrive at an airport? What do you want to see happen?
Well, there are a whole range of differences relating to the security of the airport property itself, relating to the procedures regarding airport employees, regarding the kinds of luggage that will be allowed on airplanes, regarding the existence of U.S. Marshals, other law enforcement officials in other settings to promote the security of the airplanes. The airplanes are undergoing very thorough searches since having ceased operations 2 days ago. So there's a whole range of undertakings designed to assure the public of the fact that the airlines are safe.
Just to paraphrase, what you're saying is we've now reached a point in this country based on this attack where we're going to be flying along with plainclothes armed guards on a lot of flights.
It's our intention to do what is necessary to make planes safe and to provide a reasonable understanding in the public that our planes are safe and that America is back to business.
And just a few minutes later, Secretary of Transportation Norman Mineta begins his second press conference after 9/11, announcing that airports could be reopened after lockdown following the attacks on the World Trade Center and Pentagon, outlining security requirements to be implemented, followed up with his remarks and answering questions to journalists.
Now I am pleased to announce some good news for travelers, for our economy, and for the restoration of America's freedom of mobility. Effective 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time today, our national airspace system will reopen to commercial aviation. I must caution everyone that a system as diverse and complex as ours cannot be brought up instantly. And so we will be reopening airports and airlines will be resuming their flights since as they meet the new security measures that we are now imposing. And in these extraordinary times, we will be vigilant. Therefore, I have ordered a variety of security measures to be instituted at our nation's airports upon reopening to improve the security of our national aviation system. From this day forward, we are operating with tightened security. In the weeks and months ahead, we will do all that we can to ensure that the safety of the American aviation system is in place.
Mr. Secretary, some safety experts are saying that the United States is opening their airports too quickly, that some of the security measures are a quick fix and low-level security, and that we should be really looking at a long-term possibility of even federalizing security, arming pilots, training flight attendants with some kind of anti-terrorist combat. Is there any thoughts or any feelings, or have there been discussions on adding more security into the airlines and airports?
Well, I think the part of the question, the implication is the short-term, long-term. What we are trying to do right now is restore to normalcy as well as we can the ability to travel. The President had indicated on Tuesday that he wanted to return life in the United States as fast to what we knew before 8:50 a.m. on Tuesday. And so what we are trying to do is to get back into normalcy by allowing commercial airline travel. Yesterday we said we would allow those continuation flights or flights that were diverted to continue on to their final location. So we're trying to do things on a two-phase basis. If I were to characterize it, one to try to get up as soon as we can, and then the other to deal with some of these other issues on a longer-term basis.
The next question on hindsight towards Mineta becomes rather rewarding, given the verified information of when the FAA decided to place the no-fly ban, which prevented additional flights being targeted for hijackings, as we currently know with the example of Flight 23 at JFK Airport.
Let me take that.
Secretary, yes, as you receive reports on what happened Tuesday, is there anything that you've seen that you wish the people of this department had done differently?
Oh, you know, I suppose those kinds of what ifs and could haves and should haves, I really don't want to get into that. We've got 47,000 employees in the FAA who on Tuesday, in terms of especially the air traffic control element of it, just performed superbly. You know, when that first plane went down at 8:50, and then 17 minutes later the second one went, and then 23 minutes later the third one we lost. One is an accident, two is a trend, three is a program. And when that third airplane went down is when I said to the FAA, shut it down. Bring every airplane in the air to the ground. And at that point we had over 2,100 airplanes in the air. And in less than 2 hours, we brought every one of those airplanes, the air traffic control system, air traffic controllers, brought those airplanes down safely in some airport. And so to me, are there things that could have been done differently? Sure, I suppose. There are things I wish I had done differently on Tuesday maybe, or Monday, or last month. Those I'd rather not get into.
It's one thing to make an accusation about Dick Cheney having changed protocols to NORAD, being an insider on the 9/11 operation, having made a stand-down order, but this film eliminates that accusation since the attacks were operationally launched at airports, where neither of these two administration officials in the emergency POC bunker had any effort or control to that. Basically, in what we know so far with the fifth plane at JFK Airport, Flight 23, and the potential for other targeted flights, this reaction revelation from Mineta should be an indicator in relief that the FAA superseded him, taking the proper action of grounding all aviation after the second plane struck the World Trade Center, rather than incompetently deciding so after the third plane struck the Pentagon. But now forward ahead, as airports have officially reopened.
We have just gotten information that LaGuardia Airport, which is one of the three airports that has just opened, is now being evacuated. We have no idea what that means, and as soon as we get more information on that, we'll bring it to you. Of course, you heard Transportation Secretary Mineta talking about the new security guidelines that will be in place in airports across the nation.
Let's take a look at airports around the country. LaGuardia was one of the first ones to open. We've been hearing different reports that it was open, then it wasn't open. So once again, before you head down to LaGuardia or any other airport, you want to go ahead and call ahead.
In 5 minutes, I will tell you, 5 minutes before we were evacuated, I had just reported that LaGuardia International Airport had been evacuated. Now, I don't know what has transpired in the 20 minutes since we left the set, if there was a credible bomb threat there or not.
And we had some tense moment at a New York airport today. Just to bring you up to date, a man made a threatening statement at LaGuardia and they arrested him.
Another one that's attracted a lot of attention is a report of a possible fifth plane. Here's where that report comes from. On Tuesday morning, the morning of the terrorist attacks, at about the same time as the other planes were taking off, there was a complaint at JFK in New York that 3 Middle Eastern men were in some kind of an argument with a ticket agent. That they got on the plane, the airline called Port Authority police, and by the time the Port Authority police showed up, the men were nowhere to be seen. They'd left the scene. So that aroused a lot of suspicion that perhaps that was a potential fifth plane. However, a senior federal official tells NBC News that there's nothing credible to indicate that that was in fact a fifth plane. There's nothing to connect that to the terrorist attacks. And in fact, this official says there are many well-meaning reports like that out there that officials have to check out, but that are turning out to be a wash.
Clearly what Pete Williams is reporting on at JFK Airport was the incident with Flight 23. But Katie Tour doesn't simply allow that detailed report to wash like Pete Williams does.
About that, so inevitably stories start to surface when something like this happens. Yes. Although we're going to look more into that JFK flight a little bit more, Pete, because there are some very peculiar circumstances surrounding that, and I don't believe that flight ever took off. But as I said, we're going to look into that some more.
Now, as the afternoon rolls around after reports about an evacuation and arrest at LaGuardia Airport, if that wasn't enough of a glaring clue that Norman Mineta's flight ban lift was a bit premature and not thought out, then these consecutive reports from NBC's Andrea Mitchell might be.
Katie, I've just gotten off the phone with a senior U.S. official who tells me that we should not assume that the all clear has sounded, that there are more known terrorists to the United States who are both inside and outside the country capable of hijacking an airplane, and that we should be very careful and not assume that this is over. This from a senior official in the U.S. government at a fairly high level. So that, with that warning, we have to be very, very cautious indeed. This official said that we could be sure that we're safe if the FAA could be sure that they can guarantee that a plane won't be hijacked. But despite the new provisions that have been put in and announced by Transportation Secretary Mineta, no one really believes that eliminating curbside baggage check and preventing people from getting on board with knives is really going to be the answer to that. That we do know that there are other people from this ban who are out there. They are very far along in finding out names of people involved in this, as Pete Williams has been reporting throughout.
That is pretty darn unsettling. I mean, what is there some evidence that makes this senior official give that kind of warning? Because
yes, there is.
That's a very serious thing to say and to report.
I can't identify my source on this, but I can tell you that it is at a very high level, and that this is not someone who speaks freely. This is just to say that this is not necessarily all over. This is why these precautions are being taken. This is why the U.S. government is taking this so seriously and is not standing down. We are in a very tentative stage now in the crackdown on terrorism in this country, and it is a new kind of war, as the president himself said in the Oval Office in his briefing to reporters and in his comments to Rudy Giuliani and Governor Pataki. So while they believe that they have protected government facilities and have protected U.S. officials, they do not think that this is over because they have not gotten their hands on all of the people they believe are involved in this cell.
Andrea, just stand by for a moment. We have the President and First Lady outside the Washington Hospital Center.
9 minutes later, the FBI and Ashcroft hold their second press conference where they announce an update on the 9/11 investigation, what's now known to be inaccurate assessment of 18 hijackers. Also followed with Robert Mueller answering reporters' questions.
Additionally, today I announced with the Treasury Department a step that has been taken to provide additional security at airports across the country. As airports reopen and as travel is resumed, there will be substantially increased security presence, on the ground at designated security checkpoints throughout the country. Time.
How many people at this point are detained around the country, and why are these potential accomplices, Mr. Director, of such concern to the Bureau?
Well, I can't give you a specific number. What has happened, as I indicated yesterday, that we're, as a result of following up leads, we're interviewing a number of people. And in the course of doing those interviews, we find that a number of the individuals, when asked for identification and the like, are out of status. And when we find somebody out of status, we quite obviously bring in the INS and they are detained. And that is the policy and procedures we're following.
And they're concerned to you regarding the investigation?
Some may be concerned to us and some may not after we interview them.
What sort of indication do you have of other operations being aborted, other plane hijackings, perhaps other terrorist operations?
I'm not prepared to make comments about any other items at this time.
How many associates are you looking at? How many hijackers and associates you have?
Well, obviously, I've just announced that there are 18 hijackers. The number of associates is is significant, but I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to try and attach a specific number. We are continuing to develop an understanding of all the associates that these individuals had. Sir?
Do you believe the associates are in the country, or do you have evidence that
First of all, if we knew exactly where associates were, it would make our work easier. But we are interested in finding associates and making inquiry of them.
According to this official, this is not over. The all clear has not been sounded. This is not the time to stand down. He said until the FAA can assure us that they can prevent all hijackings, we should not be certain that this is a safe situation for people here and abroad, U.S. targets.
Well, it certainly sounds like Andrea Mitchell's warnings are rightly due, regardless if one compartment of government have the authority to say air travel is safe and okay. Other compartment heads, federal security experts beg to differ, with the details surfacing from the ongoing Dragnet.
Ed Bradley, word from LaGuardia Airport where they're trying to get things cranked back up again, but they're having some difficulty.
Well, security is very tight. The American Airlines section of LaGuardia Airport was temporarily evacuated in the last couple of hours. A man came in with what was regarded as a suspicious package, and he made some inappropriate remarks about that package. He was arrested immediately. Bomb-sniffing dogs were brought in, and the terminal, that part of the terminal was evacuated. They are now back up to operation.
Well, it looks like we have some answers as to what happened in LaGuardia Airport. But regardless, the show must go on.
Now, as to the key question of who else is out there, this is what a senior government official tells NBC News today, that there is no way to know whether there was, in fact, another attack plan that wasn't carried off. Now, there have been all sorts of reports and speculation that there was a fifth plane because of reports of some kind of altercation between ticket agents at JFK Airport in New York and some stubborn people who were giving them difficulty, and then the Port Authority police had to be called in. That was being looked at as a possible abortive fifth attack because it was a problem that happened about the same time as the other planes took off. Senior officials say they don't believe that incident had anything to do with the terror attacks. However, they can't prove that they have everybody. They can't prove that they got all the hijackers. They cannot prove the negative at this point, that there's nothing else. So the top priority is identifying what they call their associates. They won't give us a number. There have been all sorts of numbers, maybe 40, maybe 50. They're not saying that.
Here's what's going on at this moment. Top U.S. officials have warned the threat of terrorism is not over. There are still associates out there. However, they have no knowledge of a specific plan. A significant number of hijackers are still at large. That is, not the hijackers themselves.
At the same time, the police investigation in the U.S. continues. Today, 2 men were arrested at LaGuardia Airport in New York, apparently in connection with the attacks, though police wouldn't provide details.
NBC News has learned from a senior U.S. official that there are more potential hijackers at large, both in this country and abroad. The official says the terrorists are still targeting the United States and American interests. Information from a U.S. senior official about other possible terrorists or terrorist acts. NBC's Andrea Mitchell is in our Washington bureau to bring us that. Andrea?
John, what we're reporting is that a senior U.S. official says that there are other associates of bin Laden out there. They believe very affirmatively that it is bin Laden, other members of this group, and that they are not only in the U.S. but also overseas, and that these are people capable of hijackings. So they believe that airplanes are not completely safe until the FAA and federal marshals and better protection systems that are now being put in place makes them safe. That this is not over, the all clear has not been sounded. A very stern warning from a top official in the U.S. government who basically says that while we know that 18 of these hijackers are now dead on the 4 planes, that this does not wrap up this terror cell inside the United States.
Now, from this point of the day, under limited sources, we're going to allow a timeline of news reports mostly by way of Understanding 9/11, a television news archive from archive.org that is mostly uninterrupted throughout the evening and week after, at a quick and less repetitive place to tell the story of what should be properly called the events of 9/13, suspicious activity that happened in New York area airports and elsewhere on the evening of September 13th, hours after most airports just started operating again after being shut down for 2 days. After several warnings by news network officials, by 2:55 p.m., news reports started coming out for police activity, now in Newark Airport where Flight 93 took off from on 9/11.
We go now to Randall Pinkston at Newark Airport, which understandably and predictably, Randall, there are jitters around the airports today as they come back to life.
Dan, jitters is the right word. Very, very high security here. About 2 hours or so ago, we observed a plane parked near our location here in the roof of one of the buildings here at Newark International Airport, surrounded by Port Authority police vehicles, we presume possibly some federal agencies, and we have learned that that plane is a commercial plane owned by a company from Saudi Arabia. Port Authority officials tell us that the plane was detained on request of the State Department, and they have also detained the flight crew and security crew. We have seen 4 people in handcuffs brought into this building under the escort of Port Authority officials, and since the plane was held at the request of the U.S. government, we also presume that federal officials will be asking questions of these people. Why would they hold a Saudi plane? Of course, Saudi Arabia is one of America's foremost allies in the Middle East. One possible reason is because it has been reported that 2 of the hijackers had ties to Saudi Arabia. It is a question that we will hopefully find the answer to as to whether this plane, this crew had any connection at all to the individuals, 2 of the individuals at least, who were responsible for the terror across the river in Lower Manhattan at the World Trade Center Towers explosions.
We have organized here at NBC News what we're calling the NBC News Terrorism Task Force, putting our very best reporters on it to keep you up to date on the investigation and what is going on. NBC's Andrea Mitchell is a member of that task force.
We are also told by a top U.S. official that there are other terrorists at large in the United States and outside the United States from this same cell trying to reorganize potentially against American targets, and that these others who are still at large do include trained pilots, potentially more hijackers at large. So this is not an all clear, they say. That's a direct quote. The all clear sign has, the all clear signal has not been called yet. This is not over.
We go now to Randall Pinkston live at Newark Airport, just across the Hudson in New Jersey. Randall?
Dan, as flight operations at airports resume, clearly the focus is also on security. CBS News just learned that about an hour and a half ago, at about 3:30 Eastern Time, Port Authority police detained 3 individuals in the departure area of American Airlines. We don't know why they were detained, but we do know that the police here were awaiting the arrival of FBI agents.
I've just been told that there is currently a ground stop in the New York area. What that means, if there's a ground stop in the New York area, meaning that there are no flights allowed to take off in the New York area, and I'm also being told that there's some FBI activity at those airports as well. So we're waiting to get more information on exactly what that situation is developing there.
Patty, quickly here while we...
Oh, and they certainly do develop from here. And in order to get a comprehensive but yet raw understanding of what sort of additional activity related to 9/11 that is greatly missing for the next hour, we are going to continue to chronicle these incoming reports with minimal narrated interruption.
We are being told from the Associated Press right now that the Senate has been evacuated because of a bomb scare. Let's see if I can get any other information for you. We're also told at the same time, keep up this picture if you would please, but we're also being told that for some reason all departing flights have now been halted once again from New York airports. So it's unclear at this time if the two are related or if there's some new intelligence. But right now, although we were just saying a moment ago that they were beginning to get things back to normal, right. All flights now being halted in New York and an evacuation on Capitol Hill.
Well, Kathleen, first of all, reliable sources are telling ABC 7 News that hijackers who were armed with guns and knives tried to board a jetliner at JFK Airport this afternoon. Now, authorities say that 4 persons have been arrested there. The FAA says there is a ground stop in effect at all 3 New York area airports. And we understand that this incident happened around 5 o'clock this afternoon. First reports indicate would-be hijackers were arrested at JFK as they were trying to board United Airlines jetliner at that airport. There is also a confirmed ground stop at Chicago's O'Hare Airport. Authorities are not saying whether this is related or due to some other event. Bad as this news may be about the incident at JFK, there is also an element of good news. They have apparently thwarted whatever these folks intended to do there.
On, though, the level of concern and a still developing story at this hour, the closure of the New York airport. So this is a ground stop at the New York airports because of concerns about some FBI activity today. Patty Davis is following that part of the story now, and she joins us now from Washington. Again, Patty.
Hello, Joey. Well, the FAA has ordered a ground stop at all three airports. That's New York, LaGuardia, and Newark in the New York area. They're saying that is due to FBI activity. Now, the FAA says on a call just a moment ago that there apparently have been arrests, and we're trying to confirm that. Earlier today, LaGuardia Terminal, the central terminal building, was evacuated due to a scare. A man, according to the Port Authority of New York, made what was interpreted as a threat about a device in his bag. That turned out to be unfounded, but that person was arrested. Now, this apparently involves different FBI activity, different incidents. We don't know exactly what the scope of those incidents are at this point.
We want to tell you that the three New York airports, less than 8 hours after having been opened, have now been closed at the order of federal authorities. We are told that arrests have been made at JFK Airport, the international airport here in New York. We have no further information about who the arresting authorities were or who has been arrested.
Ed, Jim Stewart reports from Washington that the detaining, if not outright arrests, of some people at John F. Kennedy Airport which set off a chain reaction, we believe, of shutting down JFK, LaGuardia, and Newark. Jim Stewart reports that there were 3 people detained, if not indeed arrested, at JFK for INS violations. It's Immigration Naturalization Service, of course. These are people who, it is alleged, do not have their proper papers, and where that leads we do not know, but this happens against a backdrop of the FBI and other law enforcement agencies fanning out, trying to gather up those people who helped the murderous skyjackers. The skyjackers, 18 of them, are gone, but the infrastructure that helped them in this country, 10 people or more is the most reliable available guess. Those people have been at large, and at JFK late today, 3 people who may or may not be connected in any way were taken off the aircraft and at least detained, if not arrested.
Marina, ground stop was ordered at New York's JFK Airport this afternoon after an incident involving would-be hijackers. Reliable sources tell us 4 persons were arrested after several tried to board airliners at JFK armed with knives and guns. The incident happened shortly before 5. There are unconfirmed reports the would-be hijackers were dressed as pilots and co-pilots and were thwarted trying to board one airliner before being stopped as they tried to board a United Airlines jetliner.
With many of the developments in the country today in regard to this attack on the United States, we're going to begin with reports because it is the most recent news for everybody in the country about the airports in New York City, because they have again been closed because of a possible security threat. ABC's John Miller is with us to do that. John.
Peter, this is a fast-breaking event right now, and we don't know exactly what it means because federal investigators who are probing it right now aren't certain what the significance is, but they're nervous enough about things to put a stop on things. All this stems from 2 men detained at JFK Airport. The men, both Saudi Arabian nationals, first aroused attention when they presented tickets for a cross-country flight that were dated 9/11, Tuesday, the day that the flights were hijacked and crashed into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. Investigators were called and began to question them. The men said they were airline pilots and presented pilot licenses. That aroused more suspicions because of the background of this story that you all already know. They've been taken to a police facility at Kennedy Airport. They are being questioned still. Earlier today, and authorities are wondering if these events may not fit together, and we may have some videotape of this. At LaGuardia Airport, there was a brief evacuation. 3 men were arrested, or I shouldn't say arrested, were taken into custody there to be detained and questioned. when they showed up at the airport with baggage marked crew. Law enforcement sources tell ABC News that their story about being crew for an airline also did not check out. So right now, investigators are trying to sort through who are the two men who are being detained at Kennedy Airport trying to pass themselves off as airline pilots.
And for the first time, video from one of the airports is shown to U.S. viewers of authorities apprehending what seems to be two Middle Eastern gentlemen at LaGuardia Airport.
Where were they going and why were their tickets from Tuesday? And who were the three men at LaGuardia Airport who had baggage marked crew who, according to authorities, apparently don't work for an airline?
Can we absolutely confirm that these men, or at least some men, were in airline uniforms who should not have been in airline uniforms?
No, that's an early report, and I think we can put our finger on it. It came from an airline pilot's website. I think what happened was when the story started to circulate around the airport that the men tried to pass themselves off as pilots, someone gleaned that they were dressed as pilots. In fact, they tried to identify themselves with these licenses as pilots to law enforcement authorities who questioned them, and that made them more suspicious. So they're trying to sort that out.
But it does reflect that people are spooked.
It does, and of course, I mean, to get down to the bottom line, what authorities are fearing, why they are reacting out of an abundance of caution, is the theory that perhaps we are being probed again, perhaps other teams, and it's not to suggest that the men we showed on tape are terrorists or anything. We're not there yet. They're certainly innocent until even accused of something, but the concern is that we're being probed again, that people are trying to pass themselves off as airline employees or crew members to get past security. And of course, in this week, that's something that's making everybody nervous.
It is a whole new world at America's airports.
Back up. Everyone back.
And plenty of those destined to fly today are just fine with that.
I have no problem with being searched, with being kept waiting in a line. It's all security. I'm very happy about that.
All security, very serious. A bomb threat at the Orlando airport turned out to be nothing, but no one was taking chances.
This is a Fox News alert. Fox News Channel has just learned that there has been an arrest today at John F. Kennedy Airport. These are breaking developments just coming into Fox News following word earlier that many suspected that follow-up attacks could happen. Not to say that this was one. It could very well have been an enormous misunderstanding, but it certainly looks like a very negative development at JFK, stopped, according to the police commissioner, due to current security.
Hi, Shepard. At this hour, planes at all three New York area airports are not flying again. That's because men have been taken into custody at all three locations. Now, law enforcement sources are telling Fox News that JFK, at least two Saudi nationals were detained. They said that they were pilots and presented what agents believe were fake documents. We just heard a short bit ago from the police commissioner who said that at least one of them was carrying a false pilot's ID. Sources are telling us that there may have been an additional man at that location. At LaGuardia, 3 men were taken into custody after agents said that they tried to pose as crew members. And at Newark, several men were taken off a Saudi airliner after being identified as being on the Immigration and Naturalization Service's watch list. 2 hijackers on Tuesday's flights were also on that list, which indicates people of concern to the U.S. government for immigration issues.
Rita, this investigation seems to be moving along mighty quickly. And how concerned are they about the activities today at JFK?
They're very concerned about a lot of different activities. And in terms of what was happening at JFK, they're not quite sure if these men, as you pointed out, may just be someone who was going in just using false identification, may have no association to this at this point. But what it does show is that authorities are not taking any chances, that they're truly on a heightened state of alert, not going to take any chances when they see someone with some suspicious activity. And particularly in the case of JFK, these were Saudi nationals. They don't want to pinpoint any particular nationalities, but many of the hijackers, according to law enforcement sources, were Saudi nationals and also Egyptians. So this raises particular concern also because these men apparently claim to be pilots. And remember, half of the hijackers, we're told from law enforcement sources, at least all of the hijackers that were actually flying clearly had pilot experience, but remaining, the other half that were on there, we're told also had some piloting experience as well.
On the arrest at New York City's Kennedy Airport, New York City's police commissioner with new information about the suspects. Listen.
There have been a number of people detained over the last 2 or 3 hours at the airports with possibly fictitious identification, one of which I understand was in fact arrested. He had identification indicating he was a pilot. He attempted to clear security, and he was stopped. The identification he had was in fact false. I understand he has been arrested. There are other people that have been detained. They have not yet been arrested, and they're being spoken to by the authorities.
7 people are in custody at 2 New York airports tonight. Reportedly, they produced pilot licenses which appear to be counterfeit.
Well, we were going to take you to Jennifer McLogan a little earlier at JFK Airport, but she had to move, get out of the way for some reason, and I'm going to let you tell us why. Jennifer.
Yeah, we were asked to move twice, so this is our 3rd location here at Kennedy tonight. Big news out of here. We want to bring you the latest news that there are 5 to 6 men being questioned at this hour by FBI, Customs, and NYPD for their possible role in an attempted serious security breach earlier this evening. It is because of that incident the FAA has grounded all flights in and out of the 3 major airports until further notice. The federal officials are mum on the incident, but Mayor Giuliani has told our Marcia Kramer that one of the 6 men allegedly presented a fake ID indicating he was a pilot as he and his party attempted to board an aircraft. That man was arrested. He and his friends were taken to a secret location here to be detained and questioned, and when we first learned of where they were, attempted to raise the mast of our CBS truck to bring you that story, we were threatened with being arrested if we revealed the location of that building. We put the mast down, went elsewhere, and we were swarmed again by security. So now we're in our 3rd location.
10 people are in custody. These 10 people, 9 men and 1 woman, attempted in 2 separate incidents today, one at 4 o'clock at JFK Airport, the other as late as 7:30 tonight at LaGuardia, to board national flights, one a United Airline flight with open full fare tickets. They were armed with knives, carrying false identification, pilot certificates, and certificates from the Flight Safety International Flying School in Vero Beach, Florida, where federal authorities have told us 3 of the suspects from Tuesday's horror took their flying lessons.
There are currently 10 individuals in custody who were picked up at Kennedy Airport and LaGuardia Airport this afternoon. The individuals had originally been booked on a flight to Los Angeles from New York on Tuesday morning. That flight did not take off because it was canceled right after the attacks on the World Trade Center. And following the detention of the 4 men at Kennedy Airport, a female was also detained who was acting, we are told, by high sources in the government, in the state governments, in New York State, was playing a supplementary role. And then between 7:30 and 8:15 this evening, 5 men were detained at LaGuardia Airport with the same MO, the same modus operandi as the incident at Kennedy Airport. Now, the reason I raise this again, aside from the obvious reasons that it is news that nobody we are aware of in the government has denied at the moment, nobody has come to us and said we're not telling a story which is incorrect.
One thing you cannot help wondering, based on this information about what federal authorities clearly now believe was 2 new attempts to hijack planes and have change-off pilots, is what were the next targets? There is no more World Trade Center. Was it the Empire State Building, the UN, the federal building where the FBI has left its quarters because they felt it was a security risk? And then the second question you have to wonder was, along with, was there a Washington target? Was it going to be a White House this time, as the White House has already suggested they felt they were on a target list? What would have happened?
And in this state, with all these confirmed reports and mixed details, essentially between 3 New York area airports in the evening, ABC's John Miller's speculation for what could have been potential leftover targets is certainly worthy of addressing, but apparently not to Senator and future Vice President Joe Biden 10 minutes later.
Senator Biden, you've heard these reports tonight?
I'm not sure which reports you're referring to.
I beg your pardon. I'm referring to the reports about the arrests at Kennedy and at LaGuardia Airport this afternoon. Have you heard them?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Did you hear them before we reported them?
The answer is I didn't hear about the arrest. I heard about the prospects of the arrest, yes.
And so you believe that do you believe that there is a continuing effort by some people to get at, in broad language, the United States tonight, and the details of these reports today are accurate, and therefore how worried should the country be?
I think that there will be and are people who will attempt to continue to get at the country. I do not believe that the prospect of that occurring is very high for two reasons. One, I think you're talking about, in effect, the second team. And secondly, I think that the focus is increasingly on how these folks basically, in effect, get out of town. So I do think there's some concern. And I think you're, in addition to that, Peter, going to get an awful lot of the screwballs who aren't any part of any organization, doing everything from something crazy aboard an aircraft, or, for example, we evacuated the darn Capitol today. We evacuated based on a bomb scare. And so I think you're going to see a lot of that for a while.
What leads you, Senator, to say that these arrests at Kennedy and LaGuardia today may have been the second team?
I don't think I can respond to that.
Did you mean to infer by the second team that these were the sort of second-rank characters?
I think it's less organized, less lethal, less capable.
You base that?
I'm really on kind of thin ice here, and I'm concerned about making sure that I don't say anything that leads someone as bright as you to ask me the next question and put me in a spot of potentially revealing things I shouldn't reveal.
Well, in fairness, Senator, we're all on thin ice around here, and I think we both appreciate that. And secondly, I think it should be pointed out that in detaining these people at these two airports tonight, the security apparatus indeed appears to have worked in this instance. I would like to know whether or not you were briefed about this as the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee before you got to hear it in the press.
No.
Okay. Do you have confidence currently in the intelligence services of the United States?
Yes, to the extent that, let me back up. Okay. I think we are woefully underfunded the intelligence community. We have woefully underfunded and focused on the human intelligence. And I have been a pain in the neck to everybody around here, along with Senator Graham of Florida and a few others, arguing that we should be putting considerably more resources into the intelligence side and the human side of this. But I think the intelligence community, as strapped as they are in relative terms, is doing a pretty good job. It's not sufficient.
I understand that, sir, and I don't for a second wish to be melodramatic. But do you believe that the United States tonight may be, in some form, still under attack?
I do not believe it's still under attack.
And did you believe...
In the same sense that we were under attack on the 11th.
Do you know, sir, why Vice President Cheney was removed to Camp David?
No.
Do you believe that the airlines in the United States should be flying tonight? And I ask that question in the context of the reports that we told you about tonight from Kennedy and LaGuardia.
Based on the reports, as well as the subsequent briefings that I've had, I think they probably should. What is being done is prudent. That is, those who are flying, it is prudent, and I think that it is prudent to continue to escalate the number of flights that are available to be in the air.
But you do believe, sir, that the United States is not under attack and this crisis, in this immediate sense, is over?
From ABC 7 News.
But now, as most viewers likely know, that precisely at this point, then Senator and Chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Joe Biden, with Secretary of State Colin Powell, had just met with Lieutenant General Mahmoud Ahmed of the Pakistani ISI regarding Pakistan's position in participating with the U.S.'s retaliation on Osama bin Laden and the Taliban in Afghanistan right after the 9/11 attacks. And also that Biden had been confronted about this meeting, particularly when General Ahmed's involvement surfaced in alleged financing of Hamburg Cell hijacker Mohammed Atta through Ahmed Omar Saeed Sheikh not too long after. although Joe Biden was able to serve as Obama's vice president for 2 terms. If things weren't bad enough then, acknowledging Biden's potential in covering up Pakistani involvement, how much worse does it seem now as far as legacy within covering up 9/11, now added with gross negligence and public endangerment with handling air travel safety and these events at JFK and LaGuardia airports, particularly since now Biden has become president-elect, having defeated President Trump in the 2020 election. But as far as this fiasco with the New York airports, we're not done with Biden just yet.
And one person was arrested at New York's JFK Airport for having a false identification indicating that he was a pilot.
Two relatively new wrinkles. Of the men arrested tonight at Kennedy Airport, they had tickets for the United Airlines flight from New York to Los Angeles on Tuesday morning, the time when all of this havoc began. But their flight was canceled as a result of the New York City police ordering Kennedy Airport shut down at the same time that the second plane hit the World Trade Center. So they never got off the ground. Those were the tickets they were trying to use tonight. This from Pierre Thomas, who covers the FBI and the Justice Department for us. They're now investigating if one of the other teams, the LaGuardia group, were the same individuals who also on Tuesday morning had tried to clear security, but knives and weapons were detected and they simply backed out and walked away very quickly.
From what details John Miller is updating on the suspects arrested at JFK and LaGuardia airports on 9/13, seems to fill in the possibility that these could have been some of the same 3 Middle Eastern men that intended to hijack United Airlines Flight 23 at JFK on 9/11. But now, there also seems to have been another targeted flight at LaGuardia Airport on 9/11 as well.
But I have talked to some government sources tonight, and what they are telling us is that there were discussions about the incidents between the government and the airlines. Folks are understandably concerned. I don't know if when those discussions took place, they really had the level of detail about these incidents that we have been reporting tonight, but they certainly knew that people had been detained both at LaGuardia and JFK Airport. There was concern expressed.
Facts are still coming in, questions being raised that we hope are resolved and answered by morning. In the meantime, we have late news and new pictures for you tonight. At least one confirmed arrest. The suspects may have been armed with knives, may have presented fake pilot's IDs, may have purchased one-way tickets. Was this a thwarted plan to hijack another American plane? A similar scenario may have played out at LaGuardia tonight. The thought of additional suicide bombers makes air travelers shudder.
No.
Where were you supposed to be going?
London.
For
6 days in London, 8 days in France.
Will you just reschedule now?
No.
You will not fly again?
Probably not if I can help it.
Compared to ABC's John Miller's reporting a few hours earlier differentiating the incidents between the 2 New York airports, specifically with the 2 Middle Eastern men taken into custody in the police squad car at LaGuardia Airport a couple hours after it first officially reopened, CBS 2 News' Pablo Guzman was actually reporting from a prime position at LaGuardia Airport, giving a bit more in-depth details about the overall concerns there and items the suspects were caught with.
Hi, you heard Jennifer McLogan just a little while ago talking about the situation at JFK. About an hour after things started to develop there, something began to happen here at LaGuardia, and some men were stopped, detained. They are still here being questioned. They had credentials on them, trying to pass themselves off apparently as members of a ground crew, but that didn't check out. Now, there was something that added to the concern here at the time. I'm going to show you what it is. This plane was on the ground. Note the markings on the fuselage. It says United States of America. When you see that at first, you think it's Air Force One. It is not Air Force One. It is a G3 level plane. It is the plane that carries the advance team. As you just heard, President Bush said he is going to be here in New York tomorrow. He will be here in New York tomorrow, and the team comes in advance to make various preparations and connections. Now, with that plane on the ground and with people coming in with credentials that didn't check out, knowing what had just happened at JFK, you can imagine the concern here at LaGuardia. That happened around 4:30. You know what time it is now? Those folks are still in there being detained, not arrested. They have to be charged first, but the questioning goes on. And the questioning goes on because the authorities are wondering if this was not some sort of second wave. What happened at Kennedy, what's happened at LaGuardia, what may be happening elsewhere. A lot of the experts on this have felt all along that because the other side, if you will, sees that they are at war, what happened Tuesday, unfortunately, that's not the end of it. And if you have 5 cells, let's say, maybe there are 15 or 20 cells, some cells whose job perhaps it was to wait a couple of days and then try to make a move. It seems, though, that at Kennedy and at LaGuardia, that was thwarted. Now, also here at LaGuardia, earlier this morning, 2 men were arrested because there was a suspicious bag. A man came over to that bag, said it was his. There was some credentials that didn't check out once again. A younger man came and said it was his son. That didn't check out. It turned out that there was some identification that claimed to be a Massachusetts driver's license and a pilot's license. Now, given the aspects of this story that reach to Massachusetts, that reach to people training as pilots, they were immediately seized and taken away by the terrorist task force. So that happened earlier this morning, and then this afternoon, the incidents at Kennedy and at LaGuardia Airport. So it seems to be ongoing.
Well, Tom, throughout the day, the federal assessment of how serious the situation was in New York has been constantly changing. At first, we were told this was a minor problem, possibly some immigration difficulties. Then there were reports that these people had knives. Then we were told that wasn't the case. Now, we're told that members of both of these groups tried to board the airplanes using falsified documents, claiming to be, for example, airline pilots or employees of the airport. We are also told that authorities got on to these people because their names matched names on a watch list of suspected terrorist sympathizers. Now, the immediate question it raises is, was this another attempt or 2 more attempts to hijack domestic airliners and stage more suicide attacks? That is a question federal officials cannot answer tonight. But after first saying this didn't appear to be very significant, now they say it is. They're obviously very worried about this. It's obvious they're worried about it from the fact that they closed down the New York airports. No conclusions from federal officials tonight. We're going to undoubtedly hear about it tomorrow.
Terry, I gather that the administration has been reluctant to give any information on this story, but what can you tell us at this late hour?
That is putting it mildly, Ted. The White House in particular is being very, very careful with this story. One of the missions right now that the president has is try to reassure the country. This is obviously an unsettling story, and they are staying away from it. I do, however, have from one White House official the confirmation that the president is being continually updated on this situation, and he's aware of it.
But let me ask you just to give me one more quick word. Is the White House refusing to confirm or deny the story? Is the administration refusing to confirm or deny the story of those arrests that were made at JFK and LaGuardia? Or are you at least getting some off-the-record guidance?
Well, we are getting guidance, being told that the president is being continually updated and is aware of the situation. Most officials I reached, frankly, were not aware of it. They had not heard it until I told it to them. When they got back to me, I got a flat, we aren't touching that. But we did get from one official this word that the president has been made aware of this.
This becomes the first in a set of appearances throughout the night and early morning with passengers who thought they were going to depart to California aboard American Airlines Flight 133 at JFK Airport until they were in the middle of witnessing suspects being arrested.
There you go. Ted, that's Jim Hunter, who was a passenger on American Airlines Flight 133 to Los Angeles from Kennedy tonight.
Terrific. Yeah. So this is actually, because we did hear before, I know that Peter interviewed one of the people who was on the LaGuardia flight. Mr. Hunter, tell me what you saw, tell me what you experienced.
We were on at the gate for about 2 hours. We boarded about an hour late. It was a 4 o'clock flight. It was supposed to be the first flight on a regular scheduled basis for American to go out to LAX today. And we boarded about an hour late, and then we sat on the plane for about 2 hours, or maybe a bit more than that. And then near the end, the captain came on, was trying to make, walking through the aisles, trying to make everybody calm down. He was talking to me and a few other passengers. at that point, he ultimately came back on the air and told everybody that we were going to go, and we were all very happy and feeling very good that we were going to be able to get home and see our families and stuff. But about 10 minutes later, the door was still open, which is unusual, and literally a few minutes after that, about 20 or more police officers, many in SWAT gear with large guns, all unholstered and looking down the aisles, screaming at everybody to go and hit the floor, and we all hit the floor. And meanwhile, there was a commotion going on behind me, about 4 or 5 rows behind me, where they were subduing a passenger, and he was definitely resisting and trying to fight off, but it was obviously worthless given how many policemen were on the airplane. And then 2 other passengers that were right in front of me were ultimately asked to go with authorities as well. They were taken to a galley, handcuffed, and then led off the plane from the front as well. So there was quite a bit of commotion, followed by dogs and looking for bombs and everything else before they would allow us to get off the plane.
Well, mercifully, this seems to have ended about as well as it could have, and I'm very happy for you and the other passengers, and thank you so much for coming in.
New York airports, having been opened early in the day, then were closed rather suddenly. LaGuardia, JFK, and Newark later in the day. Among the things that happened is a man who tried to use a fake pilot's identification to get past security at John F. Kennedy International Airport was arrested. 5 other people were detained.
Jim Olsen was at Kennedy Airport tonight when there was an altercation at TWA. As Pete Williams has been reporting, it turns out to be a more serious incident than we may have first realized. Some people were taken into custody carrying false pilot IDs, and they were trying to get through. Mr. Olsen, just describe for us what you witnessed.
Well, Tom, let me first correct you. It was actually an American Airlines flight that I was on, just to clarify that, bound for Los Angeles. We were supposed to leave at 4, sat on the tarmac for about 3 hours. And after they cleared us, after the captain came on and said we were cleared for takeoff, basically about half a dozen to a dozen stormtroopers or SWAT team burst through the back door of the plane, had us put our heads down in crash position, and they dragged out at least 1, and I heard later on approximately 3 potential terrorists.
My God, what were you thinking at that moment?
It was surreal. I mean, it was like a scene from a movie. I mean, I live in Los Angeles, and you see these things on the studios, but you never think that it's real. So it sort of took a couple minutes for it to set in that it was real. And then when you see SWAT team members with big guns and big bullets right at your side, it sort of really hits home.
Describe the person that they took off the airplane, if you can.
Couldn't really. We heard a lot of kicking and screaming and bustling. There were some accents that I couldn't really make out, some foreign language, but clearly they took somebody off board. We were in sort of a crash position, so you couldn't really see things clearly, other than at least a half dozen people sort of storm by you.
And where was this person sitting in the plane?
They were in the front section of coach.
Okay. Any indication tonight from American Airlines when you may be able to resume your flight?
I've been trying to get home to Los Angeles for 3 or 4 days now. Certainly, this is a very sad time, and there are a lot of other people out there that have a lot bigger concerns than me right now. But I hope to be home in the next day or 2.
Well, Colleen, indeed that is true. The airport's open today, but the police were closely watching. One of those people arrested was at Kennedy Airport.
And just about 16 minutes later, after Dan Rather's report about the subsequent closures with the arrests at JFK and LaGuardia airports, in a compelling twist, he and Anthony Mason first report the 9/11 incident with United Airlines Flight 23 at JFK Airport.
About events surrounding Tuesday. And Anthony Mason, you have a very good example of this in a story that came to light today.
Yeah, the Associated Press, Dan, is reporting, citing a law enforcement source, that the FBI is investigating whether an altercation which occurred at Kennedy Airport on Tuesday may in fact have been another aborted hijacking attempt. Now, this Tuesday incident occurred about 9 a.m., which was the same time, of course, the 2 planes slammed into the World Trade Center towers. Apparently, a United Airlines plane, Flight 23, bound for Los Angeles, was boarded. Passengers on board were told they were not going to take off. And 3 males traveling on this plane refused to disembark. The Associated Press says the argument with a member of the flight crew became so heated, the crew member called airport security. But by the time security got there, the three men had vanished. As I say, the FBI is reportedly now investigating this whole incident, which occurred at Kennedy Airport roughly at the same time as the other two attacks, and whether this, in fact, may have been a hijacking as well.
I thought it was especially interesting, Anthony, that the Attorney General, he wouldn't give a number of the people who might still be at large, that is, people who didn't get aboard the hijacked planes, but in some ways were part of the conspiracy. And it's a hunch, and you say, well, don't report your hunches, but when security got heightened around the White House today and when some airports were shut back down, you had to think that part of that was because they were still hoping to catch some of those people still at large. Now, a source quoted by the Associated Press as being, quote, knowledgeable of the workings of the airline industry, said the man was arrested at Kennedy Airport. That man was checked in sometime between noon and 4 p.m. today. The man was trying to board American Airlines Flight 299 bound for San Jose, California. The man had been scheduled for an earlier flight on Tuesday bound for Los Angeles. Now, we reported this incident before this evening. But that flight, the one on Tuesday, which was due to take off around 9 o'clock in the morning, New York time, the flight was canceled after the terrorist attack began on the World Trade Center.
The police commissioner of New York was quoted this evening as saying he has no idea whether the man arrested or those detained were connected to the terrorist attacks on Tuesday.
But certainly one could understand why the FBI is very interested in a man who has an altercation on the plane, if the reports are correct, an alleged altercation on the plane.
That's a separate incident we're talking about, Dan, that occurred on Tuesday on a flight that was scheduled to go to Los Angeles, but was canceled because of the attacks on the World Trade Center. It was roughly the same time, 9 a.m. Three males on that flight, United Airlines Flight 23 bound for Los Angeles, refused to get off the plane. The FBI, according to the Associated Press, is now investigating this incident to see whether it may have been an aborted hijacking.
Well, one can see why the FBI and other law enforcement agencies they'll be busy for a long while trying to sort out all of these things.
As you can tell between Dan Rather and Anthony Mason's precautionary reporting, they seem to think that the suspects arrested at JFK Airport were likely the ones attempting to hijack Flight 23 on 9/11. However, as we continue with follow-up reporting, some of those upcoming details will answer that question.
For whatever reason, the two groups detained, we have heard nothing on their whereabouts or disposition. And earlier this evening, we spoke with a passenger who was on an American Airlines flight. Wow. Now, you're sitting there with a, partial plane load, full plane load worth of passengers waiting to go to Los Angeles. And given the climate right now, actually, you're on the ground in a city where the World Trade Center is gone. That must have scared the hell out of everybody.
It was surreal. I mean, it really brought terrorism within arm's reach. I mean, you see these scenes on TV, but it's a whole different experience when it's only a heartbeat away. And everyone was very calm before it happened. Everyone was actually looking forward to getting home, and it really changed the whole equilibrium of the plane once this all happened.
Had you seen any words exchanged prior to this with those passengers and members of the flight crew?
Not at all. I was actually sitting in the back of the plane, about 3 rows from the very back, and it was just, we don't even really know exactly which seats those passengers were in. They were in the front end of the coach section of the plane.
Because we have learned since that a total of 8 people were either arrested or detained. All of them seem to have a common thread: impersonating airline employees, telling one story only for officials to learn that the truth was something else. And the wildest theory of the afternoon was that perhaps another set of potential hijackers was going to try the same thing with a commercial airline.
It all began at this United Airlines terminal, Port Authority sources tell News Channel 4, just after 5:30 this evening. Here's what we know so far. While already on board and awaiting unloading by other passengers, 3 of the suspects are confronted by the crew. And it's not clear why the crew became suspicious, but when escorted off the plane, one claimed to be a pilot and displayed a pilot's license. Sources confirm that that license was, quote, bogus.
Well, 4 men detained at Kennedy Airport were picked up after they boarded a United Airlines jet bound for Los Angeles. And Peter Black was a passenger on the plane at the time. He talked later with ABC's Peter Jennings.
We got on the plane late. We sat on the plane. We were forced to wait for a while. They didn't tell us anything. They told us there were government regulations keeping us there. Finally, after about 2.5 hours, they told us we were finally okay. And then about 15 minutes after that, the back door of the plane opened, and about, I tried to say, 15 to 20 fully armed SWAT team members filed in. They told us all to put our heads down, and they ran through the plane, grabbed a passenger, handcuffed him, and carried him out.
And how many passengers did they take off in that condition?
From the main cabin, I only saw them take out one. Afterwards, we heard they took 2 out from business class as well.
Okay, I believe, in fact, in the final analysis, there were 4 men who were taken off 133, which was scheduled for Los Angeles. What was it like trying to get into the airport and onto the airplane before you were put in that position?
It was a lot of lines and queues and waiting, and not a lot of very evident security.
I beg your pardon, did you say not a lot of very evident security?
Not a lot. There was a lot of, looked like, tired people working at the counters. There were a lot of people who were fatigued and very, very cooperative. We went through metal detectors easily. You know, I showed them my driver's license. They gave me my ticket. I went upstairs, waited for the plane, boarded the plane.
How did you get your ticket?
It was an e-ticket. I handed them my driver's license. They handed me my ticket, and I went upstairs. They asked me the question, did you pack your bag?
They asked you the usual questions about security. So you were able to take hand baggage onto the airplane with you?
Yes, correct.
Okay, there has in fact been no restriction from the government on that basis today. And I assume that you and your fellow passengers were pretty shaken up.
Yeah, you could say that, yeah. More than that, I think.
Where are you this evening?
I'm at home, thank you.
In New York City?
In Brooklyn, yeah.
In Brooklyn, but you were trying to go to Los Angeles?
Yes, a mistake.
A security crackdown at 2 of New York City's major airports has resulted in at least 8 arrests. Law enforcement sources tell CNN the group includes at least 4 people who were seen at one of the airports on the day of the attacks.
Security at JFK is very tight. Tensions here are very, very high. All over JFK, we see police with shotguns. Some of those police officers posted on top of airport headquarters of police. And they've moved in heavy construction equipment to block entrances to that building. Inside that building, police are questioning several people they took into custody, some believed to be Saudi nationals. Police have arrested one man who posed as a Delta pilot and carried a fake ID badge. He was trying to get on a flight, and sources say he had a ticket dated Tuesday. And also, we're told that some of the men were carrying knives. And at LaGuardia Airport, 3 men were taken into custody after agents say they tried to pose as crew members. And across the river at Newark International Airport in New Jersey, several men were taken off a Saudi plane after being identified on a INS watch list. One last thing tonight. Police are investigating an altercation at JFK here on Tuesday. There was a 9 a.m. flight to Los Angeles. 3 men became angry when the flight was canceled. Security had to be called. And by the time security got here, those 3 men had disappeared.
New York's 3 major airports are closed this morning after 10 men were detained on Thursday. One of them tried to get on a flight to San Jose, California after showing a pilot ID.
Authorities in New York City shut down all 3 airports again last night after as many as 10 people were detained in connection with Tuesday's attacks. Police at Kennedy Airport arrested a man trying to get past security with a fake pilot's ID. As many as 9 others were detained at Kennedy and at New York's LaGuardia Airport. Officials say 2 groups tried to board 2 separate flights. There are reports that some of them were carrying knives and false identification. Shocked passengers at LaGuardia watched as police boarded their plane.
A whole slew of about 20 policemen came on. You know, several in SWAT gear, others that were just, you know, Port Authority police with pistols, all guns out and blaring, but not. And we all were told to put our heads down. And they, meanwhile, were wrestling this guy in the back, and they dragged him off. And there were a couple people sitting right in front of me. They also asked them to come off. They handcuffed them and took them with them.
Greg, here at JFK Airport, instead of getting ready to resume flights in and out of here, we are shut down, have been shut down since late yesterday afternoon. Several security incidents here, also at LaGuardia. Let me tell you what happened.
There was an incident on an American Airlines flight yesterday. It was headed to Los Angeles. 3 people were taken off at gunpoint by police who secretly boarded using a catering cart. They were taken off the flight. And there were also other incidents here. Meanwhile, yesterday afternoon also, apparently the FBI was investigating an altercation on a United flight also bound for Los Angeles. And when asked to leave the plane, the FBI boarded and asked everyone to leave the plane. A couple of people refused, 2 to 3 people. Actually, when security asked people to board, police were called, and by the time they arrived, those people had vanished.
Aside for the additional details added by Virginia Shaw, how the police secretly boarded using a catering cart, aside for her fumblings, what she seems to confirm here is that the FBI were already at JFK Airport still carrying out an investigation on the incident for United Airlines Flight 23, right while these reported attempts to reactivate hijacking missions occurred.
No sooner had air travel slowly started up Thursday when authorities suddenly stopped it at New York's 3 main airports late in the afternoon. Officials picked up a total of 10 people in 2 separate groups, one at LaGuardia, the other at JFK Airport.
But there is more news, perhaps, well, indeed it seems likely, that there were more hijackings planned, hijackings for yesterday, and John Miller has details on those.
Charlie, that's exactly what federal authorities believe. They believe that 2 teams tried to infiltrate airport security.
And we said earlier, some of them had indications from their tickets that they were going to be on flights on Tuesday. So they could have been additional operations on Tuesday.
They were booked for Tuesday, so all indicators are whatever it was they were trying to do yesterday, they were supposed to do by plan on Tuesday. Yet, the minute airspace was reopened, they showed right back up at the airport and tried to get on flights.
Now, John, as we're going to find out in a moment, the American Airlines flight at Kennedy, where SWAT teams went on board and took 3 people off the plane and put them under arrest. That was a flight bound for Los Angeles, a West Coast flight, the same kind of flight, cross-country flight, 4 of which were hijacked on Tuesday. But you mentioned that one of the flights was at LaGuardia. For people who don't know, LaGuardia doesn't have long-range flights. Was it a flight that was going to stop somewhere on the way to the West Coast, or do you know what that flight was?
I believe that flight was to San Jose, and LaGuardia doesn't have international flights, but they do have coast-to-coast flights.
Do they?
Yeah.
I didn't realize. Okay.
Let me ask you this, though, the big question. As you're talking to all the sources, and you have phenomenal sources on this, as we know, are they saying to you, this is not over? There are more of them out there. Stand by. Anything could happen any moment?
Yesterday, before this, they were indicating to me that based on the materials they'd gone through, the names, the associations they made, they felt that they had a universe of 40 potential hijackers. Now, you had 18 involved with these first 4 flights, 10 yesterday. By their math, that leaves the potential that there are 10 more. That would have added up, if you sparse the teams evenly, to 8 flights. So
Notice that even John Miller is alluding that there was a potential for a range of 8 hijacked flights on 9/11.
Up if you sparse the teams evenly to 8 flights. So we had 4, then the indicators that there was an attempt to bring that to 6. So they're really still on a very high alert, and the watch list that kicked in at Kennedy and LaGuardia yesterday, of course, are now in the possession of every airport in the country.
As already the story about the suspects carrying weapons between the 2 New York airports had already been removed by government officials, here is Jim Stewart in an effort already attempting to marginalize the incidents, detailing that they have not been charged for any crime, contrary to early reports that at least 1 person is arrested.
Good morning, Jane. The real news here this morning is that there have been no arrests, despite reports throughout the night that groups of people have been taken into custody in connection with Tuesday's attack apparently are unfounded. There have been no arrests as yet for anyone directly believed involved in Tuesday's attack. We need to also clear up some reports here that there have been another attempted hijacking at New York's JFK Airport. There were published reports that 2 groups of men attempted to hijack an aircraft there last night. That is not true. There were reports that men armed with knives were caught on board aircraft at John F. Kennedy Airport. That is not true. What we are told is that at least one man is in custody, perhaps as many as 10 others are being questioned, and what they are in violation of could range from anything from INS violations to fake identities, any number of things, but I don't sense anyone believing that they are directly involved with Tuesday's attack.
Now this becomes the last appearance of Jim Hunter, who witnessed some of the arrests at JFK.
And eventually, after about 2 hours, the captain came through on the PA and then through the airplane, and he was spending a lot of time focusing very heavily on people's cell phones and electrical devices and those types of things, and personally saying that he was going to start confiscating them if people didn't put them away.
It's unusual for the captain to be doing that.
Yeah, especially when the door of the airplane is still open. Most people that fly a lot know that when you're at the gate, the door is still open, you can continue to use cell phones, generally. But he was being adamant about it, and we thought new security precautions, put the phones away. And eventually he came through my part of the cabin. He was talking to me and a few other passengers right around me, and he had at that point confiscated some high-tech headphones, like noise reduction headphones that looked like to me, from a woman that was sitting in front of me. And right around that same time he came back and he said, he was just talking, and one of his first officer had come back and demanded that he go to the front, that it was urgent, that he needed to go to the front of the airplane. And one of the other passengers said, well, maybe that's good news. And the first officer said, no, it's not good news. We sort of shook his head. But the odd thing was 2 minutes later, the captain came on and he says, good news is we're going to the West Coast. And we're all thinking, great, we're headed home. And so get in your seats, buckle up, and we'll be ready to go in just a few minutes. We all got in our seats, and about 20 minutes later, we're wondering what's going on. Then suddenly there was a commotion behind us as the police had stormed in from the back of the airplane and had converged on right around row 19 of the plane, which was a few rows behind me, to basically secure a passenger that was back there. There was a lot of yelling and screaming and kicking as I looked around, and
yelling. The passenger yelling in English, or?
No, not in English. And he was definitely a foreigner.
Did he resist?
He was absolutely resisting. He was kicking, he was screaming, he was very unhappy with the situation, obviously, based on what I was seeing. But I also turned around back to the front pretty quickly, because right at that point there were 15, 20 additional police officers coming at us in full SWAT gear with the helmets on and the rifles and pistols and the whole 9 yards, and trying to secure the airplane as quickly as possible. And there was a gentleman that was in row 8 right in front of me that they took into custody as well. And the woman with the headphones that was in front of me, one of the other passengers pointed out that she had actually boarded the plane with the other gentleman that they took into custody. He did not resist. He went very quietly. But they took her into custody as well. So I saw in 3 that they took 3 people into custody.
10 people were taken into police custody in New York's 2 major airports on Thursday.
The latest coming from New York airports is that there have been 10 people, approximately 10 people arrested at the airports. At LaGuardia Airport, there have been 5 to 6 people arrested, and at JFK Airport, there have been 3 to 4 people arrested, and one of them is a woman. These people have been reported to carry knives and flying manuals and false IDs. And one man, at least one man, had tried to get on an airplane using a false ID of a pilot. Now, these people have been questioned by authority, and they are suspected of trying to carry out another hijack activity. When one of the New York reporters, local TV station reporters, interviewed an Israeli man stranded at JFK Airport waiting to go home to Israel, the young Israeli said on TV, now the Americans can finally feel what we have always felt like. And a man sitting next to me watching this TV, an American man, said, well, if not for you, we wouldn't have to feel this way.
Jim Olson was on one of those planes and when it was stormed by SWAT teams. Jim, good morning.
Good morning, Katie. And next thing you know, there was just a loud voice that said, everyone down. and you could just hear these really stormtroopers or SWAT team members just running down both aisles with guns, in hand.
It must have been pretty terrifying.
Yeah, it was surreal. I mean, it was, on the one hand, you sort of felt like you were an extra in a bad movie, but then at the same time, it was surreal. You didn't really know what to think, and then it finally sort of hit you that these were potentially terrorists that were on your flight, and it finally you finally realize it finally touches you, or this whole event reaches out to anyone, not just folks who live in New York.
A couple of other pieces of news.
Overnight, 2 more raids by the FBI of motels in the Deerfield Beach area, and then late last night, the Florida Highway Patrol put out an all-points bulletin in connection with the terrorist case to look for 7 Arab men in 2 different Lincoln Town cars that were rented in Fort Myers, Florida, one way headed for New York City.
Lincoln Town cars headed for New York. Okay, thanks, Brian.
But it does sound like at the New York airports, they got some of these guys last night when they raided this plane. The worry is they don't know how many more they don't have.
This also becomes the last appearance of Jim Olsen.
An American Airlines flight out of Kennedy Airport. Jim Olsen, who joins us now live this morning. Jim, good morning to you. What exactly did you see?
Well, it all happened very fast. I looked over my shoulder, and there were half a dozen FBI SWAT team members standing there, and within probably about 2 seconds, they ordered us to put our heads down in a crash position, and they stormed through the plane, and we could hear them dragging out at least one person, and I learned later there was probably about 3 people that they ended up taking out.
Was there any resistance that you could tell, and what language was being used?
Well, you could definitely hear, I heard at least one distinctive male voice. I don't want to really speculate on the ethnicity of it, but it was clearly not English.
And Jim, this was all happening on the plane, and how long had you been on that plane?
We had been sitting on the plane for probably a good 3.5 hours at that point.
And were you wondering what was going on?
Oh, certainly. I think there was a high level anticipation and actually excitement, because the last we had heard from the pilot was that we had a clear for pushback from the gate. And we basically at that point sat at the gate for another 15 minutes, and then they burst through the back door.
Look, Jim, you know what might have almost happened to your plane flight and your plane. I mean, this was a plane that was supposed to take off apparently on Tuesday, and it was canceled when all air traffic was grounded after the first attacks. I mean, it may very well have been that yesterday yet another terrorist attack was foiled, and you were right in the middle of it.
Yeah, I mean, certainly I didn't get much sleep last night, and but I think it is. I think that at least in this case, the security measures they had in place worked. So I think that should be commended.
Look, you've been trying to get back to Los Angeles the last 3 or 4 days, as I understand it. You going to try to fly back to Los Angeles in the next few days, or you maybe thinking about a train?
I don't know if you can get a train ticket for me right now. I'm just trying to get back any way I can. I'm eager to get home.
Additional details have just emerged. We've had access to someone who has been over an extensive debriefing of one of the crew on that plane. And according to the member of the crew, they were all gathered in the waiting area to board the flight. There were airline employees flying non-revenue, deadheading they call it, just taking the plane back to their base in LAX. There was also an individual there who had an LAX ID card. They didn't have enough crew to fill out the plane, so they were asking some of the crew members who were off duty if they would work the flight, and most of them just said that they were just too exhausted to do it and too emotionally unprepared because of what they'd been through because of the deaths of their friends on the other plane. And at that point, they say, this gentleman stepped forward, flashed an LAX ID card and said, well, I'll crew this flight. I work on the LA end. And the LAX people didn't recognize him. They thought it was odd, but not so much at the time. And eventually, enough crew did show up, and then he was given a passenger seat instead of a crew seat. But then it turns out when a SWAT team stormed the plane, and the FBI agents moved in and identified the people that they suspected as hijackers and associates of the other hijackers, this gentleman was one of them. So an indication that among the false IDs he was carrying, there was the false ID of an airline crew employee, and that he was attempting to take a position on the plane where he might have access to the cockpit and essentially the run of the ship.
And add to that the earlier reports that we had that possibly they had some flight attendant uniforms from someplace.
Right, and that was from another airport, and those people were later released. But again, it's a sign of how jittery people are across the country. But this kind of underscores the idea that there was a very active effort yesterday when this guy saw an opportunity. If you know, the details of this debriefing show that he was trying to get special access to the plane, which would have been an advantage to a hijack.
At New York's LaGuardia Airport, this was just one of the arrests. At least one was reportedly carrying a fake pilot's license. Some apparently had penknives.
And around 8:42 a.m. on the morning of September 14th, MSNBC begins a domino effect, retracting all the stories suggesting that the arrests at the airports were not foiled hijacking attempts, but instead manifesting into suspects allegedly attempting to flee the country. So instead of bringing any clarity, the media attempts to assert that it's all clear. Nothing to see here, folks. Without any communique explaining how such misreporting could be so detailed and not have happened.
We can now say that the crisis has passed at New York's 3 airports, Newark, LaGuardia, and JFK, which were very abruptly shut down yesterday afternoon after a series of, we can now say, remarkable coincidences that caused officials there to overreact. It's probably safe to say, but it's probably also safe to say understandably overreact given the situation. Now, here is what we now know. 2 separate incidents, unrelated, but both oddly coincidental. In the first incident, a man who is an actual legitimate pilot boarded an airplane, tried to board an airplane. They checked his identification. Everything was fine, but he also was carrying identification for his brother. I'm not sure why, but he was carrying an ID for his brother. Now, here's where the odd coincidence comes in. That brother at one time lived at a Boston address, which was also at one time the address for some suspected associates of known terrorists. So that set off all kinds of alarms. Then, shortly after that, 9 other people, so we're dealing with a total of 10 people here, 2 separate incidents. 9 other people try to board an airplane with stickers or tags on their luggage that strike airport officials as odd because they think that these people are trying to masquerade as airline employees, when in fact it turns out these people were all legitimate passengers who were trying to go to a conference put on by the Boeing Corporation. Boeing, of course, the big jet manufacturer, made the 2 jets that were involved, the 2 kinds of jets that were involved in Tuesday's suicide crashes, the 757 and 767. You put all this together, an ID issue, the people that it appears to airline employees are trying to masquerade as airline employees. That's what the airport officials think. They blow the whistles, they shut down the airport, they question these people extensively. But now they're satisfied it was all a false alarm, and as I say, an overreaction, but an understandable one. This may not be the last of this, but they're satisfied that the situation at JFK and LaGuardia is now totally resolved. There were no weapons. They're satisfied now, they say, that this was not an attempt to hijack these planes.
And just in the nick of time to add to it, Joe Biden attempts to discredit all the reports from JFK and LaGuardia, as he already first attempted to yesterday evening.
A very powerful, very well-known senator, Senator Joseph Biden from Delaware. I want to talk to you about a few things. You are the chairperson of the Foreign Relations Committee, so you have a lot of information about what's been going on. First, let's start with what happened in New York. There have been a lot of reports overnight last night about some detained people in New York at the airport. Tell us what you know.
What I know is to be factual, and last night I couldn't say this on air. Those people have no connection whatsoever to what happened at the World Trade Towers or the Pentagon or this organization and network. 2 things happened, Kate. One guy, an actual pilot, got on the plane, coincidentally had his brother's identification as well. His brother happened to live in an apartment complex that was one in Boston where some of these people had actually been. Totally coincidental. 10 other people were going to a Boeing conference. They had stickers on their bags. They worked for Boeing or were invited by Boeing. I'm not sure the detail. The folks at the airport thought, hey, wait a minute, are they impersonating crew? And they weren't. One guy was arrested and detained, and it was a screwball who was acting out. Was acting out, just saying and demanding. I'm not sure exactly what he was doing, demanding to get on, making problems, and they arrested him. All the rest of these people have been released. There is no connection whatsoever. Now, what happened was, because we're all on such high alert here, they closed down all those airports until they knew that was the case.
But you're confident that
I'm
that's the
confident.
case.
I'm confident
You've
that
been
I've
briefed by the
spoken
highest
to.
levels.
I've spoken to the director of the FBI, the number 2 guy. I've spoken to the CIA and George Tenet. This was 6 o'clock this morning, as late as 6:30 this morning, which is what, an hour and a half ago, or whatever.
What about other leads and other, there have been many other, we've been reporting many other places where investigations are underway.
Well, there are.
Florida.
Kate, there are, and there will be other people arrested. These guys didn't operate alone. Last night when I was responding to another program, was I aware of what was going on? I thought they were talking about investigations of baggage handlers, of people at airports, etc. That is thoroughly, we have 7,000 FBI agents out there combing the countryside, and you will see other arrests. But one thing people should understand, there is no evidence that there were people trying to get on a plane to duplicate what happened at the Pentagon or in Pennsylvania or in the state of New York.
Is there evidence that there could be more to come? Do you have a sense for that?
I'm not at liberty to speak to that, except to say people should not be, I understand their fear, but people should not be fearful that there's an imminent prospect of a similar event occurring. We're going to get all kinds of threats, Kate.
Let me go back to the investigation just for a moment, since you do know so much. What can you tell us about whether these were cells of people who knew each other, who didn't know each other? Do you have any sense for how big an organization we're talking about?
Let me be careful here. We have evidence that there were a number of cells, all knowing one another, all in part of the game plan, that were able to pull off this god-awful event. I think in the next days, Kate, you'll see some very concrete evidence of that presented to the American people.
Will we see a declaration from this Congress tomorrow declaring support for force?
What you may see is as early as today.
At earliest today?
You may see it as early as today,
okay,
Kate.
Thank you,
I'm
Senator.
going in to present it now.
And just after 2 hours of ABC's Good Morning America, not only opening with detailed coverage about the incidents most thorough at JFK and LaGuardia with John Miller, as well as having gone the lengths of bringing a witness in studio, Miller unenthusiastically follows protocol with also retracting the stories at the airports.
Well, last night we heard the news that there had been some detaining, at least, arrests of people, pulling people in from airplanes. The alarm went out. Everybody concerned that potential hijackings, additional hijackings had been foiled. And John Miller has some news on that front right now.
And some very relieving news. Federal authorities say after investigating the stories of the people that they arrested last night, they've been able to release most of them. Out of the 4 taken into custody at Kennedy Airport, they've released 3. One is still being held for further investigation. Now, what federal authorities are saying is that so many of their alarm bells went off last night that they felt it was imperative to storm the airplane with a SWAT team to take these people into custody and to order all flights in and out of New York shut down while they sorted out what they believed was 2 attempted hijackings. Now they say after a night of investigation, the confusion stemmed from the false ID. They've established that one man was using his brother's identification, the man who was claiming to be a pilot. Also, one of the individuals lived at an address in Boston that showed up in the FBI's database as the address of another suspected terrorist. The 4 men at LaGuardia Airport, whose luggage was marked as if they were members of an airline crew, have told a story that they were on their way to a conference of airline manufacturers, and they've been able to corroborate some of that. So what they're now saying is what appeared to them to be 2 attempted hijackings and 2 groups of terrorists may now have checked out to be a series of extremely unlikely coincidences at a time when they were geared up to be extremely careful. So they're still sorting through this.
So is there any way of knowing if this is an all clear, or is this just insufficient evidence?
Well, it's a balancing act. It seems that they certainly wouldn't have gone so far as to release 3 of the 4 people at Kennedy Airport although some of the law enforcement people I spoke to today even were frustrated and felt that required more investigation. But they're still of the opinion that they don't know who all the players are. They're still operating with a list of 52 other people. And, I mean, the level of coincidence, the fact that some of them had been in Florida, that some of them had taken flight training at the same school, are the kinds of things that it was just too much at once for them last night to not shut down the airspace, to not hold these people. I mean, they were taken away in handcuffs. They were under arrest. They were not free to go, but ultimately not charged because, as bizarre as it sounds, despite the terrorist connection to one of their addresses, the fact that one was using identification which was not his own, although it does check out now to be his brother's, despite that series of coincidences, much of what they say has been able to be corroborated to the extent that authorities believe they don't have enough to charge them with anything.
For those of us here in New York, it was one of the scariest things we could have ever heard. As it turns out, those reports were simply false. What happened? Well, apparently, there were just a number of coincidences. Senator Joseph Biden was on the Today Show talking about this about half an hour ago.
The reports this morning are erroneous in terms of who was arrested, what they had in their possession, and why they were arrested. I've spoken at length with the FBI and the CIA, and the truth of the matter is there were no box cutters, there were no knives. What happened was there were people who were now doing the right thing. We're checking the name and the bag and the name of the bag. Anybody didn't have the same, that doesn't mesh, then they get pulled off a flight. We now are doing things relating to the backgrounds on people who are on planes. We pull people off of planes. The one guy that got arrested is a guy who was acting out, some screwball who was acting out, but he did not possess knives or box cutters or any of those.
There was nobody.
Let's bring back in John Miller because we want the very latest on the arrests that were made yesterday, the releases that have taken place now.
That's right. Federal authorities are actually giving us some very comforting news last night, having set off alarm bells that they felt that there were two hijacking teams about to hijack two new planes, separate arrests at LaGuardia and Kennedy Airport. After questioning these people through the night, they've released, as far as we have it, all but one of them, and they just want to go over some more details with the last man about some other issues. But it's a chain reaction of confusing events that you almost couldn't recreate if you had to. When they get to the airport, one guy shows up, and airline counter people feel that they recognize them as people who tried to fly on Tuesday. The names don't match, but they believe that these are the same group that tried to fly on Tuesday, the day that planes were crashed into the buildings. So they alert authorities. Then when they investigate one of these individuals, he has identification, and he says he's a pilot. But when they examine his pilot identification, it's under a different name. Now they have a man with multiple identities who the airline people are suspicious of. That against the backdrop of later, when they're on higher alert, 4 men at LaGuardia show up with baggage that identifies them as part of an airline crew. So one thing led to another, Of course, some of these people had already boarded the plane in the case of Kennedy Airport, which was stormed by a Port Authority police SWAT team backed up by FBI agents from the terrorist task force who arrested 2 men and a woman and questioned them through the night.
But a couple of things so that we don't leave people alarmed. They were indicating to you, authorities were early on in the night, that they thought they had foiled a couple of more hijackings. They no longer believe that because they've let these people go.
They believed last night, when they conducted these raids, handcuffed these people, and took them into custody, that they had 2 additional cells of people who were going to use the same M.O., again, because of the false identification, the claims of being airline personnel, and the fact that they were together but sat separately in different parts of the aircraft. All of this made them very suspicious. And the statements of airline employees who were suspicious.
Here's the mayor now of New York City to start his news conference.
The misinformation yesterday was a cause of real concern. Same thing was true about the alleged arrest last night and information about box cutters and knives, and none of which was verified by the police or the FBI, all of which was publicized. all of which turns out now to be untrue. So if we could all be a little bit more patient and verify the information before we put it out.
Bryant, there were reports throughout the night and into this morning that there was an aborted hijacking attempt at John F. Kennedy Airport. These reports are just simply not true. There were 2 incidents that occurred. Everyone who was stopped and taken into custody in a rather violent manner by FBI SWAT team members have been released.
Now I want to go to ABC's John Miller. John, just as you were making your way from one ABC News building to the other, I told people there was a measure of relaxation now in the general intelligence community, because after this great disconnect last night between New York and Washington, the FBI at least appears a good deal calmer about those incidents at Kennedy and LaGuardia that so many federal officials last night were reporting.
Yes, that's true. And as for the people who were arrested, handcuffed, and taken away last night, most of them have been released at this hour. All of these things raise suspicions. When the FBI got involved, they began to check into the people's backgrounds and found that one of them had an address in Boston, which was an address of another suspected terrorist who had surfaced in this investigation, which set off even more alarm bells. Through the night, as they questioned these people, they were able to discern that the men with the stickers and tags on their luggage identifying them with different airlines were on their way to an aeronautical conference. They explained that they weren't trying to pass themselves off as crew members, but in fact that these were keepsakes that they had collected along the way.
Which led us at the time, of course, to question seriously whether or not the airspace should have been opened at the time. We heard other former, I must say, in this case, Federal Aviation Administration officials and some ex-military officials who actually believed that there were aircraft in the sky last night which should not have been in the sky. But among the other things it speaks to, John, because in fact the federal officials in Washington are only now appearing to catch up to a more, well, I should say that, are only beginning to communicate now a more realistic appraisal of this story. And how much of a disconnect between the 2 cities does this speak to?
Well, I think in an investigation this size, there's a lot of squirreling away of information till it's verified, so that New York was operating with raw data, both on the police level where it started and on the FBI level where it ended. And I think Washington was just a little behind the curve because New York wanted to finish the investigation before briefing them. Although I must say, ABC News was in communication last night with people in the FBI's SIOC, their Special Operations and Information Command Center, and they were aware of many of the details of this last night and were able to verify those details. And they were not aware of some of the other details and weren't able to verify them, although those are details which are actually contained in the police reports that were written up about this. So you can see how it developed last night. Indeed, today, what's odd is some of the initial investigators who started the ball rolling on this and learned in the early stages about the multiple identities, the connections from addresses to other terrorists, are still concerned that, you know, there's part of this story that they didn't get. But the federal agents who worked through the night to carefully backtrack and verify these stories are satisfied that what looked to them like a set of 2 hijacking attempts and a coordinated effort is actually not that at all.
There are just 2 more things, neither one of them small. In those initial official reports last night, there were mentions that these people on the aircraft at Kennedy particularly had weapons, and there was, I believe, a specific reference to box cutters.
No box cutters.
No box cutters.
Specifically knives was what was in the reports.
Knives, you're quite right. And do we believe that now not to be the case?
We believe that now not to be the case, and we tried to sort through that confusion too, and we got some help from Pierre Thomas at the Justice Department, who says...
our Pierre Thomas, yeah.
Our Pierre Thomas at the Justice Department, who covers the Justice Department and the FBI for us, says that in sorting through the bags, since one of these individuals identified himself as an airline employee, his bags may have been mixed in with crew bags, and things they found in bags that didn't belong to these individuals may have been credited to them. So that's still a little foggy to me, but the bottom line is you can't say that there were 5 people armed with knives on that plane, and the initial reports were not all of them, but some of them were.
Good morning. Again, I'm Barry Martin. I'm the Assistant Director of the FBI here in New York. Following on the Mayor's comments, what I would like to just reiterate is, again, the whole investigative effort of the Joint Terrorism Task Force, which is the FBI and NYPD and a number of other federal agencies, is to identify the hijackers, their support systems, where they were since they've been in country. And in that regard, we are doing numerous interviews, running down hundreds, or if not thousands, of leads around the country. We are responding to numerous calls from the airports to reiterate what the mayor has already told you. The reporting that has been going on all night, I can definitively tell you, is inaccurate. We were out at both airports last evening. We did talk to approximately a dozen individuals. We have only one individual left who is still being questioned by the task force. All other 10 have been released and have been on their way. One brief reminder is that it is a pending criminal investigation. We are not going to be able to satisfy all of your demands. We will have to protect the investigation as best we can. However, as it pertains to public safety and traveling and what we can release, we will release it as soon as we can. As the mayor said, we would appreciate you verifying any of this information with us.
Questions? Barry, can you tell us what happened at the airport specifically? How many people were detained? For how long were they detained? What were the reasons for the detention?
They were detained for a number of hours, but I would be quick to point out that they were cooperative with law enforcement. Again, it's primarily just Soundex type names that have been furnished around the country that we are getting some hits on. Other than that, as one quick example is that, as I mentioned, is some people did want to exchange tickets. It was unclear to the people at the ticketing agency as to what was going on, so we were called in to assist in that particular regard. There was one report while I'm up here that there's a number of witnesses that said that people were taken forcibly off a plane. I cannot verify that at this particular point. I'm trying to run that down. Supposedly there's a number of credible witnesses that saw that happen. It has not been reported to either the commissioner's command post or my command post. We're trying to get to the bottom of that. Again, this is going to continue to happen. We are talking to all of the security departments of the airlines and requesting that they do contact us if there's any question.
Barry? Two-part question.
Is it correct that one of the
that have been called
false ID as a pilot, and is he the one still being held?
Again, it's, as I mentioned earlier, this criminal investigation. I'm not going to get into the details. All I will tell you is there is one individual that was detained. He is still with us. He's voluntarily with us. We're continuing to run out a lot of things. Subsequently, there may be charges. I'm not sure at this point, or he may be released.
We understand that there was a report there were a number of unusual coincidences together that led to some of these detentions. Can you tell us anything about that?
Well, they're not necessarily tied. Again, the airports were closed. When they reopen, and it's being, again, everybody is being overcautious, if you would, and rightfully so. However, when they initially opened a lot of the international flights, there was some confusion. A lot of these came in at the same time. They continued through the night. I'm sure they're going to continue through the next several days. We'll respond to them, try and clear them up as quickly as we can.
With being adamant about not disclosing details according to the riddled pieces of information by Barry Mon amongst the arrests and detainments between the two New York airports, he seems to suggest that there were 12 suspects detained, but that 10 of them were released while one of them was being held for questioning, without giving any specification of which airport they were detained from, or if they were the suspect with the fraudulent pilot's license. However, since they are officially saying that these were not thwarted hijacking attempts, in a very unconvincing situation of absurd coincidences to the contrary, mainly already with the earlier reported details that the suspect, who is a pilot with fraudulent documentation, had an address in Boston belonging to Associates of Terrorism. So we need to continue with the timeline of news reporting just a little more to see what actually surfaces, and find out just how cooperative this remaining suspect is, as Barry Mon stated.
Good morning, Michael. Well, a mix-up driven in part by overcautious police and airline personnel. That's how officials in Washington are explaining the detention and questioning of 10 Arab nationals or Middle Eastern nationals. That's 9 men and 1 woman yesterday at JFK Airport and here at LaGuardia Airport.
But interestingly, as the all-clear has been made, reporting from LaGuardia Airport, UPN 38's Paul Floranges interviews a widow from the Oklahoma City bombing who was stranded over the airport closures.
As we've been reporting all morning long, the airport is closed, but there are people there who are trying to get out. A short time ago, I spoke to one woman who's trying to get to Chicago, who knows all too well the pain and suffering family members of the victims of the World Trade Center collapse are experiencing.
My husband was killed in the bombing in Oklahoma City, and I lived through that. I just want to get back home to my family there. So if I can make it back, I'm sure they're all praying for me, and that's the best anyone can do right now.
At around 11:10 a.m., CNN's Mike Betcher for the second time lists the early anomaly of 18 hijackers accounted for. Basically, all the major news networks go silent to simulcast a national day of prayer and remembrance at the National Cathedral in D.C.
New York City airports reopened today after a dozen detained people have been cleared of suspicion. There's 1 person at last report still being detained.
The New York area's 3 major airports reopened just a short time ago. That after it was determined there were no new attempts to hijack planes yesterday.
Okay, now let me just ask you one other question, Pierre, for the moment about the incidents in New York last night, which so alarmed authorities at every level here while it was going on, and then which the FBI had some rethinking about overnight as it got closer and closer to the information. What is its current status? How many people of the 10 who were arrested at LaGuardia and New York are still being held at LaGuardia and Kennedy?
Well, Peter, we think only about 3, and there's 1 person in particular that they still are somewhat interested in. This is the person who was a pilot. He came on board with a relative's identification. They were a little bit surprised by that. They couldn't understand that. They continued to interview him, but a source I talked to just an hour ago said that they do not think that they will be able to hold him much longer as well, Peter.
Between ABC's Peter Jennings and Pierre Thomas's exchange, they seem to clarify exactly that 10 suspects between the 2 airports were released, and how many left over are detained, with the 1 suspected pilot still being voluntarily held for questioning, which comes to a total of 3 out of the initial dozen plus 1. But could this mean that these were the same suspects who attempted to hijack United Flight 23 2 days earlier on 9/11? Let us move ahead so we can determine what really happened at the 2 airports and bring closure to September 11th, as we puzzle the pieces together further to see what we can determine, and also find out some answers as to who exactly is this pilot suspect linked to that's alleged to be associated with terrorism.
This morning, the American networks were reporting that those being held have been planning 2 more raids and have been carrying knives and fake IDs like the attackers on Tuesday. It was a sensational story, but it wasn't true.
We're going to be picking up people around the world and in this country who we may find have had connections to this organization. But it's a very different thing than picking them up with what was reported, that there was a second round of World Trade Tower, Pentagon-type attacks about to take place. There is no evidence of that whatsoever.
After returning from the day of prayer at the National Cathedral, the Department of Justice holds its 3rd press conference with Attorney General John Ashcroft, officially updating what CNN and ABC had already made public an hour earlier, that the amount of 9/11 hijackers was now 19 rather than 18.
Today, the Federal Bureau of Investigation released a list of 19 individuals who have been identified as hijackers.
Also, FBI Director Robert Mueller answered questions on the ongoing investigations, as well as inquiries about the airport activity.
One other point I'd make before we respond to questions, and that is that we have dispatched sent to the various major airports, FBI agents, teams of FBI agents, to assist in quickly resolving any incidents that may come up when passengers or passengers are attempting to board an aircraft or obtain a ticket, and there's some question raised, so we can minimize the inconvenience to the person who may well be stopped and also swiftly resolve the issue. And with that, I believe we're happy to take whatever questions you might have.
Director, have you obtained under seal or otherwise any fugitive injustice warrants or leveled any kind of charges against anyone in this investigation?
Well, for under seal, I probably couldn't tell you, but I can say that there have been no FBI arrests at this time. Any detentions that have occurred have been pursuant to immigration holds where an individual has been out of status. Yes, sir.
Director, there were 2 people removed from a flight last night, I guess, in New York, and those 2 people's names appeared on a list. How were they able to board if their names were on?
Well, I can tell you that that was pursuant to a watch list. Other than those names were pursuant, were on the watch list for reasons not related to this investigation.
The difficulty we've got here is there are really so many pieces to this puzzle, and they're only just coming together. We hear of a report that someone might have been detained. Initially, it's an arrest. So the information that we're getting is sketchy, but we're beginning to put together the pieces of a puzzle.
And the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of it soon.
Meantime, the investigation intensifies. Authorities continue to hold the man arrested at LaGuardia Airport last night. He was carrying false ID, posing as a pilot. But others taken in for questioning at New York area airports yesterday have been cleared of any connection with the terrorist attack.
Meantime, authorities are relieved to report that some confusion led to the 3 New York area airports being closed last night, that it was nothing more than that. More than 10 individuals were detained but eventually released. Authorities were concerned that they may be involved in planning another attack since some had improper identification and included the 4 Arabic men who refused to get off a canceled flight on Tuesday that raised suspicions. Again, at this point, all of them have been released, and police believe that they do not appear to pose a threat.
Well, it seems Fox News' Rita Cosby confirmed what we've suspected in the past 24 hours about the arrests at JFK. As you may recall, what Tim Minton first stated to Matt Lauer on NBC's Good Morning America September 13th, when the airports reopened, about the incident with Flight 23, that 3 Middle Eastern men refused to disembark, and they eventually met with a 4th man once the flight taxied back to the gate, and then all fled the airport. This is all likely why Rita Cosby is detailing an anomaly about there being 4 Arabic men in total who refused to get off a canceled flight. But just by basing this off common sense, assuming that these are the Flight 23 suspects on 9/11, the 3 leftover suspects from JFK, including the pilot, are not being held as terrorists momentarily themselves, since authorities are clearly covering up that there were additional hijacking attempts when the airports reopened at this point. But we need to continue to find out what these suspects are being detained for, particularly the associated terrorist link to the pilot.
Tom, senior U.S. officials are telling NBC News that U.S. intelligence is not ruling out further attacks by a long shot. That could help explain why there is so much of a big tense atmosphere around the airports around the country and also in the streets of New York City. The nation's airports and police have been warned by U.S. intelligence officials the next few days are critical. Terrorists may not have finished attacks on American targets, leaving airline employees and the investigators who back them up on edge. The New York airports remain closed until noon today because of 4 separate incidents, resulting in the questioning of a dozen passengers who were held but never officially arrested and finally released.
I heard stomping, everybody down, everybody heads down.
John Weinbach was in the middle of one of those incidents on a New York jet scheduled to take off for Los Angeles last night when police stormed the plane, handcuffing one passenger, wrestling another to the center aisle.
You can't fault them for, being on the ready. It was just frightening.
In other developments today, some of those who were detained last night at New York Airport suspected of plotting a hijacking were released today. One man remains being held while police further investigate him. And in New York City today, police are detaining 2 more people that were called in as suspicious by a Manhattan hotel, both Saudi Arabians, both of whom had pilots' uniforms and certificates from a Florida flying school. They're still being investigated.
And confusion. It was confusion at New York City's airports that left them closed yesterday afternoon, according to authorities now. It appeared that there were a number of arrests. Turns out one may have been the case, a number of detainees, and a lot of misinformation surrounding that situation. Fox News anchor Todd Connor's live now at John F. Kennedy Airport in New York with an update. Todd?
Hey, Shep, yeah, you're right. A little bit of confusion. However, Justice Department and law enforcement officials telling us that there were 4 incidents here at JFK and LaGuardia Airports last night. There were 12 men and a female companion taken in for questioning. In one of these incidents, 2 men were actually taken off of a plane because they apparently showed up on an FBI list of people who they wanted to question. In all, of the 13 taken in, the FBI says only 1 is still being questioned.
At this point in the evening of September 14th, Fox News reaffirms what NBC already reported a couple hours earlier with the 4th witness account from JFK, that law enforcement officials confirmed that there were 12 suspects between 4 incidents at 2 New York airports, repeating that there is only the additional suspect being questioned. Aside for additional sparse evacuations or the 2 incidents with suspects at New York Airport on a Saudi airliner, there will be brief additional anomalous incidents and details as we continue, as there will be some explanations to the degree of groups of suspects being detained, either under Immigration Naturalization Services or as material witnesses at other airports or areas with the FBI's mass pent bomb, twin bomb, Dragnet investigation. But to stick with the main focus of New York airports, LaGuardia likely being the first case with the 2 suspects detained and being hauled away in the police car, then 5 more arrested later in the afternoon with what seemed to be a cover story that they were going to an aeronautical or Boeing conference, rather than trying to pass themselves off as airport workers with items in their possession. Plus, the culmination of reports throughout the night also suggests the possibility that there could have been additional women involved in there too. But most importantly, given with the situation at JFK Airport, given the disposition without being able to decipher which ones could have been suspects for Flight 23 on 9/11, there is also 2 incidents between the situations of there being 5 suspects with 2 pilots, one of them being detained with a SWAT team aboard American Airlines Flight 133, and another possibility in the pilot lounge. However, most certain there is confirmed reports with the suspects disguised as airline workers, specifically in reference to Delta Airline uniforms. We will come back comparing these different incidents and others ahead, but let's see what's the outcome with at least the main suspect arrested, who's the pilot, and the other 2 detentions from JFK.
At New York's airports, open for the first time since Tuesday's terror attacks, travelers like Gene Bose were crossing their fingers.
What is your feeling about travel, about moving around when something as horrific as happened this past Tuesday occurred?
I'm a little nervous, and I think the scare last night that turned out to be a hoax at, was it LaGuardia or Kennedy? It frightened me even more.
Adding on to the story that's breaking while we're on the air this hour, the information that the FBI has what it calls a material witness and has issued an arrest warrant for that material witness. Our rock-solid reporter in Washington, Jim Stewart, reports that that material witness is believed to be in New York. Now, there's no name, no further information. For one thing, it's sealed, under court seal.
Right now, there is no evidence that any other terrorist actions are in play. However, authorities do believe there are terrorists at large who supported the hijackers. With us now is John Walsh, the host of America's Most Wanted on Fox.
Well, certainly the FBI is looking all over the country, as many law enforcement agencies are, the U.S. Marshals, etc. A lot of them are probably trying to get out of the United States right now. Some of them are probably still here figuring, you know what, we're going to wait for our next orders.
Now, for the past couple of days, Brian, FBI officials have been telling us they've made no arrests. Well, now that has changed. We're told the first arrest has been made in New York. We don't know who. The person was arrested on what's called a material witness warrant. What this tells us is that the officials, the FBI, does not have any evidence at this point to indicate that the person they've arrested was guilty or was a conspirator, was somehow involved in the bombing. But they want to hold this person. They believe this person has more information.
Pierre?
Yes, Peter, we've just been giving you the following information by the Justice Department. A material witness warrant has been issued for a suspect in the investigation. We have not been told where this person is or if this person is in custody yet. We're being told that this information is under seal, which means it is secret. Let me explain what a material witness warrant is. That is a warrant that is issued when it's demonstrated that a person has information that is highly relevant to a criminal investigation and when there is a risk of flight, a high risk of flight, Peter. Again, this has just come out. A material witness warrant has been issued. We're checking now to see if this person is in custody, and if so, where.
And that, of course, is the key question. It is possible if this man is in custody at the moment, he is being held under immigration rules which allow the government to hold someone pretty indefinitely without any charge.
True, Peter, but this is a step beyond the immigration detention. And what I mean by that is this is a warrant specifically to hold this person because they have highly relevant information and are at high risk of flight. So this is specific to the investigation, but not a generic charge simply just to hold them.
Jim, what have you got?
Dan, it's true. We apparently have our first official arrest in this case, but it's not clear what involvement this person had. The individual who has not been identified is being held in New York under a sealed material witness warrant, which technically means they have first-hand knowledge of the attacks. No further details are known about the suspect.
So who the hell is this material witness they keep reporting about?
Peter, we now have additional information on that material witness arrest warrant, which has been issued. We're being told by sources that the person who has been arrested has links to a relative of Osama bin Laden.
Well, it seems that the Boston address associated to terrorism on the pilot ID to the now material witness suspect arrested at JFK Airport belongs to a relative of none other than Osama bin Laden, who for the past several days, if not instantly after September 11th, has been suspect number one for the attacks, even though it's not until the following day bin Laden publicly denies any involvement in September 11th, for which he later calls the attacks admirable. But let us see what they will reveal about this prize material witness, who undoubtedly had to have been one of the suspects involved in the attempt to hijack United Flight 23 at JFK on Tuesday.
There's no information that this person was involved in the attack, but because of that link to Osama bin Laden's relative and other links, they do feel that this person has highly relevant information, and they also say that they feel that he is a risk of fleeing the country.
Did they tell you where this material witness is at the moment?
Yes, he's being held in New York. The additional information we have is that he's one of the people detained at JFK yesterday, Peter.
Exactly. Thanks, Pierre Thomas. I wanted you to add that so that we could go to John Miller here. John, this is all part and parcel of these two incidents last night, one at Kennedy and one at LaGuardia Airport, which totally spooked the authorities here, which we reported for much of the evening, and then the FBI got kind of anxious about this morning.
Yeah, they dialed back on it this morning and released most of the suspects, but they've held on to this one individual. Today, at a press conference by the Port Authority police, they explained their rationale behind the raid and so on. And when they said they'd released all but one, they were pressed by reporters, why are you holding the one you're holding? And they were very circumspect, only saying, we have sufficient grounds to hold that person. And that apparently relates to what Pierre is talking about.
Do you know anything more about the basis on which they're holding him?
Well, this was what we were told was one of the things that set off big alarm bells, which is, you know, they ran a lot of information through databases, and apparently the address he used up in Massachusetts is an address that was resided at by a Osama bin Laden brother who resides here in the United States. And of course, that raised everybody up, and they're trying to investigate beyond the address. Is there any personal connection?
Do we know that he had a fake ID when he tried to get on that aircraft last night? Or actually when he did get on the aircraft?
Yeah, and it's one of those things that is actually reversed. He had a fake ID that he presented to get on the aircraft, and then under questioning he produced a pilot's license, but the name on the pilot's license was different. And he explained that the false ID he was using was a relative of his, but that the pilot's license was his real name. And it turns out he really is trained and really is a pilot. But the identity he used to get on the flight is not his name.
The Coast Guard, too, is on high alert, stopping incoming boats for inspection, and last night boarding a cruise ship near Miami to detain two suspects. A flurry of arrests at New York airports proved to be a false alarm, but the FBI investigation has made significant progress.
The first known arrest in the attack on America, what law officials call a, quote, material witness, is now in a federal lockup in New York in FBI custody. Two other people in federal custody are said to be cooperating in the investigation. They are said to have significant knowledge about the attacks and are now talking.
A couple of other things. The one person that we heard about arrested tonight on the material witness warrant is one of the men who got into the altercation yesterday and caused the shutdown of the airports in New York, LaGuardia, JFK, and Newark. He is a person who had some disparity in his identification papers. He's been very unwilling to talk to investigators. The FBI thinks he knows more than he's saying. They can't prove that. They don't know that for sure, and that's why he's being held on a material witness warrant.
Reports that there may be more terrorists out there, and word tonight that the first arrest has been made in the terrorist attacks. So we begin in Washington, and our Justice Department correspondent, Kelly Arena, with the details.
Sources also say that there are currently 27 individuals in custody on immigration violations who may or may not know anything about the incidents. Investigators have also put out a so-called watch list informing various authorities, including Border Patrol and the FAA, about 150 individuals the FBI says may have information that could be helpful in the investigation. Now, if those people are found, they will be detained for questioning.
ABC correspondent John Miller has been staying on top of the investigation. So much has happened, John. Just bring us up to date. Where are things now? Just what do we know?
Well, right now in the case, Barbara, they have their first arrest. Now, that's a much better headline than it is a story. A man who federal authorities refuse to identify has been charged as a material witness. He was arraigned today in federal court in White Plains in a sealed proceeding. The papers that detail what he's a witness to or what they hope to glean from him are also sealed in secret. But the judge did order him detained and held, so he is in federal custody tonight.
Well, you know, yesterday when there were the reports of people in New York airports, one wearing a uniform, supposedly, trying to be a pilot, and we heard about all of these different people. All of that's just gone away, those people?
Well, all of those people have been released, but for one. They spent a long night at Kennedy Airport trying to sort out through a series of unlikely stories. Some of the incredible things that set off alarm bells in that case were, one of the passengers tried to board the plane with identification that was false. It was not his. He claimed it was a relative's. That actually checked out. At the same time, he produced a pilot's license, which had a different name on it, which actually that name turned out to be his. So he's posing as somebody he's not, then he's identifying himself as someone he is as a pilot, which also checked out. He had had flight training also in Florida, where the other hijackers had trained. And then add to that, one of the subjects gave an address in Massachusetts, which, are you sitting down?
Yeah.
Was the address of Osama bin Laden's brother, which only made them about twice as much suspicious as they were before. So at that point, they said, everybody stop. They separated them. They interrogated in different rooms. The men taken into custody at LaGuardia were released as a result of a mix-up. Their bags were labeled that they were airline employees when they weren't, but they said these were keepsakes they collected at aeronautic conferences they attended. The Kennedy Airport people were released, except for the one who had that very coincidental address. They're still looking at him.
Well, at least they're trying, aren't they?
But last night they were operating on a very dark assumption that somehow they had two new cells.
Yeah, everybody was this something really seriously has happened.
So much so that they invaded an aircraft with a SWAT team, that they closed air traffic in New York at all three airports, including one that wasn't even involved in the incidents. It took them a long time to get that sorted out. But this morning, as they kind of lined up the coincidence that gave them that thinking, it was with some relief. Even so, they're still operating on the premise that this may not be over, that they have other names, and that there could be other teams out there that they want to find.
So look, we just heard Peter was talking about the fact that the President, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense are all going to be at Camp David, and this was something that we are authorized to report. Why? I mean, why say exactly where these three men are going to be when there may possibly still be terrorists out there?
I think that they are in a terrible conflict in Washington between the political process and the democracy and the security process, and they're thinking at one time the security people are going to want to maintain a level of safety and secrecy. On the other hand, I think that the people on the political and White House end really want government to appear as normal. They want the president and vice president to appear together. They want the country to have some confidence. And in those conflicts, most often the security people prevail. And every so often the political people say, you're the security people, do what you have to do, but you're going to have to deal with this.
But they are finding that there's footprints of Osama bin Laden at different places in connection with the case. In fact, one of the people they detained yesterday is a person who had links to a relative of Osama bin Laden, and that is one of the reasons why they are holding that person as a material witness in this investigation, Ted.
Now the feds are telling us one of those people was arrested on a material witness warrant. Who that person is or what they know, we don't know. Well, despite all of that, things are starting to get back to normal here at JFK and other New York City airports, as normal as things can be after being attacked by terrorists who hijacked 4 airplanes and killed thousands of Americans. Air traffic is continuing to pick up. However, the terminals are still quite bare. Airport buses are up and running, but most are running around nearly empty. Surprisingly, most of the people we spoke to didn't seem too concerned about flying. They just want to get home or go on vacation, wherever they're headed. One man I spoke to was trying to get home to Israel. Said he'd had a tough week. Told me he'd been to the World Trade Center on Tuesday morning. He went to the top. He came back down and was walking away. Then he heard an explosion.
A man who authorities call a material witness has been arrested. It is the first arrest to be announced in this probe.
Matt, good morning to you. That man arrested when he had false identification in New York. Authorities not satisfied with his answer, so they're holding him as a material witness. But as for what federal officials consider one of their hottest leads, it's the detention of 2 other men stopped on a train. Investigators believe they may have important information about the terrorist support network.
Pete, I want to go back to the one person who was arrested here in New York. Is it my understanding that that is the same person who was arrested on that plane at JFK on Thursday during that incident that we thought was irrelevant?
Taken off the plane, that's right. They don't believe that he posed any risk. They're not detaining him because they believe he intended to do anything illegal on that airplane. The reason is they still are not satisfied with his explanation about why he was getting on the plane. The problem with his identification papers doesn't add up, and they are not at all satisfied with the answers he's giving investigators.
Investigators have made the first arrest in the case. It's someone who is nabbed at JFK Airport. Now, yesterday we told you that Senator Biden said that none of those arrests were related. Turns out one was, and that person is in custody, considered a material witness.
At the time, authorities considered him to be relatively harmless, but they were still bothered by the fact that his identification papers for his pilot identification didn't seem to add up. But he is being held on this material witness warrant because they believe he may have information and he's just not telling them anything.
Law enforcement sources say investigators say that there is an ever-widening circle of people that they have on a watch list, and they believe that there were other planes that were supposed to be hijacked or other targets hit, but somehow those planes were thwarted when some of the planes were also kept on the ground or detoured. In addition, the man arrested in New York on a material witness warrant, sources say, was trying to pass himself off with a pilot's license issued to his brother. As you said, he's seen as very important. Now, there are others being sought connected to Texas and to other flight schools in Florida, especially in the Vero Beach area. In addition, there was also a man with French-Algerian documents who is being tracked by authorities near Boston in the summer, according to sources. Authorities won't say if he is in custody, but he is being seen as connected to this case. In his apartment, authorities say, according to sources, that they found aviation material on Boeing planes and also that he was attending flight school.
Who Eileen O'Connor is really talking about is Zacharias Moussaoui, who is actually of Moroccan descent. Let's see what the status of his detainment amounts to.
They're being looked at. There are things, but they could be coincidences. So we must warn you that this is very fluid.
But there's no question about it. This act will not stand. We will find those who did it. We will smoke them out of their holes. We will get them running. And we'll bring them to justice. We're taking a variety of measures to make sure that the American people are safe, just as the Attorney General spoke about. But we hope, obviously, that the measures we take will allow the American economy to continue on. I urge people to go to their businesses on Monday. I understand Major League Baseball is going to start playing again. It is important for America to get on about its life. But our government will be on full alert, and we'll be tracing every lead, every potential, to make sure that the American people are safe.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
John, more on the investigation?
Yeah, here's the latest right now. A total of 25 people have been arrested on immigration charges as this investigation continues into the horrific attack. None has been charged, but some of the detainees are cooperating. All of this from a government official who wants to remain anonymous. Still only one arrest directly related to the attack. That's a man in New York whom the FBI detained at JFK Airport on Wednesday. They say that he's associated with the brother of Osama bin Laden. The man arrested is the one detained Wednesday. He had his brother's pilot's license in his possession, and he is now described as a material witness.
I'm joined by Joe Cantamesa, who is a retired special agent with the FBI. He was involved in special operations in the New York office in 1993 when the World Trade Center was bombed. Michael Cherkasky is president and CEO of Kroll Incorporated, a private investigation company. Michael was also a prosecutor in the first World Trade Center bombing case. Michael, I want to go to you on some of the news that we have today, and that is that 25 people have been held on immigration violations, in addition to the fact that one person has been arrested as a material witness. Does this mean that we have 26 of the people involved in all likelihood?
Not necessarily, Dan, but it does mean that we have people who, in fact, we have suspicions of, and we have, conveniently, we have a number of different, both civil and with material witness, criminal types of actions that we can take to detain these 26 people.
But you can only hold them for a certain amount of time, right? On immigration violations, you better find out more quickly, or they have to be released.
Right. We have 72 hours on the 25 and an indeterminate amount of time on the material witness. So we've got to act quickly, but it was sufficient to hold things in place as we develop more information, which we're doing.
So, Joe, how do you think that they came up with these 25 names? I mean, obviously we don't know, but what would you speculate they have on these 25 people? How did they go about finding them?
Well, certainly the massive and immediate assault by the FBI agents and their professional support staff to track down and identify all the lead material that immediately surfaced.
These are names that you think came up, that a neighbor, a friend, an associate, a receipt, somehow led to these people? Or are these people who, very well could just be someone who might have crossed paths with one of these people?
Well, of course, that is a possibility, but I would expect that most of the information that led specifically to these individuals came from that immediate and startup of interviews and investigative efforts.
Well, the second warrant, Joey, was issued in New York. It was issued for material witness, but that person is not yet in custody. There is only one other material witness so far in this case, and this was a man pulled off of a jet Thursday at Kennedy Airport. He was found to have fake pilot's ID. Now, Justice Department spokesman Mindy Tucker is saying we're at a point now where there will be more frequent and additional warrants.
Iraqi President Saddam Hussein has issued an open letter to the U.S. urging the administration and its allies to avoid the use of military force in response to Tuesday's terrorism. Saddam says, quote, "America needs wisdom, not force." He asked, quote, "Will the rulers of America try wisdom just for once so that their people can live in security and stability?" Saddam says he doubts the White House would respond violently if the attackers were from a Western country. His letter continued, "Just like your beautiful skyscrapers were destroyed and saddened you, beautiful buildings and homes dear to their peoples were damaged in Lebanon, Palestine, and Iraq by American weapons, some of them used by the Zionists."
Britt, the Justice Department says that we're at a point where there will be a flurry of warrants. Just a minute ago, just about 5 minutes ago, the agency said that a second warrant has been issued for a material witness in the case. This person so far is not in custody. And officials say another man viewed as a material witness who was served with an arrest warrant yesterday afternoon is the same man who was taken into custody Thursday night at John F. Kennedy Airport in New York.
An additional arrest warrant has been issued for what they're calling a material witness. Now, this is the second time the federal authorities have issued one of these arrest warrants.
Tonight you're going to see something that nobody else has seen. And tonight it's all about justice, because we need your help to catch the bastards who did this.
Day 5 of the investigation, and federal agents now confirm that at least 25 people are being detained in connection with the attack. Some are being held merely because it appears they're in this country illegally. But others, sources say, are getting a closer look. including the 2 men taken off a train on its way to San Antonio the day after the hijackings. In their possession, investigators say box cutters, hair dye, thousands in cash, and unused airline tickets. Sources now confirm the 2 have been flown to New York for further questioning. And the FBI would also like to know more about this man, 33-year-old Zacharias Moussaoui.
As you can see, some familiarity with the official version starts to surface with the detainment of Zacharias Moussaoui, but there will be much more to explain and correct about Ayub Khan and Mohammed Azmath ahead.
Dozens of people have been temporarily detained for questioning. This is the largest investigation ever mounted by the FBI, drawing in police from every state. At New York's JFK Airport, a man described as a material witness was detained after giving a false identity. Another 2 were taken off a train in Fort Worth, Texas, allegedly carrying knives and a large amount of cash. And a further 23 are being held on immigration charges.
While at New York airports, anyone even remotely suspicious was yanked off of planes.
Move back, move back. America's Most Wanted special, America Fights Back, is the last time the first 2 Middle Eastern men arrested from LaGuardia Airport are shown, but now with their faces blurred.
U.S. federal prosecutors in New York have issued a second arrest warrant in the case and expect to issue several more. 1 man was arrested earlier this week. He's described as a material witness. 25 other people have been arrested for immigration violations and are being questioned about their possible connection to the case. 2 men were arrested in Texas after a disturbance on a train.
There's been 1 arrest so far. An unidentified man detained at New York's Kennedy Airport Tuesday night is now in custody as a material witness. Meanwhile, 25 people have been taken into custody, some on alleged immigration violations. They are among 100 people that the FBI say they want to interview.
Now we're going to turn our focus to the investigation of Tuesday's attack. Fox News senior correspondent Rita Cosby joins us with the latest. Rita?
Tony, overnight authorities arrested a second man as a material witness in this case. The unidentified man was taken into custody in an apartment in Jersey City, New Jersey. And law enforcement sources tell Fox News he has information about the planning behind the 2 hijacked planes that struck the Twin Towers. The investigation is moving quickly with a second material witness arrested and the Justice Department promising a flurry of warrants to come soon. The first man arrested is the same one who was taken into custody Thursday night at JFK Airport after he presented a fake pilot's license to authorities. Law enforcement sources say he has ties to relatives of Osama bin Laden.
This becomes the last time any bin Laden family relations is attributed to the material witness pilot from JFK Airport, suspected of not only being a hijacker for the thwarted attempt of Flight 23, but the re-attempts on September 13th at JFK Airport also.
I mean, this is a serious organization. If you could decapitate it by getting rid of Osama, you would make a start. And I believe if you could get rid of Saddam, you would make a huge start. When you cut through all the talk, and there are a million governments, and there are a lot of problems out there, but if you could get rid of, and I think we have to get rid of Osama. I don't care how difficult the terrain in Afghanistan is. I don't care whether it takes 200,000 ground troops. You cannot win this war on terrorism without getting rid of the man who, more than any other man, with a possible exception of Saddam, has organized it. And I think Osama and Saddam will be the focus of our efforts.
Well, no, I think the most important thing, while we move to get more information about what might happen in the future, the most important thing is to go back and look at some of these past terrorist incidents and see whether or not we believe there may have been state sponsorship and state involvement in the past. The Clinton administration at first took a look at the idea of Iraqi involvement in the World Trade Center bombing of 1993 and then veered away from it. We need to go back and look at that again closely, because if the Iraqi government was involved in the first World Trade Center attack 8 years ago, there's a chance that Saddam has been sitting over there perhaps with bin Laden and saying, hey, I got away with it the first time, maybe I'll try again.
The FBI confirms that a second man has been charged in this case as a material witness. The warrant was issued by a federal magistrate in New York. The FBI is being very tight-lipped about who the man is or what information they believe he could provide. They are still searching for 100 people for questioning in this case. Watch lists have been given to 18,000 police departments and circulated to airports around the country. They're to be matched against flight manifests in case any of these people try to fly either domestically or internationally.
Do you believe that anyone who participated in the events on Tuesday or
in fact, even a support role, or on a plane that wasn't successfully hijacked? Are they still at large in the United States?
We don't know. The possibility clearly exists that there could be additional terrorists out there that were part of this operation that maybe got cold feet and didn't get on the airplane, or for one reason or another were thwarted in their efforts. We have to assume that possibility exists. We had these 19 individuals in the United States, some of them for several years, training, preparing, getting ready for this operation. And we can by no means assume now that that's all there is. There may well be other operations that have been planned and are in fact in the works.
Do we have any evidence linking Saddam Hussein or Iraqis to this operation?
No.
Bob, the FBI is preparing to issue as many as 2 more additional material witness warrants this morning, bringing the total number of people in their custody who are believed to have direct knowledge of Tuesday's attack to 4. Additionally, the number of people for whom a red alert has gone out for questioning has now risen from 100 to 155. That list has been circulated to all the U.S. and foreign airline carriers, all the domestic police departments, as well as Customs, INS. And as for the 4 people who were named in the material witness warrant, it's not clear if they actually participated in planning the assaults, aborted their own attacks, or simply knew the individuals who were involved. They have not been charged with any crime as of this hour.
Let me ask you some questions about the ongoing investigation. You have 25 people that you have taken in for questioning. Do you think those people are participants in the plot? Will they be arrested?
Well, we're going to pursue leads. We've got some 40,000 tips that have been given to us over the internet, over 5,000 on the telephone. I'm not going to comment on each individual case or on individuals, but our effort is not just to find out who was involved in this plot, but our effort is to detect the scope and extent of the international terrorist networks that are in the United States and disrupt them, and to make very difficult any reoccurrences.
Now, as you know, some critics are saying this is locking the barn door after the horse gets out. Why hasn't the FBI been all over these terrorist cells if we know they're here in the United States already?
Well, there is a terrorism effort in the United States and abroad, and a great deal has been done in recent times to disrupt the efforts of terrorists. Obviously, this particular terrorist attack was not disrupted, but others were.
There are some news reports that quote law enforcement officials saying that there were up to 30 other targets of this particular group of terrorists. Can you confirm that?
I'm not in a position to confirm that.
And that Atlanta was one of the targets.
I'm not in a position to confirm that.
Reluctant as Attorney General Ashcroft is to answer any specific questions, the circumstances regarding the question of Atlanta Airport is difficult to figure out on what happened there. But let us pause for a moment with deducting these reports to try to find out the true identity of our material witness from JFK Airport, suspected to have also been an attempted Flight 23 hijacker, amongst the other reports of apprehensions and few other material witnesses. But as far as Atlanta goes, interestingly, just the day before, Logan Airport being one of the last airports to reopen since all airports were shut since the attacks, aside Reagan National being further delayed, on September 15th, the first day Logan opened up, CNN reported this.
Just a sense of how jittery things are in the country. A man was taken off a Delta Airlines flight, Boston, that would be Boston Logan, and you see the significance there, to Atlanta for what's described as suspicious and rowdy behavior. The man was, quote, vaguely Arab looking, end quote. I don't have a clue what that means, to be honest, and kept changing seats in first class. It's very jittery there. It's very jittery, period.
And at Boston's Logan Airport tonight, a Delta flight bound for Atlanta returned to the gate and a passenger was taken into custody. Flight 1069 was ready to take off when the captain made an announcement saying there was a safety emergency. After returning to the gate, police stormed that plane and removed a man. Witnesses say he appeared to be of Middle Eastern descent. There is no information about why he was taken into custody.
This Delta flight that was about to depart Boston Logan with this unruly Middle Eastern man, with the destination being Atlanta, Georgia, you would think was an early sign enough for Atlanta being a 9/11 target, in reference to the question posed to John Ashcroft earlier. But in actuality, Associated Press picked up a report that was circulated through most of the networks on September 14th the day before Logan reopened.
We have a news story we should report. Here it is. It's being handed to me. Associated Press, Dateline Washington. The FBI has information that Atlanta was a target of terrorists.
Jim Stewart, Jim, a question. Late in the day, Associated Press, quoting an FBI source, said that Atlanta had been a target, or perhaps still was a target, it was unclear, of terrorists. What do we know about that?
Dan, it's confusing. The AP is quoting law enforcement officials who say the FBI had this fear. The FBI has not responded to queries about this, but earlier in the day said that they had no knowledge of any other attacks beyond the 4 that were carried out Tuesday, and we'll continue to look into this for you.
Tonight, there is a report that Atlanta may have been a target at one point. Now, a lot of this stuff is going to begin to pop up in the next day or so, but what do we know about reliability of that?
We don't know whether it's reliable, Tom. We do know that in an interview with investigators, one person, apparently we're told, who has talked to the hijackers, thought that there might be other cities, that Atlanta might be among them, but there's simply no way to know whether that is true. It's totally unconfirmed at this point. No way to know what to make of it.
And Pete, yesterday they were talking about tracking down 40 so-called associates who may have had a role in these hijackings. They still on the trail of those people?
Well, yes, but that number, I think, has expanded more to 100.
The Associated Press quotes law enforcement officials as saying Atlanta may have been a target of terrorists.
A law enforcement official is telling Fox News that Atlanta was also an intended target for the terrorists. The official says that authorities determined that after interviewing several people close to the hijackers in recent days. Atlanta's airport is a major transportation hub and also could have been the target, but we're not sure of that.
Justice Department sources tell CNN an individual has been arrested as a material witness in the terrorist hijacking investigation. U.S. officials tell CNN there are still would-be terrorists inside the United States who may try to attack targets in the country. Some may be trained as pilots. And if that isn't scary enough, officials say there may be other types of threats as well. A well-placed security source tells CNN that Atlanta, Boston, and Richmond, Virginia also were terrorist targets. The only specifics given were tall buildings and sports facilities.
Jim, it's sort of popping out like pimples now. All kinds of reports of all kinds of targets of law enforcement officers and arrests, real and imagined. What do you know about all that?
Well, we know that there have been reports on the Associated Press and in other locations that Atlanta, Georgia may have been targeted. There are now reports in some circles that other cities may have been targeted as well. I have tracked that down as best that I can, and I am told unequivocally that the source of that information is dead wrong. It is, in the words of one official, baloney. Dan?
That includes the report about Atlanta being a target of the terrorists.
Yes, sir.
Also, some hours ago, the FBI warned 2 cities that they might have been targets in the terrorist plot. An acquaintance of one of the hijackers had said that Federal Reserve banks in Atlanta and Richmond, Virginia could be targets. But at the same time, he has failed a lie detector test, casting serious doubt on his credibility. Also, Boston's Logan Airport, one of the airports the hijackers departed from, is now set to reopen a few hours from now at 5:30 a.m. Eastern Time.
General Clark, there's been some talk about, wondering who the enemy is, and I saw some wire reports and some of our reporting talking about that there were worries now still that perhaps this isn't all over and done with, that they were worried about further terrorist attacks and maybe in different forms. And we've had the first arrest, I think you've known with the updates on news here that we've been telling you about one of the arrests of one of the people who was taken into custody, I believe, at one of the 2 New York airports on Thursday evening. I think it was JFK or LaGuardia. Those were, they took in like 10 or 12 people, and now they've had the first arrest. So what do you do to watch out, like Jeremiah says, for what could be coming in the next wave?
Well, you have to go back and go through a security analysis of all of your vulnerable systems. The airports, certainly, but also other things, our utilities, our public services. There's much more horrifying scenarios that could be constructed than what happened. And we need to make sure those scenarios never happen. So that's the first battle we're waging right now in the United States. Now, we don't know if we're winning or not, but we've got to do our best.
Well, I saw it too. The FBI was saying, although this person did not pass the lie detector test, so they're saying that perhaps this isn't accurate as they thought before. But there was a warning that maybe Boston, Atlanta, Richmond, Virginia might have also been targets during Tuesday's attacks. So now they wonder, because he didn't pass the lie detector test where they got some of this information, but they were talking about people are worried who work in skyscrapers. You know, they're nervous about that, and that gun sales are up. Particularly, they're edgy in Boston, where the first two planes that hit the World Trade Center towers hit.
Well, I think it would be really surprising if he only had 4 teams, and 3 of the 4 teams took over and were successful, in this case with these aircraft. So we don't know how many teams there really were and how many people are fleeing across the country trying to get away or waiting to try it in a different manner.
In regards to all the sites that were attacked, apparently not only the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and wherever that plane was headed in Pennsylvania, they've been trying to determine. They have identified that Air Force One and the White House were also targets, and now word that Atlanta, perhaps the nation's busiest airport, was the intended target of either one of those or another plane that was grounded and perhaps didn't have the chance to carry out its deadly mission.
That, according to an informant that spilled his guts and knew about this this whole plan to pretty much create terror in this country.
We can only imagine who the 9/11 hijacker acquaintance might be. But clearly, as we've been able to tell this far within the week's reporting of 9/11, set aside for what material witnesses we have yet to determine, there are still plenty of suspects being detained under immigration and naturalization laws. However, the detail of Fox News' Laura Dew added about Air Force One being a target on 9/11 is a report vaguely remembered but not obscure. However, some early reports to have attributed that claim also never made it clear whether the President and Air Force One was a target while in the air or stationed on the ground somewhere, like in Florida, before liftoff. But as what General Wesley Clark was pointing out about going back and analyzing our security systems, particularly at the airports, and to also get a better understanding with the circumstances of Delta Airlines at the time, here are some special reports within the first 2 days of 9/11 regarding even airports that were involved in the attacks.
Our security is very, very sloppy, and it's not because the systems aren't there, it's because we don't use them. People aren't security aware.
CBS News has learned the 2 airlines involved in yesterday's terrorist attack have been repeatedly cited for security violations. In the last 6 months of 2000, American Airlines was fined more than $400,000 for 49 incidents. United Airlines was fined $356,000 for 38 incidents. Delta was even worse, more than $600,000. In July, the FAA proposed fining American an additional $99,000 for security violations at several airports, including Boston's Logan Airport, where 2 of yesterday's doomed flights originated. After a series of security breaches at Los Angeles International Airport, a reporter from KCBS TV went undercover in 1999.
Is security so loose that it's possible for a terrorist to get a weapon on an airplane? We found out it's not only possible, in some cases, it's easy.
Security staff failed to properly check passengers. A producer posing as a traveler in a wheelchair was pushed around metal detectors and not adequately inspected.
When a security checker misses an encapsulated pistol or some other test, you fire them. You don't retrain them. This is security. It's my life and yours.
The agency charged with spearheading airport security and safeguarding the skies, the Federal Aviation Administration. Now, after the most devastating terrorist attack in U.S. history, the FAA, often criticized for lax enforcement and bureaucratic bungling, is itself under siege.
The FAA has blood on its hands because it's not doing its job and hasn't been.
Michael Boyd is an independent aviation consultant with commercial airlines among his clients.
We have a major security problem, obviously, and the FAA is in the middle of it. We've known this for years. I've said it for years, that to a trained terrorist, our airports look like a laundromat. You can get in and get out.
Along with each commercial airline disaster have come new revelations of serious failures by the FAA. Perhaps none more frightening than the multitude of security lapses. 1988, Lockerbie, Scotland. A terrorist bomb blows Pan Am Flight 103 out of the sky. The aftermath brought both recriminations and recommendations. Our government assured us airport security would be beefed up. Additional security personnel were hired. metal detectors, X-ray machines, and most recently, bomb detection technology. All were deployed to combat the threat of terrorism. But time and time again, in the 12 years since Lockerbie, gaping holes in security have been exposed. Holes the FAA pledged to fix. Holes that government reports warned still remained. Holes that were likely exploited by these terrorists today. There appears to have been a total breakdown at least 3 airports in this country. Give us the scenario of what might have happened.
Well, there are 2 plausible scenarios. Either someone was able to get through the security side at those airports, or maybe even more likely, people working on the ground crews had been compromised.
How easy is it, and tell us the plain truth, to get a gun or a bomb on an airplane?
There are always some airports that fail when we try to get a gun or a knife on an aircraft.
How easy is it to get a job as a security screener?
It is as easy as falling off the proverbial turnip truck to get a job as a security screener. We have people that would be flipping hamburgers if they weren't working in the security function. They're not very well skilled, there's very high turnover, and I'm not sure that they're up to the job.
But inadequate screening of passengers and baggage is not the only threat to security.
We don't screen the people who work at airports properly. At tests that have been done at airports around the United States, we found a large percentage of, or certainly a large number of illegal immigrants, people whose background that we really couldn't check out.
In fact, as Dateline reported in 1996, our producers applied for and were given jobs at 2 of the biggest airports in the country. At Newark Airport in New Jersey, where one of the hijacked planes departed this morning, our undercover producer was hired on the spot, no questions asked, and no job references checked to drive this electric car. But within 2 days, he was working security, checking carry-on bags. He was given no training. And watch how our undercover producer wanders along tarmacs and throughout airplanes without the ID to be there. And he passes some 10 other airport employees without being stopped. At Hartsfield Airport in Atlanta, our producer was hired as a baggage handler without the required background check. Again, he was free to roam on airliners like this one. After Dateline's broadcast, the FAA did change policy to try to prevent these types of security breaches, but recent government reports indicate problems persist.
Obviously, from the news reports we've collected about JFK and LaGuardia Airport on the evening of September 13th, would imply even greater security vulnerabilities than these 2 recent news pieces elaborated on, as the method of operation with hijacking some of the 9/11 flights, where it may have been circumstances that hijackers posed as pilots and flight crew themselves, rather than them just receiving help from the passenger security screeners or airport employees stationary on the ground, boarding the flights as passengers. But again with Atlanta as a possible target, on September 24, 2001, under a CNN headline, Box cutters found on other September 11th flights, regarding the FBI pursuing tips and potential leads on the criminal Dragnet investigation, it states that a knowledgeable source said 2 small knives were found on a Delta flight that was supposed to depart Boston, and a box cutter was found on an Atlanta to Brussels Delta flight. These planes didn't take off since all flights were grounded after the hijackings. The tools were found when the planes were searched. Now, as far as Atlanta's Hartsfield Airport goes, and all the reports already coming in from September 14th and onward about Atlanta being a target, it would seem that either both the airport or any major landmark or financial institution in Atlanta was a threat there also, whether it was going to be a direct target coming from Hartsfield. But as mentioned with the newspaper report, Hartsfield, Atlanta is not only the 2nd busiest airport on the East Coast, it's also where Delta Airlines flights are more prominent to any other U.S. carriers due to Delta's corporate offices being stationed in Atlanta. But if we go back and try to figure out the incident with Delta Flight 1069 at Boston Logan from September 15th, a day after it reopened, according to 9/11 documents released on the government archive site, Crisis Hijacked Aircraft W9005-5 Miscellaneous, that's mostly redacted, seems to show charted news and emergency reports on 9/11 and the following days up until September 16th. And on Saturday, September 15th, it says, at 10:18 a.m., Boston questionable passenger on Delta 1069, paid ticket with cash, moved to several different seats, suspect removed from aircraft, luggage removed also, suspect cleared by Mass SP which likely stands for Massport. And it also says at 11:40 a.m., Boston TWA 192 on the ground with questionable suspect on board. Aircraft met with Massport and FBI. But on page 21, looking into the sections of the official 9/11 flights, it states a Delta flight with no number or name, only that it was departing Boston to LAX. 1239 reports that a Middle Eastern woman and baby would be aboard the flight with a bomb on their person. Reports received info from an ATCT via LAX PD, which would mean police department. Notified of non-specific bomb threat at 2147 local time, which would mean 9:47 p.m. Besides that, this document also charts reported activity relating to Flight 23 at JFK Airport, detailing that the 3 suspects had fled, as well as the other reports 2 days after at JFK and LaGuardia. But going back again referring to Delta flights at Boston Logan, there is also a much more popular case that's been overlooked but on 9/11, which is also detailed in the document categorically. As most viewers are already familiar with these scenes from Jason Burmis and Dylan Avery's internet blockbuster Loose Change 2nd Edition in regards to the official United Airlines Flight 93 that departed Newark Airport, added with the theory that there was another plane or duplicate that it was shot down over Shanksville, rather than it being Flight 93 having crashed.
So if Flight 93 didn't go down in Shanksville, then where? You ready for this? Cleveland. At 11:43 on September 11th, WCPO, a local TV station in Cincinnati, Ohio, reported that 2 planes landed at Cleveland Hopkins Airport due to a bomb threat. United Airlines identified one of the planes as Flight 93. Are you confused? Well, it gets better. Check it out. At approximately 10 a.m., Cleveland Hopkins Airport was evacuated amidst rumors that a hijacked plane was going to land. Passengers had to leave, but couldn't drive. They had to walk or hitchhike. Buses weren't allowed to leave. People were sent home. According to Associated Press and local Ohio papers, 1 plane landed at approximately 10:45. But Delta Airlines confirmed that their plane, Delta 1989, landed in Cleveland at 10:10. Therefore, Flight 93 landed at Cleveland at approximately 10:45. Authorities searched Delta 1989 for over 2 hours, and passengers were questioned individually. The plane dealer reported that the plane was evacuated at 12:30. But the Akron Beacon reports that a plane was evacuated at 11:15, which would make that Flight 93. Mayor White reported that the plane had 200 passengers. But a passenger from Delta 1989 describes 60 or so passengers. So at 11:15, 200 or so passengers were released from Flight 93. The passenger from Delta 1989 states that she was taken into FAA headquarters. But other reports say that passengers were brought into the NASA Glenn Research Center, located near the west end of the airport, which had already been evacuated. So, to sum up, Delta 1989 landed at 10:10, was evacuated at 12:30, almost 2.5 hours later, and 69 passengers were taken to FAA headquarters. Flight 93 landed at 10:45 and evacuated within a half hour. 200 or so passengers quickly taken to an empty NASA research center. Why did it take 140 minutes to evacuate 69 passengers when 200 were evacuated in a half hour? We can assume that the passengers from Delta 1989 are safe somewhere. The question remains, what happened to the 200 or so passengers from Flight 93? It's interesting to note that the combined total of all the passengers from all 4 flights is 198, or 243, depending on who you ask.
Well, we can do more than just assume Delta 1989 passengers are safe, and we can also provide an answer to Loose Change's mind-boggling question as to why it took over 2 hours to evacuate the plane, as well as the mix-up of 2 hijacked planes landing at Cleveland, and the insinuation that one of them was Flight 93 with 200 passengers, in this vivid assertion to equate the maximum load of passengers as being from within all 4 9/11 hijacked flights, evacuated into a NASA center at Cleveland Airport in an absurd plane swap theory in which other opportunists have crafted in their own competitive disinformation. But with the Loose Change saga still promoting this outlandish narrative as it still being half of Jason Burmis's endeavor, all Burmis had to simply do to avoid this mistake was to acknowledge all of History Channel's grounded on 9/11.
By 9:20, with close to 4,500 flights still over or approaching North America, 2 planes over Cleveland Center are not responding to controller calls. Delta 1989 and United 93 will be listed as the fourth and fifth hijackings of the day unless controllers can re-establish communication.
Cleveland Center had several aircraft with which they did not have contact, whether they were in the middle of a frequency change, whether they were aircraft that weren't responding to calls, but at one point or another, there were several aircraft airborne that nobody was certain about.
When a pilot crosses from one controller's sector into another, he must switch to the next controller's frequency. During the process, it's not uncommon for dropouts to occur, briefly rendering the plane's radio silent. But on 9/11, dropouts on the two planes above Cleveland Center have far more sinister implications. At about 35,000 feet, United 93 and Delta 1989 cross paths. As United 93's radar signal momentarily blinks off, controllers hear someone scream on an errant frequency. But because the caller did not repeat or include a flight ID number, controllers cannot confirm from which plane the call is made.
There was confusion in watching the screen. Those planes crossed and they lost sight of exactly which plane was which. So they had a tremendous number of challenges.
As the FAA and law enforcement started trying to profile, for lack of a better word, the types of aircraft that were involved, heavy jet departures from the East Coast, West Coast destinations, Cleveland Center had stewardship of several of those types of airplanes, including a Delta flight that they immediately suspected might be another potential hijack target.
Besides the planes that hit the towers, Delta 1989 is the only other 767 direct from Boston to LA, departing at 8 a.m. Following the unconfirmed distress call to Cleveland Center, the Delta pilot reports an unruly passenger to his company dispatchers. Suspicions of a hijacking are raised further when he requests an unscheduled landing at Cleveland Airport. The FBI and Cleveland SWAT bring in their heaviest equipment to confront any hijackers.
With the events going on throughout the country, obviously we knew we were under attack. What goes through your mind? At that time, things were happening so quickly, we just had to be focused on the mission we were given to come out to Cleveland Hopkins International Airport to handle a hijacked aircraft.
As you can see, one might be inclined to come to a better understanding why travelers were not allowed to be mobile in fleeing Cleveland Hopkins Airport. But just as minimal as History Channel's Grounded on 9/11 was in detailing the events that took place on Flight 23 at JFK Airport, it would be logical to conclude the same with unruly passengers on Delta Flight 1989, since in other reports like the Boston Herald, September 19, 2001, under the headline, War on Terrorism, 2 more planes possibly targeted on Day of Terror by Doug Hanchett and Cosmo Macera Jr. states that sources say at least 1 female passenger reported suspicious behavior by 2 male passengers. Sources say the woman told federal agents that 2 men appeared nervous as the flight sat on Logan's runway awaiting takeoff. She also said they repeatedly looked around the cabin and were restless early in the flight, as if they were looking for others but couldn't find them. But in a much more obscure article from the Massachusetts Wareham Courier on September 20th, 2001, written by Ruth Thompson, who interviewed a female passenger, Mary McFadden, documenting her story with her family who were originally planning to be on the doomed American Airlines Flight 11 that struck the North Tower, but at last minute she changed her family's flight to Delta 1989 for a lower fee. McFadden said in hindsight there were irregularities during her flight that may or may not have had a connection to the terrorism taking place on other planes. There was one man on our plane who would not get off his cell phone, she said. He was speaking in a low, urgent voice. Even when the stewardess went over to him to tell him to turn off the phone, he wouldn't. That's very odd. She also spoke of another passenger who said a man in the seat next to her spooked her because he kept turning his head and looking around throughout the entire flight. It was as though he was waiting for someone, McFadden said. Maybe they were going to hit our plane, but the others didn't show up. I don't know. You think of things. While in flight, McFadden said they were not aware of anything unusual taking place in the world outside of their cabin. But then when we had to make an emergency landing, we were told there may be a bomb on the plane or it might be getting hijacked. But I gotta say, even with the advantage of these newspaper articles laid out, and just relying on History Channel's Grounded on 9/11, the truth of the matter with the incident of Delta 1989 is very telling of Jason Burmis and Dylan Avery's intentions, being that no correction or retraction regarding their bogus claim of Flight 93 landing in Cleveland Hopkins being a mix-up of Delta 1989's flight path near the confirmed dangers of Flight 93, there is no effort put out by them in apologizing or publicly revising, while Avery has continued his loose change saga without Burmese. But yet Burmese going solo with fabled enemies, he did not take the opportunity to at least add Delta 1989 with Flight 23 at JFK Airport to see for himself that there was something bigger going on September 11th, and more than likely, Burmese did not care to correct Avery in his newer versions of loose change. Basically, Burmese by himself omitting this additional incident with Delta 1989 from grounded on 9/11 is cherry-picking, therefore absolutely dishonest and disingenuous. But as far as Boston Logan Airport goes, Delta 1989 isn't the only additional suspected flight. According to BBC News on September 18th, an article titled FBI Probes Attempted Fifth Hijack, the phrase that was used more than just being attributed to Flight 23 at JFK Airport, the article states that another suspected American Airlines plane out of Boston Logan, Flight 43, was an additional target. That the FBI were searching for a number of passengers who were due to fly on American Airlines Flight 43 from Boston, which was grounded due to a mechanical problem. It was scheduled at 8:10 a.m., departure from Boston. So now we're looking at the potential that there were 4 intended hijackings from Boston Logan. However, in the Daily Telegraph on September 20th, in an article titled, "More Planes May Have Been Targeted," FBI, up to 5 other flights on September 11th regarded by FBI as suspicious, that another United Airlines flight out of Logan, destined for San Francisco, was suspected by the FBI as a potential target for hijacking, but according to one of the passengers, Janice Burnett, that it may have been spared due to the fact that there were 30 U.S. Marines traveling on it, and that those guys were pretty visible in the boarding area, big and muscular, with their trademark haircuts and duffel bags. And also in the same Boston Herald article mentioned earlier regarding Delta 1989 from September 19th, meanwhile, a group of Boston area tourists headed to San Francisco on United Airlines Flight 163 earlier that fateful morning said that they were informed by airport security personnel in Iowa that their plane may have also been eyed by terrorists. "They told us we were targeted," said passenger Ruth Vana of Malden. That's how they worded it. According to Janice Burnett, a tour guide with Milford-based Scout Tours who was on the flight, security workers at the Des Moines Airport, where the plane was forced to land, told passengers that the FBI discovered information on their flight in a car believed to belong to the terrorists. The car, a rental that was left at Logan, was towed away and impounded by the FBI last week. With these revelations in mind, we are looking at the basic scope that ultimately there could have been 5 intended hijack targets of flights at Boston Logan, included with the 2 successful hijackings that struck the Twin Towers. And with one of those flights having not departed, and possibly other operatives having either backed out of the plan or possibly running into complications to carry out their missions, you have to ask yourself, what happened to the other suspects from these additional Logan flights? As you might notice with reports after September 11th, there was a clue looming that authorities thought that some of the 9/11 hijackers had unauthorized, unrestricted access of Boston Logan Airport. And as we know now, there has been a tremendous problem as far as chain of evidence goes, providing that all 10 hijackers boarded Flights 11 and 175 as passengers. And although there are countless anomalies and investigative details alluding to cover-up regarding Mohammed Atta and Abdulaziz Al-Omari, as well as the other alleged 8 hijackers of Flights 11 and 175 at Logan, which we don't have time to make this film a focus on, as the circumstances regarding them is a subject big enough as a different film within the official scope. But unlike Jetport, Maine, where the security CCTV stop-still video confirmed that Atta and Alomari boarded their connecting flight to Boston Logan, you can see now as to why authorities have not released any of the security CCTV video from Logan Airport that was seized by the FBI in the immediate Dragnet investigation. Because if the truth be told, then we're actually dealing with a situation where potentially 5 airliners were targeted for hijacking out of Logan. You can imagine that there certainly would have been many Middle Eastern suspects throughout the airport and departure lounges, possibly interacting with different hijacking team members, or even some of the hijackers themselves on Flights 11 and 175 were not totally identified. But this realization so far, inferring a wider scale of attacks just from coming out of Boston Logan alone, should bring to question as to what targets were the other 3 airliners intended for, if the hijackings had succeeded in becoming operational separate from Flights 11 and 175, other than the city of Boston being a potential target, considering that all these possibly targeted flights were all continental routes to arrive in California, as were all 4 official 9/11 flights. There were still other worthy landmark targets in New York, like the Empire State and UN buildings, and possibly again to strike the Twin Towers while they were still standing. But in an attempt to possibly reveal where these extra potential Logan hijackers may have fled and come from originally, there is also the question regarding as to why hijackers Atta and Alomari went on an unusual route of travel the day before on September 10th, clearly going out of the way all the way up to Portland, Maine, where they depart the next morning on a charter flight from Jetport to allegedly connect to Flight 11 at Boston Logan, becoming the first plane that crashes into the Twin Towers. When according to the official story, Atta and Alomari were already in Boston on September 10th, where they had rented a second rental car. However, before we address that, there are a couple of things that need to be looked at.
Meanwhile, investigators here seem to have collected all the evidence that they want to from this airport. We've been told that they took some seats from some terminals to test them for DNA. Also, as we told you yesterday, there was a car that was impounded from one of the parking lots here at Logan that was connected with the hijackers. And in that car, we told you, were flight manuals in Arabic. We're also now learning from law enforcement sources that there was a ramp pass in that car, a pass, a little employee badge that allows people into secure areas of Logan Airport. So this is something that raises some questions about security here at Logan.
The Boston Globe, in its morning editions, is running a piece that says that two of the alleged hijackers who left out of Boston had what is known in the airline business as a ramp pass, or can be known as a tarmac pass, that allows either vehicles or individuals access out to where the planes taxi, take off, arrive, park, catering, cleaning, maintenance, all of that. That would certainly help anyone hell-bent on doing any harm to an aircraft.
Aside what suspicious items were first reported to have been found in the white rental car left at Logan, copies of the Quran, flight training manuals, and letters and instructions written in Arabic, flight uniforms, and Logan ramp passes were also discovered, which would have indicated that some of the hijackers had the ability of gaining unrestricted access of Logan Airport. All these additional items would seem to disappear, as they are not part of the official story or contained within the Zacharias Moussaoui trial evidence exhibits. And aside for those additional items being omitted, Atta's transaction on the rental cars, with one being left at Logan, was discovered by authorities on the day of 9/11 by an early tip from a traveler who saw Middle Eastern men get into an altercation near the vehicle.
As rescuers toil, another high-stakes effort is underway to find those responsible for the carnage. NBC's Chris Hansen reports investigators are making swift progress.
Authorities may have identified some of the actual hijackers, and here's how they think they might have done that. Yesterday, they got a phone call from a passenger who had left Logan and arrived at his destination. Of course, he saw on the television monitors what had happened at the World Trade Center. He called investigators to say that he had had an altercation with two men he described as being Arabic in the central parking garage near the American Airlines terminal here at Boston Logan. He described the car that they were near, which was turned out to be a rental car, a Mitsubishi sedan. Investigators arrived at the sedan, took a quick look, and they found inside that there were flight training manuals in Arabic. They were able to connect that sedan to two men who are now identified as brothers, both of whom have passports from the United Arab Emirates, one of whom is a trained pilot.
All of it subsequently put the 9/11 Dragnet on the trail, with Boston police raiding downtown hotels the next day on September 12th, primarily at the Westin Comply Inn. It was reported that 3 people were detained, 2 of them being female, with numerous suspicious items, such as hair dye, and that the rooms they rented were linked to the same credit card used to rent the white car at Logan. Plus, the bomb squad was also called out. Reports indicated that the 3 suspects were not arrested, but no clarity was brought if they were still detained for INS charges. However, Boston's WBZ4, Beth Germano, extensively covering what was going on at Logan, she also reported this detail about the suspects detained from Westin Comply.
And when heavily armed agents entered the Westin Hotel yesterday, it was because of a trail of credit card receipts that may again be linked to hijackers. When the FBI and Massachusetts State Police surrounded a Chestnut Hill motel yesterday, they were looking for more evidence that terrorists may have stayed here. At least 3 people were detained in Boston and later released, though the Attorney General says there's no way of knowing yet how many associates remain at large. WBZ News has now learned that the 3 individuals questioned by police in Boston yesterday and released were taken into custody because they had the same last name as Mohammed Atta, the man who has reportedly emerged as a prime suspect.
Police had also searched a Best Western outside of Boston. However, this motel actually became an official place where some of the 9/11 hijackers had stayed. And in the interest of this film not to focus so much on the official flights, although there is still a lot of problems regarding the hijacking roster, and the phone calls from the flights indicating weapons used that is contrary to the official version, as well as not a complete chain of evidence with no CCTV video released from Logan, all of which being issues to address into a different film, it is still worth revisiting what the unneeded route of travel to Portland, Maine the day before, on 9/10, to bring some perspective as to additional and unaccounted for conspirators. As I've also covered in a short film called Why Did Mohammed Atta Go to Portland, Maine, 9/10 hour to 9/11, bringing the question as to why this unusual route of travel. I covered these news reports the following days after 9/11 that were often detailed along with the Boston hotel raids.
Yesterday, the police chief in Portland, Maine has told us that 5 men came across the border in Jackman, Maine.
Sources telling CNN that 2 of the hijackers apparently crossed from Nova Scotia, Canada by ferry to the port of Bar Harbor in the state of Maine.
Authorities telling the CBC today that they're working in Jackman, Maine, which is a small border crossing between Nova Scotia and Maine, and also at the Yarmouth area, and they've requested the manifests of the ferry that runs from Yarmouth to Portland, Maine.
Peter, there are few comments, no details. All Canadian authorities will say is yes, they are investigating. In Halifax, a car meticulously stripped and dusted. But the RCMP will not discuss the search for a Canadian connection.
And another rental car belonging to other suspects was found at a jet port in Portland, Maine. And that car may be the key to all the speculation about a Canadian connection.
Also today, authorities were tracking another set of 6 hijackers who were believed to have entered the country from Canada at a small border crossing in Jackman, Maine. The men are then believed to have flown into Boston on commuter flights yesterday morning.
Basically, with all the indications of these reports, Atta and Alomari must have at some point rendezvoused with other operatives who that came in from the Canadian border by way of Jackman, Maine, and to Nova Scotia by ferry into Bar Harbor, where there was also another rental car authorities there in Canada were searching at the Halifax airport. Also additionally mentioned in one of the reports.
Yesterday, the police chief in Portland, Maine has told us that 5 men came across the border in Jackman, Maine. They all tried to board a commuter flight out of Bangor, but there was only room for 3 of them. The 2 others went on to Portland. They reportedly boarded a U.S. air commuter at 5:53 yesterday morning to make the connection in Boston. We're not clear whether it was the connection to the American flight or the United flight, but it's clear that they came in from Canada just before this flight.
In the Associated Press, written by David Sharp on September 13th, it states not only did the FBI also sought passenger manifests from 2 ferries that travel between Nova Scotia and Maine, the Scotia Prince in Portland and the Cat in Bar Harbor, but it also speaks of the FBI focusing its attention on a cell phone company in Bangor, where agents interviewed employees at Unicell's corporate office on Union Street next to the Bangor Airport. The vice president of Unicell stated that the FBI agents were interested in knowing more about several men who attempted to buy cell phones recently. In a New York Times article titled, After the Attacks, the Hijackers, FBI Traces Path of 5 in New England from September 13, 2001, written by James C. McKinley Jr. and Kate Zernick, it states, federal agents questioned employees at a store in Bangor where 5 men believed to be the hijackers tried to rent or buy cell phones late last week. When the employees refused to sell the phones because the men lacked proper identification and were not Maine residents, the men displayed a large amount of cash, but the employees did not accept an offer from the men to buy phones for $3,000. The men then phoned the Bangor Airport trying to get a flight to Boston, but were told there was no flight that matched their desired departure time, the authorities said. The men then phoned Portland International Jetport, where 2 of them apparently made reservations for a flight to Boston on Tuesday morning. But of course none of this is confirmation that Atta and Alomari drove the rental car all the way up to Bangor, Maine on September 10th, as if they had potentially met up with additional hijacking operatives having crossed over from Canada. in either direction, and it's also hard to determine if they were accompanied by anyone else additionally while in Portland, considering the limited security video that's been released of them at a bank teller and shopping in stores. But considering what those early Associated Press and New York Times articles stated about crossing over from Canada and 5 Arab men trying to buy cell phones in Bangor, Maine within the week prior to 9/11, according to Bangor Daily News on October 13, 2001 by Doug Kesley, in an article, Question of Bangor Link to Attacks Unanswered, that 3 area taxicab drivers say they provided rides to people they believed to be hijackers 10 days before the attacks. A cab driver named Laura Monteith said she picked up 3 men at about 12:45 a.m. outside Jimmy V's, a Bangor bar and restaurant. She says she can't forget the face or words of the man who sat in the front seat with her. Shown separate pictures of the hijackers, she identified Mohammed Atta. She also identified one of them as Flight 175 hijacker Fayaz Ban Hamad. Monteith also said that the third passenger in the back didn't have the Middle Eastern appearance of the other 2. She said he was tall and lanky with blonde hair and glasses and was wearing tan dress slacks, a tan shirt, and a thin brown jacket. Another cab driver, Tom Sullivan, said that the day before the terrorist attacks, he took several men resembling the terrorists to Staples at the Airport Mall in Bangor and later dropped them off at the Bangor Mall. And a third cab driver, who did not want to be identified, said that on Saturday, September 8th, he brought 4 men he now believes were among the terrorists to Ames department store at the Airport Mall. He said that they were in a rush to make a 4:30 p.m. flight and quickly bought 7 or 8 suitcases. But separate from these subjects, with the known hijackers Atta Alomari and Ben Hamad, previous to 9/11, these circumstances regarding operatives crossing over Canadian border and Bangor Airport was also picked up by Robert Russo of the Canadian Press in the headline titled FBI Searches for Canadian Link, where it mentions that former chief of counterintelligence for the CIA, Vincent Canestraro, told the Montreal Gazette that U.S. investigators knew that 5 men recently entered Maine from Canada via ferry boats from Yarmouth or remote border near Jackman, and also confirming 3 of them from Bangor Airport, boarded a feeder plane, but only 3 of them could get on board because it was full, and the other 2 went on to Portland and got a flight from Portland, which could likely mean several possible scenarios for the additional potential hijackers unable to depart from Bangor Airport, since it clearly states 5 of them came over from Canada, and it's known that Atta and Alomari both drove up to Maine from Boston in a rental car and would have likely already had the reservations set at Jetport. These extra operatives from Bangor could have took an earlier flight from Jetport, Maine, before Atta and Alomari took theirs the next morning after 5:45 a.m., or possibly another charter flight around the same time that morning as them, as well as the possibility they could have simply joined them on U.S. Airway Colgan commuter flight 5930, as I pointed out on the National Geographic's 910 The Final Hour, which also shows a copy of Flight 5930's manifest where 4 of the names are blurred out. But moving on to another official airport involved in the 9/11 attacks, as I've already examined the preceding Pentagon attack with the departure of American Airlines Flight 77 and the hijackers at Dulles Airport in another film of mine called 6 on 77, the Dulles Airport 9/11 cover-up, where I uncovered that there was actually a minimum of 6 operatives who hijacked Flight 77, rather than what the official story purports, claiming that there was only 5 hijackers, by the way of unveiling the mistake made in the initial release of the Dulles security CCTV video with an additional Middle Eastern suspect first thought to be hijacker Hani Hanjour, subsequently before the release of the 9/11 Commission report in 2004, which had stated that a stewardess on board the doomed flight, Renee May, counted 6 hijackers through her phone call conversation on the flight. That circumstance with the FBI and 9/11 Commission reports investigations on Dulles Airport and Flight 77 gives us some validity to speculate inaccuracies and cover-ups about American Airlines Flight 77's official flight roster, as well as the weapons that were actually used, since in what I had also pointed out in the film, that Barbara Olson's phone call was picked up by an AT&T operator who had stated Olson said the hijackers had taken over the plane with knives and a gun, contrary to the loose interpretation of plastic-type knives detailed by her husband, Solicitor General Ted Olson, that then suddenly morphed into an absurd claim of box cutters. This is also a tremendously important detail because Flight 77 is the only 9/11 flight, interpreted by passengers, to have been taken over by box cutters. And one of the other features of the film 6 on 77, the Dulles Airport 9/11 cover-up, is demonstrating the situation of passenger screener company Argan Bright Security with a Pakistani employee named Eric Gill, where on September 10th, the day before 9/11, he had a rude encounter with 5 Middle Eastern suspects at the West Checkpoint exit where he was stationed, with 3 of them being dressed in American Airlines ground worker uniforms, as they were having troubles gaining access, attempting to go into unrestricted areas of the airport that actually lead onto the concourse of where airliners are parked, potentially as a way of gaining access to pre-plant weapons on board Flight 77 and other flights. A story that was featured in the mini-documentary Unsafe at Any Altitude, briefly based on the underrated book with the same title by authors Joe and Susan P. Trento, which makes an example out of Dulles Airport with Eric Gill's story, that the real security vulnerability problem which made the 9/11 attacks succeed was the internal security inside the airport for the employees, not the security screening companies for the passengers, like Argenbright, therefore making the ultimate revelation that the federalizing of passenger security with the TSA was not the actual problem or solution in preventing further hijackings, that the private passenger screening companies were doing their job. Argenbright employee Eric Gill did identify 3 of the Middle Eastern men as 9/11 hijackers entering a restricted area of Dulles, but there's another problem with that. One of the hijackers Gill confirmed was Nageeb Al-Hazmi, who does board and hijack Flight 77 there from Dulles the next day. But the other 2 were Marwan al-Shehi and Fayez Ben Hamad, who's supposed to be at Logan Airport in Boston, Massachusetts the following day, to board, hijack, as well as pilot United Airlines Flight 175. This becomes almost like another situation with Mohammed Atta and Abdulaziz Al-Omari, as it seems to be another unnecessary route of travel the day before the attacks. But unlike Atta and Al-Omari, this situation with Al-Shehi and Ben Hamad is not part of the official story. Plus, as we just showed earlier with reports on the police and FBI Dragnet scouring Boston, Massachusetts hotels and motels, where the hijackers and other unaccounted for conspirators stayed at, there is no news coverage or reporting of investigators on the scene at Milner Hotel, which is what the official story says, as to where Marwan and the 3 other hijackers shared a room and stayed at in Boston. Essentially, if Eric Gill's story is true in regards of what happened at Dulles the day before, with the presence of Marwan and Fayez, may also play as an inaccurate flight rosters regarding Flights 11 and 175 at Logan. However, incidentally regarding Flight 77 on September 10th, the day before the attacks as well, it was on its routine route in which the American Airlines plane was actually at LAX Airport in California before departing back to Dulles Airport in Virginia. But what's now known about the route the day before comes from a WikiLeaks dump that was picked up by the Telegraph on September 1st, 2011, titled The 9/11 Gang That Got Away, where supposedly 3 men from Qatar were supposed to fly in on Flight 77 to Dulles on 9/10, but ironically got cold feet and backed out of the operation, fleeing back to Qatar on a British Airways flight from LAX. They had only been in the country for 3 weeks posing as tourists. They allegedly carried out surveillance of the World Trade Center, the White House, the Pentagon, and CIA headquarters in Virginia. 10 days later they flew to Los Angeles, where they stationed themselves in a hotel near the LAX, which the FBI established was paid for by a convicted terrorist, who also paid for their airline tickets. Hotel staff told investigators they saw pilot uniforms in the Qatari men's room, along with computer printouts detailing pilots' names, flight numbers, and times, and packages addressed to Syria, Afghanistan, Jordan, and Jerusalem. It would be very hard to determine what ultimately their plans or flight designations were, or if they were supposed to accompany the Flight 77 hijackers on 9/11, or possibly even target another nearby airport. But that would also be limiting the scope pertaining to Dulles, considering when referring back to the Daily Telegraph article from September 20th, 2001, more planes to have been targeted, FBI, up to 5 other flights on September 11th regarded by FBI as suspicious, where it also says, a United plane due to fly from Washington to the West Coast was also a possible target. It was canceled at short notice, and the FBI is investigating a report that 5 men of Arab appearance left hurriedly. No flight number is provided, but with so much going on and covered up as we've demonstrated with the other airports so far, including the roster of hijackers on Flight 77, it is highly doubtful these were just regular Middle Eastern passengers. But again with the Qatari 3, it is possible they may have been designated by themselves to target that flight, or one at Reagan National Airport, which is closest to DC, or Baltimore-Washington International Airport. And instead of following up on official airports with Newark, let us go further south than what we have already addressed with Atlanta, since it would be foolish not to consider any Florida targets, with most of the 19 hijackers having lived and gone to flight school there. As you may recall, after the fiasco with JFK and LaGuardia Airports breaking out over the arrest of over a dozen suspects, there was an ABC News report on the early morning of September 14th at 1:28 a.m. with Ted Koppel and Pierre Thomas reporting on activity going on in Miami.
Yes, Peter. Just to give you an example of how sweeping the investigation is unfolding across the country, sources are telling us that in Miami today, federal authorities have detained 4 additional people. Now, we're being told that 3 women and 1 man were detained in Miami. Their backgrounds are being investigated. And here's the reason why they were very suspicious of these people. Apparently at Miami International Airport, a woman went into a facility, changed clothes into flight attendant wear. A man who was in the vicinity began to run. Officials detained the man. Also, along with the woman, there were 2 other women who were wearing flight attendant wear as well. All 4 of these people have been detained. They're being questioned tonight. The suspicion is they might have ties, might be supporting some of these earlier attacks. Again, it's still unfolding. It may not turn out to be a connection, but the authorities are investigating, Ted.
The story was only picked up twice again on ABC just a couple of hours later by Darren McGinty, with a slight difference in details.
That 3 men and a woman were detained in Miami last night, and sources say suspicions were raised when one of the women changed into a flight attendant's uniform and the man ran from the scene.
Of course, McGinty's report, being that there were 3 men and 1 woman, sounds more plausible. But then again, here we are with the repeated detail of a woman being involved, as was reported between JFK and LaGuardia, as well as within the raid in Boston hotels the next day on September 12th. 5 hours later on CNN, Kelly Arena had picked up the story after being the first news source naming off 18 hijacker names from the 4 official 9/11 flights, as well as the update with the majority of the JFK and LaGuardia detainees being freed.
We also know that in Miami's airport, sources say that law enforcement detained several people there. One woman was seen walking into the airport in civilian clothing, went into the restroom, came out in a flight attendant uniform. She was with a man who also had a flight attendant uniform. When they were approached by authorities, they ran, but they were captured and they are now being questioned. And we also know that the U.S. Coast Guard has boarded a Carnival Cruise Line ship off the coast of Miami earlier today. They detained 2 people who authorities describe as having a history of hijacking. According to law enforcement sources, that ship was boarded at 3 a.m. after the passenger list was checked by authorities. So this manhunt continues, Leon, around the country.
And yes, according to what Kelly Arena said, authorities arrested suspects off this Carnival cruise ship in Miami. And none of this should be a surprise, although some reports could be just cases of false alarms, as there was also a bomb threat at the Orlando airport to consider.
A bomb threat at the Orlando airport turned out to be nothing, but no one was taking chances. The jitters are obvious not only at the airports, but among Americans just contemplating air travel.
And as we shown earlier with the morning of 9/11, Bush having attended an elementary school in Sarasota, and like it or not, it was also reported that the Secret Service had good intel that Air Force One was a target. But as a scenario with the port of entry from the north, like the possible suspects coming into the U.S. from Canada onto Maine, rendezvousing with official 9/11 hijackers, could there likely have been other suspects entering the country from the south, even the coastline to become operational in Florida? Quite possibly. As with the Qatari trio, there seems to be another trio with Afghani operatives having been staked out and preparing days before 9/11 off the Cayman Islands.
The one thing that the FBI has been able to stitch together is at least 7 of the pilots on their list of 19, the suicide pilots, were actually trained in Florida. And now there are questions. Were there any sort of warning signs that this was going to happen? There are details emerging tonight from the Cayman Islands.
Line has learned that U.S. government officials are now in the Cayman Islands investigating a letter delivered to a radio station there on August 29th, 12 days before the hijackings. The anonymous letter writer said he was convinced that 3 Afghanis who'd entered the island illegally were agents of Osama bin Laden, and he warned that they, quote, are organizing a major terrorist act against the U.S. via an airline or airlines. He asked a radio station talk show host to pass that information to the authorities and, quote, refrain from being naive and complacent in this serious situation. A radio station manager forwarded the letter to a Cayman government official on September 6th, but according to a government statement, treated it as, quote, merely speculation on the part of the author. The government goes on to say the writer has now been interviewed and has stated that indeed the letter was purely speculation on his part. Dateline has been unable to reach the author. The 3 men the letter writer said were agents of Osama bin Laden are now being held in prison in the Cayman Islands.
Now, those 3 men have not been charged with any crimes. They're being held on immigration charges because they were in the Cayman Islands illegally. The United States has investigators in the Cayman Islands that plan to talk to those 3 men. So, again, this was a letter from an anonymous writer. We have spoken, Dateline has spoken to that writer. But again, the government saying this was just speculation, but certainly a curious connection here of the timing of the letter and, of course, the details.
But these circumstances with Middle Eastern suspects being found or witnessed having pilot uniforms in their possession or left over seem to be a constant, as like what ABC's John Miller reported around 7 p.m. on September 14th.
And in New York City today, police are detaining 2 more people that were called in as suspicious by a Manhattan hotel, both Saudi Arabians, both of whom had pilots' uniforms and certificates from a Florida flying school.
Another trail of evidence led to Hamburg, Germany, where Atta and al-Shari once lived. Police have searched apartments, questioned witnesses, and made at least 1 arrest. It's even leading to Italy, where last April 2 American Airlines pilots were robbed of their uniforms, badges, and documents. Police want to see if that is related to this.
In fact, while the Dragnet was global, German authorities had searched the previous residence of both Mohammed Atta and Ziad Jarrah, where 2 people were taken into questioning, one a female whose face wasn't visible, and another male who was reported to have been arrested and employed at the airport there. No details were given as to whom, but it was likely one of 2 Atta's Moroccan associates from the Hamburg Cell, Ahmad Siddiqui or Saeed Bahiji. It's also interesting that according to a book by Jürgen Roth, described as one of Germany's top investigative reporters, that in February of 2001, Mohammed Atta and 2 associates, one of them being a Pakistani Air Force pilot, applied a job with Lufthansa Airlines at the Frankfurt Airport in Germany, which would give them access to secure areas of that airport, but apparently none of them are able to get the job. But what also seems to coincide with that is another flight and plausible operative for 9/11 that had also departed Germany through Lufthansa Airlines right before the attacks.
And the Globe and Mail is reporting the RCMP is questioning a man at Pearson Airport in Toronto. The man was one of thousands of passengers headed for the U.S., but rerouted here on Tuesday. He was reportedly carrying a Palestinian Authority travel document, and one strange detail as well, he was also apparently carrying a photo of himself in a flight crew uniform against a fake backdrop of the World Trade Center.
Here at home, meanwhile, the RCMP have confirmed that Immigration Canada officials detained a man who may be connected to the attacks on the U.S. He arrived at Pearson International Airport in Toronto the day the attacks took place on a U.S.-bound flight that was diverted. Police say he had what they describe as, quote, materials of interest, unquote, including photos and a flight jacket. One newspaper report says he carried Palestinian Authority travel papers and a picture of himself in a flight crew uniform against a fake backdrop of the World Trade Center. The RCMP won't confirm those details. They say they've been in touch with the FBI.
It turned out to be a man from Yemen who lived in Detroit, whose full name is Nageeb Abdul-Jabbar Mohammed Al-Hadi, who was flying from Yemen via Frankfurt, Germany to Chicago on September 11th. But his plane, Lufthansa Flight 430, was diverted to Pearson Airport in Toronto, Canada, following the morning's attacks, as planes became grounded from the FAA's no-fly ban. His baggage was still transported from Germany to Chicago on a different Lufthansa Flight 432, which had departed earlier and was permitted to land in Chicago, which meant that Al-Hadi may have originally been chartered to board that flight and arrive in Chicago at a much earlier time, but may have run into complications with booking his flight or air traffic from Frankfurt. His wife, Renee Applewhite, and 3 children lived in the Detroit area. He was alleged to be in possession of fake passports, a pair of sales uniforms from his job with Lufthansa Airlines, as well as a piece of paper containing cryptic writing, which was said to be determined as a tag from a laundry. Al-Hadi was found to have very suspicious items. Customs officers searched his suitcase and found 4 Yemeni passports, each with a different passport number. One passport had the name and photo of another person. He was arrested and placed in solitary confinement for the next 3 weeks, as his lawyer petitioned to have him released on bail terms. The Washington Times article, Passengers Say Suspicious Flyer Had Partners, September 28, 2001, stated that Al-Hadi was traveling with at least 4 others And witnesses aboard the aircraft have told the FBI that when the pilot announced that the flight would be forced to land in Toronto because of an unspecified catastrophic event in the United States, Al-Hadi and others apparently traveling with him produced a bottle of wine from the carry-on luggage and shared celebratory sips with each other as they huddled near the mid-cabin restroom. They were very upbeat, said one passenger who sat near two of the men in the group. They seemed in a really good mood, which seemed odd under the circumstances. In an article simply titled, "Two Grilled Here, Trade Center Backdrop Used for Photos Taken in Aircrew Uniforms," by Tom Godfrey and George Christopoulos in the Toronto Sun, September 15, 2001, FBI anti-terrorist agents are grilling two men arrested here who are suspected of links to the attacks on Washington and New York City. The men, who had pictures of themselves dressed in flight uniforms against fake backdrops of the World Trade Center, were questioned for hours yesterday in a protective wing of the Metro West Detention Center, police said. The first suspect, an unidentified Middle Eastern man in his 20s, was arrested at Pearson Airport on Tuesday as he arrived on a flight that had been diverted from the U.S. He was among 14 travelers on flights diverted from the U.S. who were arrested by police and immigration for a range of offenses, including possessing drugs and phony documents. The person of interest to the RCMP, following the incident in the U.S., said Force spokesman Sergeant Paul Marsh, "This person had photographs that were of interest to us." Marsh refused to disclose the nature of the photographs. Police sources said the man had several photos of himself in flight uniforms against a fake drop of the World Trade Center. He had his thumbs up and he was smiling, the sources said. He appeared to be having a good time. In a Washington Post article by Keith B. Richburg, October 3, 2001, the United States is seeking extradition of Al-Hadi, 35, and has charged him with one count of making false statements in the use and application of a passport and one count of fraud to obtain a U.S. visa. Al-Hadi told the judge that he wanted to go home to Yemen. "I need help," Al-Hadi told the judge. Speaking in Arabic through a translator, "There is a plot against me. I am a Yemeni national. I wish to be tried in my country." Followed up in explaining his appearance in court, Mustafa Noman, Yemeni's ambassador to Canada, said in an interview that the Yemen government is investigating how Al-Hadi obtained multiple passports. Noman said it is illegal in Yemen to have multiple passports with different names and information, and that Al-Hadi would face trial for the offenses in Yemen if returned there. Noman said he knows Al-Hadi's family very well. It owns airlines, a tourist company, a machinery company, and a high-tech telecommunications company. Noman said Al-Hadi was educated in Yemen and worked for Lufthansa as a ticket agent for 5 or 6 years. "I am 100% sure he had nothing to do with the events of September 11th, Noman said. Donovan Vincent, staff reporter for the Toronto Star, in Yemeni Man Tells Court There Is a Plot to Get Him, October 3, 2001, wrote, in rambling comments, delivered at times in English, but mostly through an Arab interpreter, Al-Hadi, who is facing U.S. charges relating to the misuse of visa and passport fraud, begged Mr. Justice Brian Tratford for the opportunity to tell his story from the beginning to end. "If I don't make it clear now, I'll be in serious trouble. I'm not like those people you think of," Al-Hadi said. He did not elaborate or explain who was behind the plot against him. The article also states, a Lufthansa official told the Star last week that Al-Hadi worked as a ticket counter agent for a firm in Yemen that was contracted by the airline. The contract ended in 1998, and the spokesperson for the airline could not explain why Al-Hadi would have the uniforms. Jane Gadd, courts reporter for the Globe and Mail, Yemeni man denies link to terrorism, October 3, 2001. Al-Hadi said, "I want to talk. I need help. There's people in a sort of cooking a plot," Mr. Al-Hadi said frantically through an Arabic interpreter. "There are people who are playing both sides, from this side and the other. I have a problem, and if I don't make it clear now, I will be in more serious trouble." Immediately after 9/11 in 2001, Gary Bhattacharya represented Al-Hadi, and in the Canadian press on November 22, 2001, he told Ontario Superior Court Justice Brian Tratford in an angry tirade against the U.S. Department of Justice. Officials south of the border waited until the end of the 60-day period set out in Canada's extradition treaty with the United States to submit his paperwork formalizing the request, Bhattacharya said, basically accusing the American government of deliberately dragging their feet in processing Al-Hadi so that they could hold him longer, followed up with saying, "That conduct does not reflect well on the U.S. justice system." Initially, U.S. authorities believed he was a key figure in the 9/11 attacks. In May 2002, it will be reported that Canada has approved his deportation to the U.S., where he is wanted for several charges of passport forgery. But it appears that in January 2003, he is convicted in the U.S. on forgery charges, but Al-Hadi's whereabouts is unknown. Now, it doesn't exactly seem that Al-Hadi was the type that was supposed to carry out a suicide mission, considering his former occupation and the items found on him. He may have been involved in a support role to give cover to the other operatives that were supposed to conduct hijacking operations from Chicago. That the city itself is one of the major targets underlined in the Bojinka plot, with it being the home of the largest skyscraper in the United States, the Sears Tower. Chicago itself continues to be a worrisome target for a major attack, as has been reported years later, with other attempts to get at it. Also, amidst the turmoil that day of 9/11, the last passenger phone call from Flight 175 by passenger Peter Hansen to his father indicated that the hijackers were communicating amongst each other, deciphering which target they were supposed to hit, with Hansen saying, "I think they intend to go to Chicago or someplace and fly into a building." It's pretty obvious Sears Tower was a target, but why investigators were certain that Al-Hadi was involved and compelled to slow the judicial process is because of what they discovered searching through his cell phone records. According to the Washington Examiner Weekly Standard editor David Tell in Due Process for Terrorists July 1st, 2002, that soon after Al-Hadi's arrest it was revealed that telephone records linked Nageeb Al-Marabh with Al-Hadi, the mysterious Yemeni man who was arrested on September 11th after attempting to fly into Chicago with 3 different passports and a Lufthansa flight uniform in his bags. So who is Nageeb Al-Marabh? Remember when I said that we're not done with Canada yet? I'll let Canada's CBC News give you a bit of an introductory.
A clearer picture is emerging tonight of the man arrested by the FBI last night in Chicago, a man wanted by both Canadian and American authorities. And in this CBC Investigative Unit report, Terry Malewski has more information on other suspects who have authorities concerned. Terry.
Peter, the FBI last night arrested a man called Nageeb Al-Marabh, age 35. CBC News has obtained his immigration file, and it's quite a story. He was born to Syrian parents in Kuwait and was refused refugee status in Canada in 1994. But then he went underground and managed to live and work illegally for 7 years in both Toronto and Boston. Al-Marabh has a Boston cab driver's ID, and he's wanted for an assault in Boston in May of last year. But this June, he was caught hiding in the back of a truck trying to get into the U.S. at Niagara Falls. He was charged in Canada with carrying a false Canadian passport and detained for 2 weeks, but then released.
Al-Marabh was running by the Boston, Massachusetts Police Department.
As the FBI announced Al-Marabh's arrest, those who knew him in Toronto seemed stunned. They said he'd occasionally stayed here at his uncle's apartment in an inner-city Toronto neighborhood and helped out sometimes at this downtown copy store run by his uncle.
The tenants now are coming to my door today. They're very scared. They think that now is somebody going to retaliate against us building.
Concerning Canadian links and his arrest previously in the month of June that year.
That's tough for us to understand.
The opposition wants to know why he was let loose.
This man was apprehended with a false Canadian passport and false documents. He was turned over to Canadian authorities by the U.S. And what did they do with him? They let him out on bail.
The government said it didn't have enough solid evidence.
We do not detain individuals on whispers or innuendo. We need to have that evidence.
But there was abundant evidence, and it wasn't whispers or innuendo, but documented facts presented by the government itself at the immigration hearing in July when Al-Marabh was released. Here are some of those facts. He'd been ordered out of Canada in 1994, but went underground with fake Canadian ID. He'd crossed the U.S. border back and forth illegally, and he'd been convicted of assault in Boston and was wanted for violating probation. The adjudicator at the hearing said you demonstrated your willingness to use fraudulent documents to elude immigration authorities, both here and at the U.S. border. Then he released Al-Marabh on a $15,000 bond put up by his uncle. That uncle, Ahmad Shahab, is a religious leader who's supposed to be speaking tomorrow at a public meeting on Islam versus terrorism. But there's much more now on Nageeb Al-Marabh. Numerous reports in the U.S. say that he was on the FBI's watch list because he was linked with Osama bin Laden's al-Qaeda organization.
Al-Marabh was freed in June of 2001 from Canada despite telling the FBI he had trained on rifles and rocket-propelled grenades at militant camps in Afghanistan, and after admitting he sent money to a former roommate convicted of trying to blow up a hotel in Jordan. free despite efforts by prosecutors in Detroit and Chicago to indict him on charges that could have kept him in prison for years. Those indictments were rejected by the Justice Department in the name of protecting intelligence. Even 2 judges openly questioned al-Marabh's terror ties. But Nageeb Al-Marabh was arrested on September 18, 2001 in Chicago on a parole violation related to stabbing his Detroit roommate in the knee during an argument on May 30, 2000. He pleaded guilty in December 2000. He is known and has admitted to knowing Khalid Sheikh Mohammed as well as many other operatives of the Millennium Plot. Nageeb Al-Marabh moves to Boston in 1989 and apparently lives there as a taxi driver and sleeper agent for already several years before the first attack on the Twin Towers in 1993. In 1992, he learns to use weapons in the Afghan al-Qaeda training camps, becoming a sniper, along with his roommate Raid Hijazi, born in California and is a Jordan descendant, later involved in the Millennium Plot. As many 9/11 hijackers, Al-Marabh went to fight in Chechnya in 1999. He receives 5 driver's licenses over a period of 13 months in addition to carrying driver's licenses from Massachusetts, Illinois, Florida, and Ontario, Canada, all places that he was living at simultaneously. His previous residence, having lived in Florida, also brought to the attention just how central he really was to coordinating the 9/11 attacks, being that most of the hijackers had already resided there, and that he was usually working these cities as a cab driver, just as some of the 1993 World Trade Center bombers were, which also gives access and familiarity with airports. Al-Marabh appears to have moved every few months or continually changed his residence on official documents, at one point listing an address in Dearborn, Michigan that was a truck stop. Incidentally, on September 11, 2000, a year before 9/11, he obtains a Michigan license permitting him to drive semi-trucks containing hazardous and caustic materials, but is still unsuccessful in trying to find a tractor-trailer driving job 1 month before the September 11th attacks. He had also bragged to a Jordanian informant about planning to die as a martyr by driving a gasoline truck into a New York City tunnel, turning it sideways, opening its valves, and having an operative shoot a flare to ignite a massive explosion. Federal investigators had also provably tied Al-Marabh to 9/11 hijackers Ahmed Al-Ghamdi and Satam Al-Sakambi, but many eyewitnesses see Marwan al-Shehi and Mohammed Atta at the Toronto copy shop owned by Al-Marabh's uncle, Ahmed Shahabab, a prominent local imam. Some of the dozens of eyewitness accounts say Atta sporadically worked in the shop at some point. 2 months after 9/11, U.S. and Canadian police determined that there is a flurry of phone calls and financial transactions between Al-Marabh, Atta, and al-Shehi days before the attacks. Additionally, Canadian authorities will claim that in days before 9/11, Al-Marabh sends money through a Toronto bank account to at least 3 men who will later be arrested in the U.S. for supporting roles in the 9/11 attacks. The names of the 3 men had not been released. At least $1,500 is sent to one of the men in days before 9/11. A 24-year-old former girlfriend of Al-Marabh from Boston, who requested anonymity, described him as a slacker with little diversion. She also said that he did not appear religious, quote, never mentioned going to the mosque, never mentioned religion. After his arrest in September, he was kept in solitary confinement for more than 8 months without seeing a judge in his prison sentence. Federal prosecutors lodged a material witness warrant but was dropped, and he was cleared of any terrorist activity or organization connections, but pled guilty to conspiracy to smuggle an alien into the U.S. from Canada and was ordered deported to Syria in January of 2004. But then Al-Marabh was arrested by Syrian intelligence agents, where it's believed he is still jailed with no reports of being officially charged with any crime. Both Democratic and Republican senators later expressed bafflement and complaint about this deportation of an extremely likely 9/11 suspect. Rumors suggest that Al-Marabh may have been flipped as a U.S. intelligence asset while incarcerated before being deported. All of it extremely troublesome, particularly when it came to Detroit, where one of his addresses raided by law enforcement found 3 suspects, plus 2 more mostly of Moroccan descent, one of them from Algeria, were found with suspicious and incriminating evidence, a lot of it pertaining to black market and ID fraud. One of them, Yusuf Memensa, was already jailed in Iowa. Another had also lived in Minnesota, Abdullah El Mardoudi. Although one of the Moroccans and Algerian were proven innocent of any terrorist affiliations and let go years later, the Detroit sleeper cell is a rather interesting case which viewers would need to take their own time to explore and come to their own conclusion. But interestingly, for all of them roughly being in the same region or vicinity in the country, as well as nationalities and original port of entry, plus one of them already being incarcerated before 9/11, strangely enough, there was no direct link attributed to them or Nageeb Al-Marabh by way of Zacharias Moussaoui, even though both had already served in Chechnya, and there are numerous other operatives that were 1 to 2 degrees connected. Basically, it wouldn't be a huge leap of speculation to consider that maybe al-Marabh was actually the real 9/11 ringleader and not Mohammed Atta, considering that he'd already been residing in the U.S. before the first attack on the Twin Towers in 1993. But both Moussaoui and al-Marabh were the first set of material witnesses arrested after 9/11, as well as our unidentified pilot hijacker arrested on September 13th at JFK, suspected of commencing more hijackings there, having a residence in Boston linked to an Osama bin Laden brother, and very likely to also have been one of the suspects attempting to hijack United Flight 23 there on 9/11. But questions need to be asked as to who else was being arrested and originally charged for supporting roles in the 9/11 attacks, like the example made with al-Marabh's Toronto bank account links, which is why we should return back to around noon on September 16th during the news timeline, focusing on the amount of material witness arrests and INS detainments to see what else surfaces in the Dragnet pertaining to unaccounted for hijacking targets and other efforts to strike the country.
Well, one of the things that struck me about what Ashcroft said today is that there was sort of a tacit admission that the United States does not have a firm handle on the number of terrorist organizations operating within the United States. One official I talked to yesterday said, look, we're not thinking that anything is imminent, but we just don't know.
You mentioned Iraq. Vice President Cheney said on Meet the Press that our information is Iraq was not behind this latest incident. But should a primary goal of the war on terrorism be to topple Saddam Hussein?
Yes, I think so.
We know that one of the persons arrested on a material witness warrant was this pilot that showed up at JFK and LaGuardia and caused, in part, all of the confusion there Thursday night that resulted in shutting down LaGuardia, JFK, and Newark for 3 hours, those three airports for many hours on Thursday. He presented a false identification, they believed. When authorities questioned this man, he was considerably less than forthcoming, and they believe he may have additional information.
Intelligence officials and investigators in this country saying that, contrary to some of the earlier reports, there may be as many as 35 continually operating groups at large in the United States. At one point, we were given to understand that there could have been as many as 4 or 5 still remaining as part of what was the coordinated attack on September 11th. They are now saying that there are probably far many more than that. Much of the investigation is focused on Texas, New Jersey, and Florida, where it is said, where investigators believe there are still a number of these groups still at large.
Our chief congressional correspondent, Carl Cameron, who also has been doing a lot of work this weekend on intelligence gathering. Carl, what's the latest?
Well, there's a number of arrests that have occurred overnight in the last 36 hours or so, particularly centralized in New Jersey. Overnight, a number of suspects believed to have ties to Osama bin Laden were arrested, brought into custody in New Jersey. They include 2 men who are from Jersey City. Jersey City specifically important because it is believed by investigators to be the former headquarters of Sheikh Omar Rahman, who in 1995 was convicted for planning attacks on a variety of New York City landmarks. Mr. Rahman, still in custody, however, he has a variety of disciples who are believed to, at this point, be at large around the country. There was a second warrant for material questioning issued overnight, and another man, again from Jersey City, New Jersey, brought into custody. That would bring the total to 3 just in the last 24 hours who were actually brought into custody for additional questioning. U.S. intelligence investigators as well as domestic counterterrorism officials saying all of them are wanted because it is believed that they have specific knowledge about the planning and orchestration of the attacks on the World Trade Center. In addition, on Thursday of last week, 3 men were arrested at Newark, New Jersey Airport. They are from Passaic, New Jersey. They are still in custody today. And Fox News has learned, Rita Cosby is reporting, that they had several $1,000s worth of cash on them at the time with one-way tickets to Syria.
But we've been warned. We've been warned there are evil people in this world. We've been warned so vividly. And we'll be alert. Your government is alert. The governors and mayors are alert that evil folks still lurk out there. Yeah.
Mr. President, do you believe Osama bin Laden's denial that he had anything to do with this?
No question, he is the prime suspect. No question about that. Now, this crusade, this war on terrorism, is going to take a while, and the American people must be patient. I'm going to be patient. But I can assure the American people, I am determined. I'm not going to be distracted. I will keep my focus to make sure that not only are these brought to justice, but anybody who's been associated will be brought to justice. Those who harbor terrorists will be brought to justice. It is time for us to win the first war of the 21st century decisively.
Back here in the United States, 25 people that we know of have been detained and questioned by the INS in connection with this case. We now know that 2 other people have been arrested on what are called material witness warrants. It means they had to be arrested because the authorities wanted to talk to them. Either they were concerned that they were going to flee or other potential reasons.
And of course, there is some intelligence information to pass on to you, if I could, very briefly. As you know, there have been 6 people detained in New Jersey, 3 from Jersey City and 3 from Passaic. And there is information obtained by Rita Cosby and Carl Cameron, which indicates that some of those people had a lot of money on them and a one-way ticket to Syria. Osama bin Laden, as you know, has denied responsibility. I'll let that go without any other comment. Pakistan is being asked to help. And there is a report from our Carl Cameron that the Mossad has been involved in trying to provide information to the FBI. They may have come here, best information we have, and talked to the FBI recently, 2 senior Israeli intelligence officers, and they told us that there may have been as many as 200 terrorists in the United States. This was last week, remember, and that large-scale operation was apparently being planned. They didn't have any of the firm details, and they said that it would be imminent. If that information turns out to be accurate, that would have been the only early warning that the United States may have reached as far as we know.
Unfortunately, like the similar circumstance with Joe Biden's early appearance on NBC's Today Show, September 14th, on September 16th, Archive.org's Understanding 9/11, a television news archive, for some reason also has a glitch and will not show a couple of hours worth of news video of the timeline with Fox News' Carl Cameron's appearance, first making this report about a warning from Israel's Mossad, as Brian Wilson just reported. But this should come as no surprise at this point with how much Fox News is already covering the Dragnet with the material witness arrests from Jersey. Because as we are able to fast forward 3 months later onto December 2001 with Carl Cameron and Britt Hume's infamous 4-part news piece on the Israeli spy ring, which incidentally by that point in December of 2001, 200 Israelis had already been rounded up before and after 9/11 for INS and espionage charges.
Now, among the developments of those we know have been held on these material witness charges, one man at JFK Airport who was part of the reason for that confusion at New York's 3 airports on Thursday, one of 2, and possibly by this hour both men who are on an Amtrak train picked up in Fort Worth, Texas, after they had to get off their plane that originated in Newark on the morning of the suicide flights. At first, authorities thought they were drug couriers, but then it was discovered they were carrying box knives, a large amount of cash, and one official tells us tonight that lead is extremely promising.
Only this morning, the FBI flew a man named Zacharias Moussaoui from Minnesota to New York. His case is being followed today by ABC's Brian Ross.
He was taken into custody August 17th in Minneapolis after his behavior at a Minneapolis flight school raised suspicions. He showed up with thousands of dollars in cash and wanted to learn quickly how to fly a 747 to take flight simulator lessons. And he told the instructors there that he only really cared about flying the plane in a horizontal position. He didn't really care about takeoffs or landings.
Also, in the last 24 hours, a San Antonio doctor was brought to New York for questioning. He's believed to be linked to 2 of the suicide bombers. And 2 men detained Wednesday in Fort Worth, Texas, also brought to New York. They were found carrying box cutters and $20,000 cash on an Amtrak train. In some cases, people detained since Tuesday have already been released. Presumably, some innocent people are being swept up.
Before we move on to September 17th, you may be asking yourself, who are these 2 men picked up in Fort Worth, Texas, found with all the details mentioned, particularly with what Pete Wilson detailed, as we've promised to address Newark Airport in New Jersey, where these 2 Middle Eastern men originated from. The 2 men are Ayub Ali Khan and Mohammed Jawed Azmath, and reports about their arrest first appeared on local Texas news on September 13th, but their story really started to pick up mainstream media coverage until the evening of September 14th and morning of 15th, intensively by NBC News.
Matt, good morning to you. That man arrested when he had false identification in New York. Authorities not satisfied with his answer, so they're holding him as a material witness. But as for what federal officials consider one of their hottest leads, it's the detention of 2 other men stopped on a train. Investigators believe they may have important information about the terrorist support network. Senior officials now say the FBI is very eager to find out exactly what the 2 men were up to when they were detained Wednesday on an Amtrak train in Texas. Authorities say the 2, Ayub Khan and Mohammed Azmath, boarded an airplane in Newark on Tuesday, the day of the suicide plane attacks, bound for San Antonio, getting off the plane when it was grounded by the FAA in St. Louis. They then boarded an Amtrak train but were detained in Texas after getting into an argument during the train ride. Federal agents say the 2 were carrying box-cutting knives, similar to the ones the FBI says were used by the hijackers to intimidate passengers. Investigators have been questioning the men in Texas, saying they've been somewhat cooperative.
Not saying that they weren't cooperative. We talked to them, of course.
But now authorities plan to question them further in New York. And a senior government official tells NBC News he believes they likely have information about the terrorist network responsible for this week's attacks.
2 men were taken into custody at an Amtrak train station in Fort Worth, Texas. The 2 men are proving to be, according to law enforcement sources, quite instrumental to the case. 51-year-old Ayub Ali Khan and another man were on a flight from Newark that was bound for Texas, that along with other flights on Tuesday morning were grounded after the terrorist attacks. Now, the plane was stopped in St. Louis, and from there, he and his associate, 47-year-old Mohammed Azmath, took an Amtrak train to Fort Worth, where their suspicious behavior, apparently an altercation on the train, triggered authorities to be called in. Now, at the train station in Fort Worth, they were stopped by officers who took them in for questioning for suspicion of drugs. The men had on them approximately $5,000 in their case, and also about a few box cutter knives, similar to the ones used in Tuesday's attack. Now, the men were taken into custody by the INS on immigration violations, but they were also taken up to New York yesterday and are being questioned. They are among 25 people that the INS has detained so far on immigration charges.
Day 5 of the investigation, and federal agents now confirm that at least 25 people are being detained in connection with the attack. Some are being held merely because it appears they're in this country illegally. But others, sources say, are getting a closer look, including the 2 men taken off a train on its way to San Antonio the day after the hijackings. In their possession, investigators say, box cutters, hair dye, thousands in cash, and unused airline tickets. Sources now confirm the 2 have been flown to New York for further questioning. And late today, federal agents raided a Jersey City, New Jersey apartment where it's believed the 2 men once lived.
Other developments today. NBC News learns the FBI raids this Jersey City apartment of 2 men being questioned in New York for a possible connection to the terrorists. Ayub Ali Khan and Mohammed Azmath were picked up after a bizarre cross-country trip on the day of the bombing. The FBI says the men first boarded a TWA flight in Newark en route San Antonio. The plane was grounded in St. Louis after the attacks. They got on an Amtrak train, acted suspiciously. Their Jersey City apartment in the same neighborhood as Abdul Rahman's, the blind sheikh in jail for life for coordinating the bombing of the World Trade Center 9 years ago.
The men reportedly caused some type of disturbance on the train that caught the attention of passengers and Amtrak officials. When the train stopped in Fort Worth, the men were detained by DEA agents on a routine drug sweep. When Khan and Azmath could not produce passports or proper identification, INS agents booked them into the Tarrant County Jail as illegal aliens in transit. Throughout the morning, FBI task force members and other federal agents were in and out of the Amtrak station in downtown Fort Worth.
What can you tell us about what's going on here at the Amtrak station?
Not a thing. Agents did seize the men's luggage. One was tagged with a TWA baggage claim ticket dated September 11th. Sources have told NBC5 the men were in possession of box cutters and large amounts of cash. There are also reports that one man was wanted on a warrant and the other had an expired visa with a New York City ID card.
But perhaps the biggest break of all were the arrests of these 2 men on a train in Fort Worth the day after the attacks. Police say they were carrying thousands of dollars in cash and box cutters.
Maybe there weren't contingency plans, and they're arguing over what's our next role, where do we go, and they got in a fight over it, and somebody noticed them, and now they're in custody. And that could be a huge break, especially if they cooperate.
Ayub Khan and Mohammed Azmath, both labeled as Indian nationals, were roommates and lied to authorities on numerous accounts of fraud, such as their ages clearly not fitting with their appearance, in what Rita Cosby reported that they were 47 and 51 years old. Khan, whose true name is Gul Mohammad Shah, was 34, and Azmath was actually 30 years old and comes from Pakistani ancestry. He also had a Pakistani wife who was his second cousin that while in custody, he married in a ceremony conducted over the telephone when she was in Karachi, Pakistan. Both Azmath and Khan had fake Indian passports, and according to their landlord, they had been living in 6 Tonell Avenue, Jersey City, apartment 202 for 5 or 6 years. According to the Mirror, on October 25, 2001, their flatmate, Mohammed Pervez, is charged with lying to the FBI about more than 70,000 pounds that moved in and out of his bank. This is nearly $90,000. Pervez used to work in Trenton, New Jersey, where anthrax letters were postmarked. Pervez allegedly made false statements about checks and money orders that were deposited into his bank account and about checks written from that account over the years. A criminal complaint was filed in the U.S. District Court in Manhattan October 16, 2001. Azmath and Khan had a credit card scam running unpaid balances totaling near $500,000, as well as their roommate Mohammed Aslam Pervez, who was a naturalized American from Pakistan and was charged for lying to investigators. According to Dunstan Nickel in the Star Ledger, December 14, 2001, 2 arrested September 12 charged in credit card scam. Azmath and Khan attracted national attention amid speculation they may have had a role in the September 11th terrorist attacks or in other future terrorist actions. But the complaint unsealed yesterday makes no mention of the attacks. It does say one of the bank accounts used had been opened at the Citibank branch on the Trade Center concourse. The terror case is over and done with. It's fading away, said Lawrence Fatelli, attorney for Khan, and all that's left is the residue of this credit card case. Both men, who immigrated from India, remain in federal custody while officials determine if they were in the country legally. Khan had agreed to be deported to his homeland, but the charge enables prosecutors to keep the 2 men jailed for up to 30 days, or until a grand jury decides whether or not to indict them. The complaint says Khan's real name is Saeed Gul Mohammad Shah. It also notes both men were interviewed by federal agents and says both changed the accounts of the credit card scheme they had given agents during the first interviews on the topic September 22nd. According to the complaint, Azmath told agents he was paid $7,000 to $8,000 to sell a third man his Social Security card and New Jersey non-driver's identification card. That man later used a credit card created in the name Azmath Jaweed to buy Azmath pants and shoes, and Azmath knew the third man would not pay the bill, the complaint says. Khan told investigators he sold the man 15 credit cards for between $1,000 to $2,000 apiece. Investigators reported finding 11 different credit cards issued to Azmath Jaweed and another 20 cards in Khan's name. Together, the cards had unpaid balances totaling $473,000, the complaint states. This should give you a good idea why in some cases it may have not been necessary, even for official hijackers, to find a direct money trail when these sorts of operations and cells can be handled off the book by generating its own income through the underworld of organized crime and black market schemes. But unlike what Andrea Mitchell detailed in her report, and unlike the labels on their bags, Azmath and Khan did not board a TWA flight at Newark, but instead an American Airlines plane, Flight 1729. This mistake with the TWA flight was also reported by other news sources, including this UK newspaper. However, clearly demonstrating the seriousness of them and their flight being another potential 5th hijacked plane on 9/11, modeled next to the 4 official flights. They purchased one-way tickets, as did all the 9/11 hijackers. One of them purchased their ticket by exchanging another plane ticket that was for September 12th, while also paying for the extra fee for the service of exchange. Their American Airlines Flight 1729 departed out of Newark Airport just 8 minutes after United Airlines Flight 93 did at 8:50 a.m., which as we know was hijacked and crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Again, this could also be another reason for the circumstances with no security CCTV video provided from Newark Airport, as well as what we already suspect with 2 passengers on board Delta 1989 departing out of Boston Logan, in that it's possible that maybe a third hijacker chickened out or wasn't able to make Azmath and Khan's flight and mission for whatever reason, considering that we know that there's been a suspect pattern in the ratio of 3s, where it's only 3 Middle Eastern suspects who seem to have attempted to hijack United Flight 23 out of JFK Airport, and that with Flight 93 at Newark Airport itself. 5 passenger phone calls that detailed the hijacking scenario being carried out all said that there was only 3 hijackers. According to reports at the time, one of them had a plastic box cutter knife, but it was later claimed to be used in their previous job at a newsstand in Newark's Penn Station. Those early reports detailing box cutters on Azmath and Khan, as well as a few obscure cases with such items being found on other flights and airports, was all used to harmonize with the details conveyed from Barbara Olson on Flight 77 to her husband, Solicitor General Ted Olson, on the phone, describing a hijacker using a plastic-like knife weapon, sparking the narrative of the box cutter myth being the official weapon in all 4 hijacked flights on 9/11. Aside for the over $5,000 cash found between both of them, even though some early reports stated $20,000, they were also found with a pocket knife and black hair dye. Azmath carried photocopies of multiple passports depicting him in various guises, with a full beard, a mustache, and clean-shaven, both with and without glasses. There were also receipts for wire transfers, empty cash envelopes with dates written on them, and letters in Arabic. Yet, the report said Azmath answered no when asked if he was carrying knives or a large amount of money. Azmath and Khan's bodies were also shaved, which was part of a hijacker ritual detailed in orders loosely associated as Al-Qaeda. According to the Fort Worth police report that most news sources had gotten a hold of then, showed that Khan and Azmath appeared to be very nervous to questioning officers that Azmath stated, "I did not have anything to do with New York." It also stated the carotid pulse on his neck was visibly pulsating rapidly, and Azmath broke into sweat above his brow, and that Khan was very nervous and evasive when he was questioned about his travel plans. Plus, it also showed how their stories did not corroborate, as Azmath told officers he was going to see a friend in San Antonio and stay a month, while Khan said they were planning to stay only a week. On September 12th, another Muslim man, Dr. Al-Badr Al-Hazmi from San Antonio, was also arrested at his home by authorities who claimed he knew Azmath and Khan, or were ready to seek refuge with him. FBI agents searched his house for 6 hours and removed his home computer, medical textbooks, and Islamic magazines, while Al-Hazmi called Saudi Aramco, the Saudi Arabian oil company that had sponsored his residency since 1997, and asked them what to do.
Law enforcement officials say a total of 4 people are under arrest as material witnesses in last week's terrorist attacks. Among them, 34-year-old Dr. Al-Badr Al-Hazmi, a Saudi national arrested at a Texas hospital Friday. A computer and boxes of paper were removed from his home by FBI agents. Attorney General John Ashcroft says all of those being held on immigration charges are being subject to brand new laws about how long they can be detained.
Another part of the investigation leads to a doctor who has worked for years at a hospital in San Antonio, Texas. CBS's Bob McNamara is following the trail there.
Federal sources tell CBS News that 43-year-old Saudi national Dr. Al-Badr Al-Hazmi's credit card may have been used by the terrorists to purchase tickets for flights they would later crash. The day after the terrorist attack, Al-Hazmi's San Antonio house was raided by federal agents, and a computer was among other things seized.
They were just carrying things out, like boxes full of things, and I just noticed that they were carrying stuff out and that I didn't see the people that lived there. So I thought that was, strange.
Another computer and records were also seized at the University of Texas Health Science Center, where Al-Hazmi was a resident radiologist who didn't show up for work the day the terrorists struck, and that was unusual.
We did not suspect that this individual had done anything wrong. We're waiting to see if he has. Obviously, we're very concerned.
At home, neighbors say Al-Hazmi and his wife and 2 children kept mostly to themselves.
Everyone would always say hi, but they would never really say hi back.
At the San Antonio mosque that Al-Hazmi attended for several years, he was known to be devout but not fanatical, and was never heard talking politics.
I do not recall him ever mentioning anything about Osama bin Laden. I do not.
Before being arrested, Al-Hazmi had booked a flight last week from San Antonio to San Diego with 4 others on the FBI's so-called watch list. It is unclear whether 2 of the others were Jawed Azmath and Ayub Ali Khan, who were arrested en route to San Antonio with box cutters and $20,000 in cash. Tonight, the people here who thought they knew Al-Hazmi, where he lived, where he worked, and where he worshipped, are stunned. For if he was a radical inclined to terrorism, they never had a clue.
In 1999, Al-Hazmi had twice contacted Abdullah bin Laden, one of the family members of Osama bin Laden, in reference to his nonprofit World Assembly of Muslim Youth, which teaches people about Islam, according to what investigative reporter Craig Palast revealed shortly after the 9/11 attacks, that the address of World Assembly of Muslim Youth, which was in Virginia, was just a couple of blocks down the road where 4 of the hijackers that attacked New York and the Pentagon are listed as having lived. Dr. Al-Badar's travels to Washington and Boston earlier in 2001 was questioned too. Investigators said they were examining whether Al-Hazmi might have been a victim of identity theft after he was released 2 weeks after. According to the book Criminal Investigation by Stephen G. Brandel, it states, it was discovered that 2 of the hijackers used credit cards that belonged to Dr. Al-Badr Al-Hazmi, a radiologist who lived in Texas, for various purchases. It was reported that Al-Hazmi was not seen at work on Tuesday morning 9/11. According to Seattle PI, innocent Muslim doctor tells of arrest 2-week ordeal. On September 30th, 2001, he was released, but ironically denied knowing Khan Azmath, but went to the same Arizona flight school as hijacker of Flight 77 that struck the Pentagon, Hani Hanjour. And if things couldn't be any more suspicious, this man, Salim Ibrahim Al-Hazmi, a 26-year-old working at a petrochemical plant in Saudi Arabia, was reported as a living hijacker, instead being the Flight 77 hijacker Salim Al-Hazmi, who was 21. Salim Ibrahim Al-Hazmi, whose name matched with the list of suspects, had not visited the United States and claimed his passport had been stolen by a pickpocket 3 years prior. But on September 19, Saudi newspaper Al-Sharq Al-Awsat published Salim Ibrahim Al-Hazmi's photo alongside Badr Al-Hazmi, who they claimed was the actual hijacker who had stolen his identity, when in actuality, Badr was alive, who had already been detained by authorities under suspicion of already being linked to cells. Not too accurate to say the least. On September 19th, Dr. Al-Hazmi, in his 8th day of detention, was finally allowed to meet with his attorney Jerry Goldstein, the attorney hired by Aramco, the Saudi Arabian oil company sponsoring his medical studies here. But it wasn't until September 23rd that Badr Al-Hazmi got an opportunity to clear his name. He was accompanied by another attorney who had been hired for him by the Saudi Arabian embassy and had also met with the FBI. Within 24 hours after answering their questions, the FBI cleared Dr. Al-Hazmi and released him on Monday. The next morning, the doctor boarded a flight to San Antonio after almost 2 weeks in custody and went home. When he arrived in San Antonio on Tuesday, September 23rd, Dr. Al-Hazmi had no idea about the media attention that had been focused on him since his detainment. He moved his wife and 3 young children back to Saudi Arabia a few months after his release, then tried to return to San Antonio but was turned away because a student visa had been canceled during his detention. He had to go back to Saudi Arabia and wait while a new visa was issued with the help of Secretary of State Colin Powell. He left Texas for good in late June 2002. After completing his residency, and now works as a radiologist in a hospital for employees of the Saudi National Oil Company and their families. And just for the sake of playing devil's advocate, Dr. Al-Hazmi could have very well been innocent, but there being another potential bin Laden family connections is also very telling, or at least worth considering that perhaps like our material witness pilot suspect from JFK Airport, also with a link to a bin Laden relative may very well been intentional or part of the modus operandi in already trying to frame the bin Laden family, therefore by default already implicating Osama bin Laden himself more thoroughly. But initially, with Dr. Al-Hazmi's arrest on September 14th, FBI agents drove him to San Antonio Airport, where he boarded a small aircraft with Khan Azmath, accompanied by a U.S. Marshal and an immigration officer that had also picked up Zacharias Moussaoui in Minnesota on the way to New York.
So we do have good news. One man has been arrested. He's considered a material witness, which...
This is one of the guys who was arrested, and they said not right. Important at first.
Arrested Thursday night at JFK. Plus, they have detained 2 guys who kind of hopscotched across the country, wound up down in Texas. According to the Dallas Morning News this morning, they were then whisked to New York City. They're still here in New York City. Also, a 4th man, according to the Dallas News, a resident of San Antonio, has been brought to New York City. So that brings 4, the number detained, as they have just put out a watch list with 100 names of people they want to talk to.
And though Azmath and Khan were also cleared of involvement in the attacks, prosecutors still charged them with unrelated case of fraud involving several hundred thousands of dollars of unpaid credit card charges. The men made a plea bargain, as arguing for their innocence would have left them in jail much longer than confessing their guilt. They had agreed afterward to be deported for immigration violations in February of 2003, after both men spent 16 months in prison, with the first 12 months of detention in solitary confinement. Dan Egan and Bob Woodward were awarded the 2002 Pulitzer Prize for National Reporting for their September 29 article in the Washington Post about the detention of Khan and Azmath, and which mentions an anonymous source said that both men had flight training, a major detail which was mostly held from the mainstream press, that basically they were trained as pilots. After returning to India, both Azmath and Khan faced new problems. Authorities there detained and questioned both of them. The Hyderabad authorities criminally charged Khan and Azmath with passport fraud, and as of June 2005, were still routinely interviewed and homes were inspected. A book had been released in 2001 called Detained Without Cause: Muslim Stories of Detention and Deportation in America After 9/11 by Irum Sheikh, presents narratives of known Muslim or Arab profiles detained on links to terrorism charges. The first chapter covers Azmath. Throughout the entire chapter on Azmath, nothing is detailed about what he and Khan were charged for in their credit card scams, as well as no mention whatsoever about their roommate, Muhammad Pervez. He essentially changed his story for the book, claiming that they were attempting to move to Texas to start new lives. In fact, the book primarily documents unfair conditions Azmath felt he was being treated at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, and how the FBI also tried to plea bargain with him to admit to being a part of the 9/11 attacks, which sounds as if they wanted to make him a material witness against whoever could confess to who orchestrated it or neutralize him and flip him over as an asset. In the book, he also made accusations that the feds fabricated evidence. He also said he had no idea who the blind Sheikh Omar Abdel Rahman or anything about the 93 bombing conspirators, nor about their mosque that was in the same neighborhood, even though Azmath said he attended a different mosque and first moved in the U.S. in 1991. But in regards to his terrorism research, yet he had this to say: I don't think that Muslims even carried out the attacks because Islam does not allow the killing of innocent people. There is a possibility that some Americans did it. When the Oklahoma bombing happened, they arrested many Muslims in that area. Later they found out that Timothy McVeigh did it. I believe that someone else did the attacks and the U.S. government is using Muslims for political purposes. Azmath later appeared in a video 3 years later after the book to do a sit-down interview with Indian news website twocircles.net, where the questions were mostly asked in English and Azmath only responded in Arabic, even seeming to struggle with some answers, never looking at the camera. Alleging ill treatment also drew instant controversial media attention of whether torture should be practiced and effective for the United States. On October 21, 2001, Washington Post article hinting at the U.S. government's use, rendition, and torture, silence of 4 terror probe suspects poses dilemma for FBI. It refers to 4 suspects, which seems to be 4 essential material witnesses, and out of the hundreds arrested in the U.S., that material witnesses Zacharias Moussaoui, Nabil al-Marabh, Ayub Ali Khan, and Mohammed Azmath may actually have links to Al-Qaeda. According to the detention of Ayub Ali Khan and Mohammed Jawed Azmath Wikipedia page under detention, investigators said they offered Azmath, Khan, Zacharias Moussaoui, and Nabil Marabh the prospect of reduced sentences, money, jobs, and new identities within the U.S. if they assisted investigation into the attacks, while threatening to inject them with a truth serum, identified as sodium pentothal, or to transfer them to countries with more brutal interrogation techniques. But so far where we've left off, it's only been on the evening of September 16th, and Nabil al-Marabh isn't apprehended until September 18th. But let's move on to the morning of September 17th in continuing to follow our 4 material witnesses that we have so far in hopes of uncovering what happened to our Saudi suspect pilot from JFK Airport and Flight 23.
Meanwhile, some sobering news from Justice Department spokeswoman Mindy Tucker, who tells reporters that the #1 goal for law enforcement officials this week is to apprehend individuals believed to still be at large in the United States who are suspected of having been involved in Tuesday's attack, including a man who's already been arrested at John F. Kennedy Airport who was found to have a phony pilot's license, and 2 men detained in Texas who have since been transferred to New York who were discovered with large sums of cash, box cutters, and other items that suggest not only were they involved in Tuesday's attack, but may have been planning further attacks on the United States. Law enforcement authorities telling ABC News that they believe that in addition to those individuals who have since been apprehended, there are suspected individuals still at large in the United States.
The number of people in custody under sealed material witness warrants has climbed to 4, and sources say more may soon be arrested as well. Federal authorities caution, however, that they are not certain any of these people may actually be charged with Tuesday's attack. Some, it appears, are simply being detained because they could only be held for 72 hours under immigration law, and agents wanted to question them further. The real manhunt is on for what is described as a handful of colleagues of the hijackers who also have pilot training. Officials say there is clear and credible evidence that that small cell is still in the United States, and therefore they consider the level of a threat for another attack to be high. Finding those individuals is our #1 priority, said one official. To that end, they have asked for the records from all 1,600 of the nation's flight training schools. In addition, another 155 individuals are on a red alert watch list distributed to all law enforcement agencies and civilian airlines. Some of these people, we are told, had tickets to fly on September 11th and did not show up.
Several people are being held for questioning in connection with last week's terrorist attacks on the U.S. A man with a fake pilot's license arrested at JFK Airport in New York is now being questioned, and a man who was detained at Toronto's Pearson Airport after the attacks has been handed over to the FBI. NBC News reports the FBI is also focusing on 2 men who were taken off an Amtrak train in Texas the day after the attacks. Investigators say the men were on a flight from Newark Airport in the morning of the attacks.
Now, in terms of the investigation itself, the Justice Department is now expanding the number of people that are being held on what are called material witness warrants. Now, we're going to be hearing a lot about this term in the coming days. It allows federal authorities to hold someone in custody. It's a court order, and it allows interrogators to continue to question people, and generally it's used for people that the FBI believes have information that could be helpful to the investigation, but that letting them go or just stay home might cause them to flee. So the number of people in this category is already up to about half a dozen and probably will rise today and continue to rise in the coming days. There's a separate category of people who are being held by the Immigration Service. As the FBI questions people who might have any knowledge about this, they discover that their visas are expired or they have other reasons to hold them. And there's at least 24 people in that category.
But we're going to smoke them out. And we're adjusting our thinking to the new type of enemy. These are terrorists that have no borders. There's an old poster out west, as I recall, that said, "Wanted, dead or alive."
Dan, this morning the Justice Department raised to 175 the number of people whose names have been entered into police computers, airline, all border and INS checkpoints. These are people that the FBI wants to talk to right now in the most serious tones that you can imagine. They have questions for them about their recent travel. They have questions about their associations. But thus far we have only 3 people, I believe, now under material witness warrants, and these people may or may not end up being charged. Dan, in short, I sense that they have now gone through a vast wealth of leads in this case, but are settling in for the long haul. I don't look for any criminal charges in the immediate future, Dan.
We have, in the course of questioning a number of individuals throughout the country, we have 49 individuals who are currently being detained by the Immigration Service because of some concerns about the status of those individuals in the country.
Director, how many people have you arrested on material witness warrants or otherwise?
I cannot and will not give you the total numbers on material witness warrants. It suffices to say that there are a number of material witness warrants that have been issued. They are sealed in most cases, and I cannot give you direct numbers. Yes, sir.
Director, why can't you give us those direct numbers?
Under seal. A number of the warrants are under seal. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you at least characterize their level of cooperation at this point? People that you've detained and also the people who are in INS custody. If you're talking to them and if they've been providing valuable information.
It's hard to generalize. There are individuals cooperating, yes. There are a number of individuals that are not cooperating.
With the FBI additionally sealing off how many material witnesses they have arrested or held, now disables any other efforts for reporters to follow up on what exactly happened to our JFK pilot, with an address linked to an Osama bin Laden brother in Boston as the probable suspect in the attempt of hijack Flight 23. And since we are now at the final day of Understanding 9/11, a television news archive near 1 p.m., no other network news carries on further detailing any of the material witnesses or INS suspects detained. Only but commentary from Dan Abrams of MSNBC, with his in-studio experts giving their best assumption how the investigation of 9/11 is being handled with the Dragnet detainment of unspecified suspects.
The Attorney General and the Director of the FBI also giving us some numbers as to the progress of that investigation. Let's take a look. They say they've had 47,000 tips on their website, 7,800 from the phone calls to the hotline, 26,000 tips have been developed by the FBI field office, 49 people detained by the INS, and at least 2 as material witnesses. Now, I say at least 2 because right now they're saying they are not going to disclose how many people have been arrested under what are called material witness arrest warrants. We do know that 2 people had been arrested using a material arrest warrant as the reason. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. And this may be the most important part so far. 49 people have been detained in connection with the case by the INS. Now, we don't know exactly how many have been arrested, but we do know that at least 2 are being held as material witnesses, meaning they were arrested and are being questioned or are going to be questioned by the FBI and others. And so I want to talk about what this means, what they can get, what they're hoping to get from these people. Lise Wheel joins us now from Seattle. She's a former federal prosecutor and law professor at the University of Washington. And from Los Angeles, Rick Hahn is a former FBI supervisor and terrorism expert. Lise, you get someone in there. I mean, you've dealt with terrorism cases, too. You get someone in there who's a material witness. And I think some people are going to say, look, if this is someone who knows something or may have been involved in some way, you're dealing with people who are willing to kill themselves. How are they going to be able to actually get information from these people?
Well, what they've got to try to do is say, look, this is your time to talk now, because others are talking and giving things up, as we heard today the FBI director saying that some were cooperating. So it's time to say to these material witnesses, this is your chance to cooperate now and get out of this, or you're going to be sitting in a jail forever. But that's right, they are martyrs, or suspected anyway of being martyrs, and it's going to be very difficult to wear that hard glove and actually get something from them.
Well, hi there, Lester. We know that 49 people are in detention, being detained by the INS, in addition to at least 2 who have been arrested on what are called material witness warrants. We don't know how many more, both the FBI and the Justice Department not wanting to be that specific about numbers with regard to arrests. The president saying that we are going to have to smoke these people out here in the country. How can that be done? They're already here.
Well, you're absolutely right. Several of them are here. However, the investigation as it's going along is obviously getting some cooperation from some of these people that are in custody. And through that cooperation and through telephone records, credit card records, banking records, I think we're identifying, the FBI is identifying potential co-conspirators, and in so doing, I think we'll continue to see more and more people going into custody and more material witnesses or material witness warrants issued.
And that's pretty much it when it comes to Understanding 9/11, a television news archive, archive.org, as the collection is only labeled as being between September 11th and 17th, 2001. It's also the end for us in at least attempting to trail the suspects from JFK and LaGuardia Airport on September 13th, as clearly they've done everything they can to silence those attempts, at least with the last count of material witnesses from what we know separate from the minimum of CBS's Jim Stewart, is only 4. But this is not the end of what we need to examine in at least confirming other targeted flights for hijackings on September 11th or 13th, in that these arrests are under the presumption of such. And this is actually not the end of Understanding 9/11, a television news archive, as when you change the last 2 digits on the web address to 18, an extra day appears on news archives that are blank, except until you click on some.
Here are some other headlines. A Pakistani delegation has left Afghanistan, no agreement on turning over Osama bin Laden. Here in the U.S., 4 people are being believed held as material witnesses in the FBI investigation. 200 others are being sought now.
Dan, the United States has received intelligence reports indicating that Mohammed Atta, the pilot of the first plane to crash into the World Trade Center towers, met early this year somewhere in Europe with the head of the Iraqi intelligence service. Intelligence officials say they believe this report to be accurate. They say this is not a smoking gun, but it is the first indicator, obviously, that a foreign power may have aided, abetted, or had prior knowledge to Tuesday's attack. Mohammed Atta, by the way, is believed to have been the cell leader of the 19 individuals responsible for Tuesday's attack, but officials say they have no firm, concrete evidence of that yet.
It seems that being exactly 8 days after 9/11, CBS's Jim Stewart is the first to report the eventual disputed Iraq link to Mohammed Atta, with the intelligence officials that Stewart details in his report as being believable and accurate, actually turns out to be Israeli intelligence, the Mossad. Because even though this report on Atta is still days before any case of anthrax letters are mailed off and eventually received the following month in October 2001, essentially those early stages with the anthrax attack investigations are also used to harmonize and suggest that the alleged meeting in Prague between Atta and head of Iraqi intelligence was for the exchange of the anthrax, which subsequently is proven to have come from U.S. AMRID in Dietrich, Maryland. Although this report is eventually repeated with some detail, CBS won't be the only one picking up this story, but the report on the last count believed of 4 material witnesses arrested, as well as 49 detained, will also be a constant.
Now for the latest on the people suspected of carrying out these attacks. U.S. investigators are holding 49 people for questioning in connection with immigration violations. As many as 200 people are being sought. In New Jersey, the FBI is focusing on a neighborhood in Jersey City where Muslims convicted in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing lived.
The FBI has taken a San Antonio, Texas doctor to New York for questioning. Dallas Morning News reports there is an apparent link between the doctor and 2 men removed from an Amtrak train in Fort Worth, Texas, last week. Texas newspapers report that the 2 men were suspected hijackers.
While the investigation is ongoing and still moving forward vigorously, we are beginning to learn more about the attack last Tuesday and the plot to make it happen. As we have said before, we do believe that there are associates of the hijackers that have connections to terrorist organizations that may still be in the United States. The tips we have received and the leads developed in the FBI field offices have been extremely helpful in helping us assemble a list of individuals that might have information about these associates or, in fact, be among the associates. We are looking at the possibility that there may have been more than 4 planes targeted for hijacking, but we are not able at this time to confirm that.
Well, now it seems that John Ashcroft and the FBI are momentarily willing to admit that they believe there were more hijacking targets intended on September 11th, and with the material witness warrants being sealed, the media does not hesitate to report this revelation. But of course, the claim that there were additional targeted flights does not become part of the official story, which we will address further ahead.
Also, Attorney General John Ashcroft is confirming reports that more than 4 planes were targeted in the terror attacks. The investigation in this case continues to gain momentum, including more arrests.
Pat, U.S. officials say a total of 75 people are now in custody, mostly for immigration violations. Attorney General John Ashcroft says 190 people are still being sought for questioning. Law enforcement officials say a total of 4 people are under arrest as material witnesses in last week's terrorist attacks. Among them, 34-year-old Dr. Al-Badr Al-Hazmi, a Saudi national arrested at a Texas hospital Friday. A computer and boxes of paper were removed from his home by FBI agents. Attorney General John Ashcroft says all of those being held on immigration charges are being subject to brand new laws about how long they can be detained.
At this hour, 200 people are wanted for questioning in the terrorist attacks. That number doubled since yesterday. And we're beginning to learn more about the plot, surrounding Tuesday's hijackings. Fox 5's Paul Wagner's been tracking the investigation for us. He joins us live from our newsroom. Paul?
Well, Mike, earlier today, just about an hour ago, Attorney General John Ashcroft said they're looking now into the possibility that more planes were hijacked. I should say more planes were targeted for hijacking, but the FBI cannot confirm that at this point. In addition, the Attorney General said they would like to talk to as many people as they can who may have answers to their questions.
Our effort includes talking to the numbers of people that may have information related to the case. That's why we have forwarded a list of more than 190 people to national, state, and local law enforcement agencies across the country and other organizations that could be helpful in this effort. Organizations like the airlines.
Attorney General John Ashcroft says more than 4 jetliners may have been targeted in last week's attack.
The nation's top law enforcement officer announced several more steps that authorities are taking to crack down on foreign nationals whose immigration status is in question. Gary Reels has more details now from our satellite center.
JC, Ashcroft says the fight against terrorism has become the overriding priority of the Justice Department since last week. He is establishing an anti-terrorism task force in every one of the 50 states, and he's also trying to find out just how many airplanes were intended to take part in last week's attack. Since the suicide hijackers crashed into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, there has been much speculation that the White House, the Capitol, Air Force One, and Camp David were alternative or additional targets. But now, the Attorney General says more than 4 jetliners may have been part of the plot for September 11th. If the plan did include other aircraft, that means, of course, there are other would-be hijackers still out there. Since the attack, 75 foreign nationals have been detained for questioning. More than 190 others are being sought as the search for associates continues.
Investigators sent the airlines and authorities a list of 200 people they want to question. They also confirmed they're looking into the possibility the terrorists intended to hijack more than 4 planes.
A week after the terrorist attacks that shook the nation and the world, President Bush led the White House staff in a moment of silence for the dead, the wounded, and grieving. As they paused, federal authorities sent the airlines and state and local authorities a list of 200 names, individuals they want to question, and they confirm they are investigating whether terrorists planned to hijack a 5th plane in Tuesday's attacks.
We have not ruled that out in our evaluation, and we are pursuing an examination and investigative potentials that might help us be more certain.
As the search for other terrorists proceeds, the Immigration and Naturalization Service was given special controversial authority. It will let them hold aliens indefinitely in special circumstances.
Investigators say there's a possibility more than 4 planes were targeted in the initial attack. And at a briefing today, U.S. Attorney General John Ashcroft said nationwide task forces have been set up to look for associates of the hijackers that may still be in the country.
Task forces will be a part of a national network that will coordinate the dissemination of information and the development of a strategy to disrupt, dismantle, and punish terrorist organizations throughout the country.
75 people have been detained for questioning, 4 arrested as material witnesses in the terrorist investigation.
The number of missing continues to climb up in New York City, and so does the number of arrests. 4 people have been arrested in connection to these attacks. 75 people have been detained. We've also learned tonight that more than 4 attacks may have been planned last Tuesday. Well, tonight authorities have raised to 200 the number of names on a watch list of people that they want to question in connection with Tuesday's terrorist attacks.
We begin with the investigation. There is new information tonight about ties the terrorists had to our local area and possibly to leaders in Iraq. Jackie Benson is here now with more on that. Jackie?
Well, Jim, U.S. officials tell NBC News that Mohammed Atta, the hijacker who flew American Airlines Flight 11 into the World Trade Center, met with Iraqi intelligence officials in Europe earlier this year. U.S. officials characterized the meeting as another lead to pursue. But they say it is not sufficient evidence to formally link Iraq's leader Saddam Hussein to the attacks. And there is official confirmation this afternoon that investigators believe the terrorist plan was not limited to 4 planes. Attorney General John Ashcroft publicly confirmed for the first time that FBI agents are investigating a chilling scenario, that the plot for last Tuesday's attacks was even more extensive. In New York, 4 people are under arrest as material witnesses in last week's terrorist attacks. Officials now say a total of 75 people are in custody, mostly on immigration charges. and they are subject to a new INS regulation that went into effect last night.
A federal grand jury in New York has opened an investigation into the attacks on the World Trade Center. Also, Attorney General John Ashcroft says more than 4 aircraft may have been part of last week's plot. And for the first time, there are indications, still unconfirmed, that a foreign government may have been involved. Gary Reels in the Satellite Center with the latest. Gary, what do you know?
Well, Gordon, for the past week now, most fingers have been pointing, of course, to Osama bin Laden. But tonight, Iraq also is coming under U.S. government scrutiny. CBS News reports one of the 19 hijackers had a meeting with a top government official in Baghdad. Mohammed Atta was one of the hijackers on American Flight 11 out of Boston. It was the first jetliner to crash into the World Trade Center last Tuesday. Tonight, CBS News reports Atta met earlier this year in Europe with the chief of Saddam Hussein's intelligence apparatus. The subject of the meeting with the Iraqi is unknown, but it is the first time a foreign government official has been connected to any of the 19 hijackers. At his press briefing today, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld paused long when asked about the report.
What I have said, as clearly as I know how, is that states are supporting these people. And what constitutes evidence and who wants to present it at what time, I'll leave to the people in that business. I'm in a different business.
At the Justice Department, however, they're not talking about Saddam Hussein.
I wouldn't be in a position to discuss evidence in regard to questions about other responsible parties.
Ashcroft does say that the September 11th plot may not have been fully executed.
We learn something, often something small or incremental, every hour. Today, the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Bob Graham of Florida, said that the attacks last Tuesday were part of a larger plan. And the Attorney General said today there was a possibility that terrorists planned to hijack more than 4 planes last Tuesday.
And interesting enough, in reference to who Peter Jennings mentioned, Bob Graham, because one of the main senators that backed the initiative to release the 28 pages missing from the Joint House Inquiry Investigation, also known as the JIS report, that Graham still maintains till this day in the belief that there were more hijacking attempts intended on 9/11.
Peter, people at the FBI say their massive investigation has developed substantial leads, including a suspect list of some 190 people, 37 of them flight trained. FBI agents are investigating whether there were other terrorists with other plans on that day a week ago.
We are looking at the possibility that there may have been more than 4 planes targeted for hijacking.
For example, the investigation has led the FBI to issue a warning to the pilots of crop dusters to be on the lookout for suspicious activity. And no such planes are allowed near the country's 30 largest cities. Out of apparent fear, a chemical attack of some kind could be launched. Law enforcement authorities in a number of states also have been told that a possible terrorist strike might be carried out using a fire truck or ambulance loaded with explosives.
And it's important to note here, with all the hysteria and state of alert going on at this moment after 9/11, still proceeds with many warning signs and threat assessments for potential targets that ranged outside the modus operandi of hijacking passenger airliners. And what was also detailed here by Brian Ross about fire trucks or ambulances loaded with explosives, potentially being car bombs, is extremely important, as also very telling indeed with the authorities handling the crisis, mainly their sloppiness and cover-ups, with what's later concerned about the graphic news coverage and explosive accounts regarding the destruction of the Twin Towers, even though the intention of this film is not to get into any of the physical anomalies about the World Trade Center. But on the official scale, being that 9/11 is basically the largest international terrorist attack anywhere, as said to have been carried out by Al-Qaeda under the behest of Osama bin Laden, yet all the previous terrorist attacks attributed to the loose organization, including what's argumentative regarding the first attack with the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, plus the attacks that have happened since 9/11, have all been events that have used explosives or bombs. Yet, since Wednesday, September 12th, as some of the mainstream news networks already had on their architect and physics experts to relieve and bring closure to the public, and that the buildings came down from the subsequent fires, and that no explosives were in the Twin Towers, therefore no reason for the American public to panic or be alarmed for any other types of impending terrorist attacks, other than what was seen with the airplane hijackings. But here we are, 8 days later, and the authorities are warning the public that yes, there could be more terrorists out to use explosives. I mean, shouldn't there also be something said about the FBI titling the 9/11 investigation as Pent Bomb, Twin Bomb?
The FBI has now detained 75 people in the investigation of the attacks. Attorney General John Ashcroft said today that there's a possibility more than 4 planes were targeted for hijacking. CBS News correspondent Jim Stewart in Washington has new information this evening about the hijackers. Jim?
Dan, U.S. officials have received a report that at least one of the dead hijackers met before the attacks with an Iraqi intelligence officer. They believe the report to be accurate. Officials say Mohammed Atta, the pilot of the first plane to crash into the World Trade Towers, met early this year in Europe with the head of Saddam Hussein's European intelligence service. The meeting is not a smoking gun, officials say, but it is the first indication that a foreign state may have aided or at least had some knowledge of last Tuesday's attack.
But there's also something to be said with the rush to judgment in already trying to implicate Iraq this early in the investigation, with so much questioning regarding reprisal attacks and just the extent with the range of hijacking targets really intended on the day of 9/11, and as even with September 13th, which has really been the premise for this film, because such a wide-scale operation as what the news reports are alluding to would seem beyond the range of state sponsorship or organization through Iraq and Saddam.
Meanwhile, the number of potential suspects involved in the attacks now being held under sealed material witness warrants is believed to stand at 4, while the number of people placed on a national watch list grows almost hourly.
There it is. That's as far as we can go down the news timeline regarding the immediate dragnet with the 9/11 investigation, pertaining to additional thwarted or aborted hijacking attempts, as well as potential terrorist activities. We may have not been able to identify our suspect from JFK Airport from September 13th and suspected on Flight 23 on 9/11, but we've certainly collected enough details to know when and how the story got buried. And from what we've entirely covered so far, the question should be asked, is this enough reason to believe that the 9/11 attacks were just a continuation or expansion of the original Bojinka plot? The answer is yes. The plans that were discovered on Ramzi Yousef's laptop from the apartment fire in Manila seem to have been broken down into 3 phases, with part of it incorporating an assassination on the Pope while visiting the Philippines. The later phase being that 12 planes would be hijacked and crashed rather than just bombed as initially planned. 7 of the flights would be departures from Asia, while the other 5 flights would be departures from Honolulu, LAX, San Francisco, Chicago O'Hare, and JFK in New York. The targets would have been the World Trade Center, Pentagon, U.S. Capitol, the White House, Sears Tower in Chicago, the U.S. Bank Tower in L.A., the Transamerica Pyramid Building in San Francisco, as well as other targets. Nuclear power facilities are often mentioned. In 2009, Mike Williams of 9/11 Myths released partly declassified documents titled 9/11 Commission Files Team 7 Box 7 Other Flights 9/11, which is 39 pages that mostly contains transcript articles from September and October 2001, like some of the ones we've demonstrated earlier regarding accounts of aborted hijacking attempts, included with notes taken from FBI field agents and in correspondence to 9/11 commissioners. But on page 5 there is a chart titled Suspect Aircraft of September 11, 2001, which labels 11 commercial airlines flights included with the 4 official 9/11 flights, also labeled as the original route for each flight, as well as where it was forced to land, with each airport abbreviated in flight code. Also charted is the status of the flight and abbreviations for communication centers who reported on the few flight incidents. However, there are 2 of the flights that have no indication of where its departure and destination is at, only where it was grounded. Aside for the 4 official flights, the flight that's charted on the 6th row is clearly identified as Delta 1989, which departed Logan, as we've covered in this film earlier. But the other 6 flights do not seem recognizable. The first is American Airlines Flight 2247, which departed out of MCO, which is Orlando International Airport, and destined for SHV, which is Shreveport Regional Airport, Louisiana, but was grounded at Memphis International Airport. According to another document, United FAA Command Center chronology of the events of September 11, 2001, uploaded by 9/11 Document Archive in 2009 on Scribd, says that at 10:04 a.m., ZFW, which stands for FAA's Fort Worth Center, reported this American Airlines Flight 2247 to the command center was Nordo, meaning radio contact with it had been lost, but the communication was restored by 10:17 a.m. The second plane on the suspect aircraft of September 11, 2001 chart is U.S. Airways Flight 41, departed CLT, which is Charlotte Douglas International Airport in North Carolina, with destination being LAX, as were most of the official 9/11 flights. The U.S. Airways flight was also grounded at Memphis Airport. No further details are given about this flight. Skipping the 5 recognizable flights, charted in the 8th slot is the 3rd plane, Northwest Airlines Flight 197, that departed LAN, Capital Regional International Airport, formerly Lansing Capital City Airport in DeWitt Township, Michigan. Its destination was Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport in Marquetta, Minnesota, but grounded at Sawyer International Airport, Michigan. According to the United FAA Command Center chronology of events of September 11, 2001 document, the command center appeared to have been alerted to this plane while en route at 10:03 a.m. Document states anonymous call to Northwest Airlines Flight 197 by Lansing Flight Service Station. Reason for the report is unknown. The 4th plane is United Airlines Flight 641. Departure and destination unknown, as the field is blank, but it also states that it was grounded at Detroit Metropolitan Airport. But being that most of these flights were routine flights, it turns out that United Airlines Flight 641 has appeared in the press, even before 9/11 in 1996, regarding an incident where it departed Newark and 16 of their passengers, who were Japanese tourists, fell sick from seafood they had eaten on the flight and were taken to a Chicago area airport where they landed, which their destination was O'Hare Airport. And in 2002, the Morning Call article in September 12th talks about an account with 34 passengers on board United Airlines Flight 641 departing on the 1-year anniversary of 9/11, around the same time frame as Flight 93 did from the same airport, Newark, which interviews an elderly female passenger overcoming her fears being on that flight, where yet again its destination being Chicago O'Hare. So clearly, although United Airlines 641's route isn't charted for the list of the 11 suspect aircraft of September 11, 2001, it was either at one of 2 places on the day of 9/11 from where it departed, which was either Chicago O'Hare or Newark. Already both airports were inferring has additional hijacking attempted activity unaccounted for. But according to United FAA Command Center chronology of events of September 11, 2001 document, United Airlines lost contact with the plane around 10:40 a.m., but persistent attempts to communicate with it were eventually successful 5 minutes later. The 5th plane, United Airlines Flight 57, with its departure and destination also unknown, with a blank field, was grounded at GCK, Garden City Regional Airport, Garden City, Kansas. It appears to have been reported to the command center by controllers at Denver International Airport, for reasons that are unknown. But according to the Garden City Telegram, September 12, 2001, day after 9/11, from the front page article titled Students Get History Lesson by staff writer Brian Snow, reporting about United Flight 57 having landed at Garden City, interviewed some of the passengers that the flight had departed Washington, D.C., and the destination was Los Angeles, likely LAX, again with the same pattern with most 9/11 flights. Although having departed from D.C., it's also likely to have left from Reagan National Airport rather than outside in D.C. and Virginia at Dulles Airport. But it did depart around the same time the plane that struck the Pentagon, Flight 77, did at 8:10 a.m. The Garden City Airport, which was small and not equipped to service large airliners, had the passengers remain on board for more than an hour, as police and fire department showed up at the scene to raise their ladder from their truck to unload passengers. The only other interesting details noted in the article is that all the passengers had to get screened due to where the plane had departed, and that 4 of the passengers were Secret Service agents that needed to return to D.C. immediately due to the attacks. The 6th plane was another U.S. Airways Flight 633, which departed Philadelphia International Airport, with a destination unknown, but according to United FAA Command Center chronology of events of September 11, 2001 document, it says it was headed for Las Vegas, but it was grounded and returned back to Philadelphia International Airport, and at 10:55 a.m., controllers at Philadelphia International Airport reported they had lost the flight. The Command Center chronology indicated the plane subsequently landed in Philadelphia at 11:14 a.m. This chart is 1 plane shy from a dozen to fit with the Bojinka plan, but aside for Delta 1989, the other 2 Logan flights that were reported and mentioned earlier are not listed, though the transcripts of the articles are contained within the 9/11 Commission files Team 7 Box 7, Other Flights 9/11 documents. And of course, Flight 23 from neither JFK nor Azmath and Khan's American Airlines 729 from Newark are listed on the chart of suspect aircraft of September 11, 2001. Nor is one designated for September 13th, which are likely for reasons you can decide, but also contained are sloppy notes taken from field agents detailing the incidents that are clearly both Flights 23 at JFK and Azmath and Khan's flight. But there are other additional news articles out there suggesting that more flights were targeted, like what was reported in Chicago Tribune about American Airlines Flight 160 out of San Diego Airport that was destined for JFK Airport on 9/11. With a departure time unknown, the flight was canceled and there were no suspects, but only weapons were found on the flight. According to the blog Shoestring 9/11, in their post titled The Many False Hijackings of 9/11, which elaborates many more additional accounts that viewers would need to cross-examine further before considering each claim as a seriously potential extra hijack, but it is a decent source of extra articles and documents aforementioned. But it states that more than 20 aircraft were identified as possible hijackings, and even ranges as far as 29. 20-plus targeted flights does seem conceivable at this point, especially with the news reports we've already encountered that authorities already had a list of almost 200 suspects they were looking for, with 37 of them potentially trained as pilots. In fact, in 2015, the Austrian documentary A Good American, which chronicles the work of former NSA official and whistleblower William Benny in his work with building Thin Thread, also developed by Agent Edward Loomis, that analyzed intercepted data covertly obtained from communications of suspected terrorist networks, which might have been able to prevent the 9/11 hijackings. But Thin Thread was thwarted in August of 2001, just 3 weeks before 9/11, by high officials within the agency, mainly Agency Director General Michael Hayden, whose decisions left the NSA without a system to analyze the trillions of bits of foreign intelligence gathering by intercept of signals flowing over the internet, as Thin Thread was able to do, which was a far less expensive system, but ended up being shelved in favor of Trailblazer as an alternative, which cost millions and was intrusive and lacked privacy safeguards and also less effective. Feeling that the NSA was nefarious or mainly at fault in no detection of early warning signs in allowing the 9/11 attacks to happen, William Benny, Edward Loomis, and another NSA agent resigned a month after 9/11 at the end of October, Halloween. But the documentary also notes what took place not long after in 2002.
After 9/11 and after we left, Tom took over running Thin Thread. And he said, well, let's take the software in Thin Thread and run it against the database that we've accumulated inside NSA to find out if there's any information that the 9/11 attack that we should have known about but didn't.
We let it run. It was somewhere around 24 to 36 hours. I remember my program manager coming back with the initial results, and they were just devastating. We discovered critical intelligence, Al-Qaeda and associated movement intelligence that had never been discovered by NSA. They didn't even know they had it in their databases. But also the specific details of numbers and movement and times and locations, travel. And you're seeing the dispersal patterns that occurred after it happened. You're also seeing that there was parts of the plot in which they weren't successful. There was multiple planes that had been targeted. And for a number of reasons, those particular planes were not actually hijacked. You can imagine the horror of realizing what had not been discovered and the confirmation of what was known, sitting in these databases. What if this was discovered prior to 9/11? We had the information in the databases.
Obviously, the claims made in this Benny documentary in regards to what was discovered within the NSA's aborted Thin Thread program after 9/11 only supports our film in that the 9/11 attacks was supposed to be a maximized version of the Bojinka plot, continental as a Trojan horse, as it vindicates exactly what all these news reports and stories we've laid out taking place right after September 11th, which were incrementally buried throughout the mainstream media and local press. But before we come to a closing and addressing the additional arrests and what it all essentially means with the end result of the 9/11 Commission report, there's still one other news archive source that we can sometimes rely on, and that's C-SPAN. So if we return back to September 18th during Ashcroft's daily briefing at the FBI, where 75 people were already detained on immigration charges, as well as the 4 material witnesses, plus the 200 suspects authorities are reportedly looking for, a reporter also asked Ashcroft in reference to all those suspects detained within the first week, wanting to know if they were going to be considered enemy combatants, which would therefore allow investigative authorities to hold these suspects indefinitely.
Suspects be considered prisoners of war? Are you assuming wartime powers in any way?
Ashcroft answered with a flat-out,
no. Thank you.
But there's a lot to unpack here, considering what sort of ideal investigation most Americans wanted and expected after 9/11. Regardless of how enraged or ill-informed most of us were in the beginning, seeking revenge and full of bloodlust in that Operation Enduring Freedom, going after the Taliban and bombing Afghanistan, seemed justified. But yet there were also follow-up attempts of hijackings and other attacks in small portions that continued onward after 9/11 in the following month and year. that also fell in sync with the constant state of fear and federal terror threat assessments, often later discarded as false alarms, some of them having to do with anthrax letters, which was also allocated as a different law enforcement matter and case, which is a subject that could be made into a film by itself, as it has yet been in books and literature. But some of these detainee suspects were even American-born citizens and had lived in the U.S. prior, just like John Walker Lind, captured as an enemy combatant during Operation Enduring Freedom in the invasion of Afghanistan in November of 2001, but no link or association to the 9/11 attacks was ever proven. Then there's Jose Padilla, born in Brooklyn, who was arrested at Chicago O'Hare Airport coming from Pakistan in May 2002 and was plotting to set off a dirty bomb in Chicago. Neither him was ever combined or charged in the 9/11 conspiracy, even though the September 11th attacks were something clearly planned years in advance. Not even Anwar al-Awlaki, born in New Mexico of Yemeni ancestry, who was seen here just days after 9/11, interviewed in a report in Virginia on hate crimes and vandalism carried out at the mosque he held sermons at. He was never picked up or detained, when years later it's revealed he had numerous al-Qaeda links, and even associated with two of the hijackers of Flight 77, the plane that struck the Pentagon, both in San Diego and Virginia. Instead, he's eventually killed in a drone strike by the Obama administration 10 years later in 2011. The bottom line is that no American citizen was ever charged in being involved in the 9/11 plot. But considering what suspects do get filtered in the immediate FBI dragnet, or ultimately charged for masterminding and aiding the 9/11 conspiracy, is mainly Zacarias Moussaoui, who was already arrested in August 2001 for INS charges in Minnesota, and is now serving time at Supermax Prison, Colorado, with other past al-Qaeda conspirators. But separate from Moussaoui, those as 9/11 conspirators later caught overseas end up mainly being held in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, where some of them go through torturous interrogations, like waterboarding, packaged to the public as enhanced interrogation techniques. And questions remain still if those controversial techniques were necessary, or effective at all, and for what purposes. And then there's the question if some of the Gitmo detainees were even guilty at all of any wrongdoing pertaining to 9/11, since there are a few cases where some have been released, including others held in secret detention facilities overseas, often called CIA black sites. Not to mention the slow and agonizing process it's taken to charge some of these Gitmo detainees, who very well may be guilty, but as Human Rights Watch focuses on their conditions, it also brings to attention that some of the detainees' tribunals have yet to take place. And then there's also the unresolved matter or questions regarding how the German government handled all the Hamburg Cell and associates, being that they are labeled as the official ringleaders of the 9/11 conspiracy. Why are some of the Hamburg members free or never charged of anything to do with 9/11? And why no suspects were handed over to American authorities and Gitmo or other detention centers? But in regards to whether George W. Bush was considering anyone held within the Pent Bomb investigation INS detainees as prisoners of war, therefore using wartime powers which would have enabled federal agents to conduct a thorough investigation, having these suspects held indefinitely rather than under limitations of immigration and naturalization laws, should be a major signal now when looking at it through Ashcroft, in that the Bush administration was not serious about investigating the 9/11 attacks at all, but instead were illegitimately focused on Iraq, even though most Americans would have been okay with enhanced interrogations being used on these immediate detainees, so long as it was publicly clear that they were suspects and it was an overwhelming number. It means that most of the public would not have immediately objected to such torture techniques on abundant, relevant suspects, rather than wait years later to be used on a few questionable Gitmo detainees during an already now era of great mistrust and skepticism over the attacks. Because with the Pent Bomb Dragnet and INS detainees first apprehended to have been 9/11 suspects, the number reached up to 700 to 1,200 detainees, depending on which source. Some have said as wide as a range of 2,000 detainees, but that ultimately many of them were freed because of initially being picked up under false profiling by authorities as either foreigners or Muslims. Attorney and author Steve Brill, in his book, After, The Rebuilding and Defending of America in the September 12th Era, notes, the Bush administration knew that the attacks had come from Muslims, so without any better leads, why not just question any such men you could, and hold those who it turned out were violating the terms of their visas? Had they taken jobs? Had they overstayed their visas? They would then be detained for immigration violation and questioned repeatedly. It didn't matter if the violations were minor transgressions for which immigrants of other nationalities are rarely, if ever, held, The goal, Ashcroft and Chertoff told the FBI and INS agents, was to prevent more attacks, not prosecute anyone, and the best way to do that with the roundup, question, and hold as many people as possible. Referring back to the book Detained Without Cause, Muslim Stories of Detention and Deportation in America After 9/11 by Irum Sheikh. In the introduction, Patterns of Post-9/11 Detentions, that does give a decent formal breakdown pertaining to the immediate scale with the Dragnet for her subjects in her book. It says, the term 9/11 detentions refers to cases of individuals from predominantly Muslim countries who were arrested after 9/11 on suspicion of terrorism, but were held under unrelated immigration or criminal charges. Immigration officers categorize these individuals as special interest cases because of their suspected involvement with the 9/11 attacks. The total number of 9/11 detentions is unknown because of the secrecy surrounding these cases. But 2 months after the attacks occurred, government officials acknowledged that 1,182 individuals had been detained for questioning. Later, the government stopped releasing the total number of detentions because of the complications in counting, even though detentions of the individuals and connection with the 9/11 attacks continued after the release of the initial figure. The Office of Inspector General, OIG, report defines 911 detainees as aliens held on immigration violations in connections with the investigation of September 11th attacks. Of the roughly 1,200 aforementioned cases, the report focuses on 762 individuals arrested for immigration violations between September 11, 2001 and August 6, 2002. And following that, under 9/11 detainees demographics, the OIG report provides a demographic breakdown of the 762 special interest cases. Including in its analysis, most of the individuals are from predominantly Muslim countries, such as Pakistan, Egypt, Turkey, Jordan, Yemen, Saudi Arabia, Tanzania, Syria, Lebanon, Iran, Algeria, Bangladesh, and Afghanistan. The demographic breakdown also identified British and French citizens, most of whom were naturalized citizens originally from countries such as Pakistan, Egypt, and Algeria. The Human Rights Watch report presents a similar demographic breakdown, which showed that most of the special interest cases came from Pakistan, Egypt, and Turkey. 33% of the 762 individuals were Pakistani. This is an interesting revelation, being that the 9/11 attacks are mainly thought of harmoniously as a Saudi conspiracy, with bin Laden a Saudi citizen, and that 15 of the 19 hijackers were also Saudis. But as known with some cases of Pakistani intelligence funding, the Khalid Sheikh Mohammed family lineage, as well as what we've pointed out, there's good reason to suspect aborted Pakistani operatives, as we should also be reminded with the cases before 9/11, such as Nayaz Khan, who was a Pakistani hijacking operative that turned himself in to the FBI in 2000, claiming that he was supposed to be involved in a future terrorist attack mission. Some early newspaper reports in November were also giving a number under nationalities, and some were not avoiding the number of Israeli detainees either. And from the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Inspector General, OIG, in a 239-page document called A Review of Treatment of Aliens Held on Immigration Charges in Connection with the Investigation of September 11th Attacks from 2003, its chart confirms this high percentage of Pakistanis, while also reveals the percentage of other nationalities. But take notice that the nationalities coming out of India, Yemen, Jordan, Turkey were all greater numbers than those who were detained as Saudi nationals. Yet Egyptians were second greatest number of suspects, nearly quadrupled the amount of Saudis, which shouldn't be surprising being that the predominant number of conspirators charged in the first attack on the Twin Towers during the 1993 World Trade Center bombing were from Egypt, which is another good reason why the first attack on the Twin Towers needs further exploring, which you can see in one of my recent films, World Trade Center bombing of 1993, Hidden Path to 9/11, Crimes, Cover-Ups, and Missing Links. For those who have been in denial of 9/11 being a grand conspiracy with hundreds to 1,000 people involved, regardless if truth seekers' only pursuit is all the speculations regarding what entirely brought down the Twin Towers. Still, there you have it, within just the number within the OIG list as an argument and foundation to start with. And as just mentioned, included in the OIG report are some Israeli nationals. However, it does not list the reported over 200 Israelis that were detained and let go before September 11, 2001. This is why it's even crucial for 9/11 truth seekers still looking at only Israeli involvement and foreknowledge cannot ignore or absolve any of the suspected Arab or fundamentalist involvement, which are also areas easier to prove state sponsorship. And regardless of what raw or incomplete chain of evidence lacking from all the officials, there is no need to tolerate substitution for such obvious hijacker roles by fantastical and empty claims as direct orchestration or collusion with the U.S. military and government, with Fox News' Carl Cameron, who does report about the Israeli spy ring in December of 2001, ranging as high as 200 suspects arrested before and after 9/11, is a vindication by controversy to look at, but is an angle that's a limited scope. And also consider months later, in 2002, what is still continually reported after, underlining the operations as art students, likely all living near the hijacker or terrorist cells throughout major cities. It is a damning enough public indictment that they could have alerted authorities and prevented the attacks. But it seems, as many can speculate, wasn't within these Israelis' conscience or modus operandi. But without having to know the total OIG arrest statistics, those within the camp of Israeli suspicions and accusations know that there was a huge number of arrests given some kind of diplomatic immunity with Israelis being detained, which was a great difference of treatment compared to those foreigners labeled as Arab Muslims or other, as the Israelis were only held up to 60 days, 2 months at the Metropolitan Detention Center before being deported. And chronologically speaking, also consider the timing of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed's first public interview along with Ramzi bin al-Shibh for Yossi Fruda of Al Jazeera being in April 2002. This is when KSM decided to take credit for the attacks, having already been filtered to an official scale of 4 hijacked planes and 19 hijackers. KSM never stated that he was the head of the Al-Qaeda military committee, and yet with all the controversial circumstances to how many times he had been waterboarded, tortured, and inconsistencies to crimes he's allegedly confessed to, along with what has been made public from it, KSM's alleged confessions are basically there to reaffirm the official scale of the commission report, and that they were only capable of hijacking 4 planes, and that there was no use of explosives, neither within the hijacking takeover, even though passenger calls made from 2 of the flights stated the contrary, that the hijackers did have bombs. The basic confession of KSM is that 9/11 was simply inspired by the Bojinka plot, and that they can only manage 4 hijackings is simply laughable on its face, not just because of what we've entirely laid out through this film, but because when the Bojinka plot was discovered in Manila in 1995, it was clear to Philippines Police Colonel Rodolfo Mendoza, who looked through all the evidence and interrogated Abdul Hakim Murad, associate of Ramzi Youssef, that there was already pilots training in the U.S. for the plan, aside from what other suspects were also rounded up in the Philippines still and in preceding years. But separate from questioning what was really planned, in what could be considered the buildup of 9/11 with the Millennium Plot during the 2000 Years Day celebration, the other reason why it's a naive idea to think that 9/11 was simply Bojinka-inspired, limited to 4 planes, is also the case of the 2006 transatlantic aircraft plot, where terrorists planned to detonate liquid explosives carried on board 10 airliners traveling from the UK to the US and Canada, disguised as soft drinks. The plot was discovered by British police during an extensive surveillance operation. So it would be absurd to think that they were only capable of coordinating a dozen planes years before and after 9/11 2001, rather than just in 2001. Not to mention that with the transatlantic plot, it also reaffirms that there was a central higher command than KSM and family already in prison. But coming back to the INS OIG list, it was reported in the New Jersey Law Journal June 9, 2003, under Attorney General's detention policy hindered anti-terror investigations. Mass arrest on spurious charges threw a wrench in the works, OIG concludes. Not only does the article detail that Michael Chertoff and the Justice Department lawyers realized that the wide scope of detecting and detaining suspected terrorists in a policy called Hold Until Cleared was wasting resources and tying up FBI and INS agents' hands, and that a note for the FBI was written by the Justice Department stated that the Bureau should know that the policy isn't getting the job done. It was obvious that the overwhelming majority of those being arrested had no connection to terrorism, the article states. Toward the end of the year, the FBI largely abandoned its investigation of the detainees as agents pursued more promising leads or were reassigned. The special interest process, as the detentions were called, came into a grinding halt by November, according to the INS lawyer who spoke to the OIG. At this time, most of the general public and media were focused on Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan, but this New Jersey Law Journal article is a prime example how other news and media sources, amongst our civil liberty advocate spokesmen and organizations, as well as anti-interventionist activists, were in effect sympathetic to the Justice Department and those all detained who they thought were innocent. This type of hostility persisted and was mainly shared towards the Patriot Act taking place. It essentially turned the INS detentions into another crisis. where some politicians took it as an opportunity for publicity by getting involved with some personal cases of detention, showing their own posture of retaliation toward law enforcement authorities and the overall Bush administration. But that doesn't mean there weren't real issues or harsh treatment at the Metro Detention Center, with police officer abuse and profiling either. But in the long run, all this outcry only served to help the Bush administration continue to cover up 9/11, while drawing out early war plans for Iraq, if such an agenda wasn't already planned by the administration when Bush took office 8 months earlier. But the outpouring of concern for those detained only served to distract, as those who may have felt justified countering against the Patriot Act, Homeland Security, TSA, and other government encroachments were still not taking serious and inconsiderate to real threats at what the amount of arrest indicated in implication, that such a high number of detainment was showing a much more wide-scale, insidious grand conspiracy, ultimately meaning that it couldn't have included Saddam and Iraq as conspirators with Saudi state links, nor was it an operation small enough to solely just be under the behest of Osama bin Laden either. And with the pent bomb dragnet, there were huge roundups with airport employees, not just within the 3 airports where the 4 official flights departed, but in other areas such as what we've covered in this film, where employees of Middle Eastern background or foreigners were either arrested, lost their jobs, or were deported, likely in some circumstances of nefarious activity having to do with the pent bomb investigation, but more commonly publicized in these airport busts were accounts of fraud, lying during employment application screening, as well as not having legal residency in the United States. And there very well may have been some cases between the scale of 700 to 1,200 arrested and detained that could have been innocent in hindsight, but the dragnet result of the amount in arrests wasn't an overreaction or entirely ill-founded on law enforcement's part, considering what was all reported from airports. But there's something to be said if detentions came to a halt by November, which would ultimately mean so did the Dragnet investigation. Therefore, considering the Bush administration's continued actions overseas at this time, the 9/11 investigation ended then. Therefore, is incomplete. Most 9/11 skeptics are those who consider themselves as being part of the 9/11 truth community, have been put on a path to take issue only with the 9/11 Commission report. But the reality is, the 9/11 Commission report is actually the 3rd government investigation. Those from the same camp but more rationale also like to take issue with the declassified 28 pages that were released in 2016 and assert that it's redacted evidence from the Commission report proving Saudi state sponsorship involvement in the September 11th attacks. Although the Commission report did not exonerate Saudi Arabia from complicity, the declassified 28 pages are not a product from the 9/11 commissioners, but are actually a result of a much earlier effort called the Joint Inquiry into Intelligence Committee Activities before and after the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, also known as the Joint House Inquiry or JIS report. It was conducted by the Senate Select Committee and House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, basically being the 2nd government investigation, which began on February 2002 and released in December 2002. Which is why the underlining point we are trying to bring across in this film is an understanding that the first government investigation into 9/11, the FBI's pent bomb dragnet, is literally an unfinished, incomplete investigation, and in retrospect, with that state of uncertainty refined by the mainstream media concealing follow-up reports in an effort to reduce any public hysteria, likely under orders of national security, has still been the official premise or base of all preceding official and public investigations. Basically, from what we've covered in this film that does not examine the World Trade Center or Ground Zero, but is centered around the airports on September 11th and after, should be no surprise that the 9/11 Commission report is chock full of omissions. So looking back tangibly at FBI agents scoured throughout the U.S. and overseas in the pent bomb dragnet, it was as if every field office was entirely occupied in the investigation, as there were 7,000 agents on the investigation, with 4,000 of them being field agents, the rest usually administrative, who all worked tirelessly and continuously long hours and consecutive days and months on end. Of course, the government eventually expanded the FBI into a larger bureau that now employs 30,000 agents, but we all know they're never going to be reassigned to open or re-explore the 9/11 investigation, and it would be useless to demand a new government investigation, as every committee or law firm is just going to revert to the first unfinished investigation, separate from the wishes of truth seekers who only want to focus on the World Trade Center and Ground Zero. In constructive terms of an ideal 9/11 investigation, given if more FBI and police documents were made available on 9/11 hijackers and any of the foreign or those labeled as Muslim suspects detained in the pent bomb dragnet, Are there 7,000 concerned citizens willing to volunteer their time, skills, and expertises, even going the lengths of filing Freedom of Information Act requests, sifting through raw data such as arrest reports, puzzling to make a case proving the official 9/11 conspiracy is grossly inaccurate and false? Is there an organization big enough to manage that? And what transpiring goals would those concerned citizens like to see occur or change within foreign policy? Part of the purpose of this film is to give viewers and truth seekers a pair of new lenses to look at 9/11 in a much clearer and bigger view that has exploratory opportunity by understanding what's missing that is not being addressed by the dominant truth movement organizations and groups. Considering the accusations of Saudi sponsorship, if this was presented in the terms of official 9/11 narrative only to target the audience of those defenders, how receptive would they be? And what would be the normal reaction to the information presented within this film just within the scope of additional hijacking attempts on September 11th and 13th? Is this information valuable to 9/11 victims' families or those within 9/11 Families United for Justice Against Terrorism that are clients of Motley Rice, the law firm using JASTA, Justice Against Sponsorship of Terrorism Act, to only sue Saudi Arabia and its royal family? What about law firm Cozen O'Connor, who is also suing Saudi Arabia for corporations and estates that lost businesses and other assets due to the 9/11 attacks, which is also being headed by attorney Sean Carter, who has visited and interviewed Zacarias Moussaoui, in which Moussaoui's testimony in recent years, explicitly naming off Saudi officials as 9/11 conspirators, is being used as evidence in Carter's lawsuit. Are Saudi implications all that should be extracted from Moussaoui? Or is there clearly a wider story he could reveal? Particularly in his legal defense for not having been a September 11th conspirator, he has said that he was only supposed to be in a follow-up attack afterwards. And lastly, what about what's left with the 9/11 truth movement and those expectations from activists seeking transparency and an anti-interventionist foreign policy as a result of uncovering fuller criminality and misdeeds within the Pent Bomb investigation? Clearly, architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth won't dare do such an investigation, as they are categorically a limited hangout that will not even confirm the authenticity of hijacked Flights 11 and 175 striking the Twin Towers, which then leaves Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry Incorporated, headed by attorney David R. Meiswinkle, as the only other alternative option that's voluntarily staffed with about a dozen attorneys and so-called experts. Aside their main focus and initiative with Ground Zero, LC for 9/11 say they are open to investigating other states that had involvement, meaning just with where the 4 official planes departed from. But can they handle all the major cities with these additional aborted cases we've covered in this film, as well as exploring the results from the immediate Dragnet? Do they even care about being this thorough? Can LC for 9/11 get off the fence with their entertaining denials of Flights 77 and 93 crashing into the Pentagon and Shanksville, Pennsylvania? Can they manage staffing 7,000 volunteers? The answer is likely no. I'm just one guy. I certainly can't do it all. Not even when it comes to explaining this on film, as I don't have the budget or access to a wider variety of television news archives. And I'm not proclaiming to have 9/11 solved or that I have all the answers or that I'm an expert. I just know from my experiences having been a 9/11 truth activist to independent researcher and skeptic that these areas regarding September 11th and the following days after need to be explored by concerned citizens and serious truth seekers, and they clearly have not. But please share this film wherever you can and show your support by subscribing to my channels, and please also consider becoming one of my Patreons. I'm Nelson, aka DJ Thermal Detonator. Thank you for your time.